Oh, I've just come back from Eastleigh. I got myself a taxi and come over here. And my neighbour, she just gave me parcels. I had some parcels, and she had the parcels. I wish she had the parcels last week because someone stole the parcels. Oh, 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 oh. I pulled my necklace, but I'll be getting out on Tuesday. And I'll give loads of stuff to all the kids and all that. Oh, oh, oh. See what this is. Oh, 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 oh.
Calling H&T Pawnbroker. Please be advised, calls may be recorded for training purposes. H&T, Marie speaking, how can I help?
Are you in Eastleigh?
Sorry, you're just through to the customer service department. Is
Oh.
there anything I can help you with?
Well, all it is, I normally go into H&T in Market Street, and there's what's her name? I think it's Lauren or something like that. I said I'd get her a bag on Temu. I've just got home now, and I've noticed that I've got a package, and in there is the bag for I think it's Lauren. I'll just pop in there Monday and give her the bag.
Okay.
Yeah, they got all my gold. They got all my gold. I think I'll be getting some out on Tuesday and Friday. I think it's yeah. No worries. That's all right. That's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh. Oh. She's gonna like this. I think. I said I'd get it for her. Oh. 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 That goes like that. The key's there. Oh. Yeah, that's that. Oh. Yeah, she's gonna like this, I think. Oh. A little present. Oh. Oh. Yeah, she's gonna love that, I reckon. Oh. Oh. That's my gift to her. Yeah. Oh. 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 How's that? Oh. Oh. Football's what I've heard. Oh. I think that's pencils. More footballs. Oh my god. One of them bags, yeah. Two of them bags, yeah. Some paper. Oh. Oh, more of these. Oh. Pens. Oh. That's the balls, yeah. Oh. Oh, what's this? Oh. Oh. Oh, it's a shirt. Oh. 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 4XL. Oh, really? Oh. I'm sorry, baby. I'm going to take you off. Yeah, look at that. She's lovely. Oh, my God. Oh. 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 Oh, where's my deodorant? There's. Oh. 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 Yeah, that's all right. Oh. Oh. Pencils. Oh, that's the bags. Oh my god, the bags. Look at that. Oh. Oh. This is all stuff I give away. Oh, that's that light I've been waiting for. No pain, no gain. That's a little. Oh. There's another one. No pain, no gain. All right. Oh. What have I bought? Some bottoms. That's great. Yep. No, they're right actually. Oh. 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 Right, as we've got more of these bags, I think I'll just start putting stuff in the bags. So. Oh. Oh. Right. Oh, oh, I'll give all that away. That's what I do. Oh, come on. Oh, 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 come on. Fucking hell. Oh, oh, come on. This is fucking crazy. Oh, 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 oh. Right, this is fucking nuts. Come on. That's it. Right. Right, let's go. Let's go. Come on. Right. Right. I'll give cheap cheap bills. Yeah. Cheap bills. Uh, oh, cheap balls. Cheap footballs. Actually, one football. Uh, pencil. Oh, oh, oh. Pencil. Pen. Oh, 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 children. Children. Oh, oh, oh. One of those. Oh, 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 one of these. Oh, 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 a bit of paper. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. I'll get this all prepared in no time, man. By Tuesday, I'll be taking all this down to Cozy Cafe and sitting there and giving it all to the kids. So, oh, 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 oh. Oh, more passages. Okay. Um, 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 oh, fucking hell. Um, oh, what is this? Um, 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 the paper. I like the ball. The ball. Oh, 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 um, um, oh, man. Um, uh, Um, um, uh, uh, um, anyway, because the post office is open in a minute. Uh, uh, um, 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 yeah, transcript. And then you come down to your door and suddenly that's it. Um, 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 oh, um, Oh, 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 um, oh, 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 mm, oh, 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 naked, not a shower, and she got back in the breast. Oh, 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 Oh. Ah. Oh. 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 I used to despise fucking Unbreakable Woman. Oh. Oh, 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 it smells. Oh yeah, easy. Oh, it smells. Oh yeah. Oh, 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 um, um, oh, oh, okay. Oh my God. Oh, oh, that's gonna take my brain on fire. Oh man. Oh, gee, that's the. Um, 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 oh, um, um, I really don't want to do this right now. Oh, oh, I'm not gonna do it now. Fuck it. Oh, 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 no, oh, oh, no, oh, one cup. Oh, um, like this, yeah. Um, um, let's see. That's not good. Um, one more cup. Oh, pork pies. Oh, um, um, another cup. Tobacco. Um, 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 There's that. Oh, cup of soups. Oh, this. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. That's pretty cool. Oh, 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 oh. Oh,
Welcome to the EE voicemail. I'm sorry, but the person you called.
no. Oh, 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 Oh.
Time to exercise. Time to feel the vibe. Working through the night. Working up the vibes.
Oh.
Say working, working. Say working, working, working now. Say working, working.
Oh.
Say working, working, working now. You're working, working. Say working, working, working now. You're working, working. Baseline for breather, slamming vinyl. Quality sound. Quality sound.
Oh.
Quality, quality, quality sound. Quality, quality, quality sound.
Oh.
Hey. Hey, hey. Where's all the noisy bastards? Say put up your body, put up your body, put up your body now, quick. We still couldn't sort out. We still couldn't sort out. Time to feel this. Time to feel this. Outside man, outside old club. Outside the music club. Outside the exit club, right out to you.
Oh.
Sounds like DJ Ramos upon your one sector.
Oh.
Sounds of the MC Martin for the music club. Easy Big D, easy Lewis, easy Darryl, what's our massive? Lovely, lovely sound that's sounding unique to me. Lovely, lovely sound for the Raven Posse. Hardcore are we? We love the Raven Posse.
Oh.
Hardcore are we? Time to move your body. Time to move your body, club.
Oh.
Hey, get those hands in the air right there. We're so cool, like it, like it, like it. Like it, like it. Like it, like it. Grab up somebody in the party. Grab up somebody in the party. And too much is never enough. And too much is never enough. And too much is never enough.
Oh.
Put it up and ready, up and ready, up and ready sound. Put it up and ready, up and ready. Put it up and ready, crow. Put it up and ready, up and ready. Put it up and ready, crow.
Oh.
Outside Lee, outside the Portsmouth.
Oh yeah! I sold a cup. Yes, I did.
1995, Ramos Somali keeping the vibe alive. One way to go. On a mission with the encore. Yeah, that's all the happy encore. With the SMPPY. With the SMPPY. We're gonna get to high. With the SMPPY. Cause we're gonna get to high. Time to feel the vibe. My name is Bala Jump, I got rock the Ravens over the night. My name is Bala Jump, I got rock the right. Outside. My name is Bala Jump, I got rock the Ravens over the night. My name is Bala Jump, I got rock the right. Outside. Ramos Somali sounding right. Ramos Somali sounding right. Freestyle in the place, with the beats on the bass, with the DJ Ramos puts it down, right about now. Say right about now, right about now, right about now. Say right about now, go! Time to let your body go. Time to let your body go. Time to let your body go. Time to let the whistle blow. Time to let your body go. Time to let the whistle blow.
Oh yeah.
Time to let your body go. Time to let the whistle blow. Time to let your body go. Move your body free and easy. Move your body free and easy. Move your body free and easy.
Oh.
Step away to DJ Ramos and MC Marley. Hardcore flavor. Going out to the south coast, massive inside the place for me. Rocking and rolling with the sounds of the Ramos and the Marley. Outside the Supreme, outside the Shreezer. Going out to the south coast, massive hardcore family. Outside man, an excellent birthday, shouts for you. 20 years old, you're getting on your own. We're so cool, we're so cool. We're so cool, we're so cool. I couldn't want that Jermaine, you want it, ASAP, the DJ group. Jermaine. Ramos Somali rocking and rolling. Outside Leary, let's run up on the one like Emma. Inside the slamming vinyl. Ramos Somali, weighing your brain one time. Weighing my brain. Weighing my brain now. Weighing my brain. Weighing my brain now. Weighing my brain. Go some boys, make some noise for the empty boys. We're so cool, make some noise. We're so cool, make some noise. Outside Claire, happy birthday again out to you. Turn out to the hardcore massive inside slamming vinyl. Make some noise. Ramos Somali passing through. Ramos Somali passing through. Cause we're gonna get you. Cause we're gonna get you. Ramos Somali passing through. I call you the whistle club. Where are you? Let's have ya. Get out for the whistles inside the area. Who the hardcore ravens don't want to get busy with Ramos Somali? Make some noise, boys. Time to get body wise. Time to get body wise. Time to exercise. Time to get body wise. We're feeling good, feeling fine. 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 Time to rise, time to shine. Ramos and Supreme on vinyl. Remix style. Wicked and wild. DJ Ramos, versatile. DJ Ramos, versatile. Outside Client Burn, outside New Burn, happy birthday going out to you. We're so courageous. We're so courageous. We're so courageous. Move your body free and easy. Lost in music, lost in sound. Lost in music, lost in sound. Gonna take you up, gonna take you down now. Lost in music, lost in sound. Gonna take you up, gonna take you down now. Gonna take you up, gonna take you down. Sounds of the underground. I'll send you happy birthday going out to you. Lively club. Say lively club. They're not sweets in everybody. They're not sweets in every club. Outside the Aldershot crew, the Guildford club. Outside the Southampton crew, the Portsmouth club. Where are ya? Outside the London crew, nice to see ya. And it's just for you, London. HADCORE, that is hardcore. HADCORE, that is hardcore. HADCORE, that is hardcore. We're so cool, hey. We're so cool, hey. Time to show the light. Ramos Somali is the state. Ramos, rewind and come again. Hey, show your appreciation for the DJ Ramos on your ones and two. I said show your appreciation for Ramos on the 1 and 2. Ramos rolling for the Ravens one time. For those who don't know by now, you're in tune to the sounds of the Mixmaster Supreme DJ Ramos here. Alongside the DJ Ramos, the MC Marley taking your pro. Sounds of the South Coast original hardcore pro. Sounds of the Fusion crew for making a long time. Going out to those still dancing 95. Still buzzing, still moving. Still rushing, still moving. We're still clean, don't stop playing. Still rushing, still moving. Still buzzing, still moving. We're still clean, don't stop playing. crew ASAP. Whistle crew in the place to be. Whistle crew ASAP. Whistle crew in the place to be. Yes, crew. You know the score, Remo Somali, happy hardcore. Then that's the guys back in the mood. Then that's the guys back in the mood. Back in the mood, back in the mood. Remo Somali, get your bubbling. 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 Ravens bubbling, Doncaster Ravens bubbling. Ravens bubbling, Doncaster Ravens bubbling, say. Ramos bubbling, Doncaster Ravens bubbling, say. Then that's the guys who are rushing. Then that's the guys who are rushing. Who's rushing out there? I said who's buzzing out there? Who's got that buzz now? Who's got that rush now? Who's got that buzz now? Who's got that high now? Hardcore style for the B-boy, hardcore style for the B. Hardcore style for the B-boy, hardcore style for the B. Everybody in the place. Everybody. Move your body free and easy. Move your body nice and easy. Move your body free and easy. Step over to Cookies here, Ramos and Finale. Move your body free and easy. Whistle crew in the place to be. Come, everybody, come rush with me. Say, come rush with me. Put up the Ravens, I'll sing. 1995, hardcore are we? 1995, hardcore are we? Ramos the Supreme with a new release. Love, unity, and peace. Ramos the Supreme new release. Once again, quality sound on vinyl. Hardcore style for the big one, hardcore style for the big. Hardcore style for the big one, hardcore style for the big. Ramos somebody can rock steady. Ramos Somali side by side. Time after time. Ramos Somali blow your mind. Time after time. Ramos Somali. Mr. Chris time to bring the vibe. Ramos the Supreme Knuckle Smack. Sounds like DJ Ramos live and direct. Outside Bobby, outside the Eastern crowd. Where's the noise for Ramos Somali idea? Absolutely hardcore. Absolutely hardcore. Absolutely hardcore. That's the Ravens that know the score. 1995. Girls and boys, make some noise for the Exit Boys. Girls and boys, make some noise for the Exit Boys. Passing through your town. Outside the River Station regulars. Big shout out to you. Move your body free and easy. Ramos Somali got you lively. 95 Hardcore Fever. 95 Hardcore Fever. Jump up, spread out. Jump up, spread out. Jump up, spread out. Jump up, spread out, cuz. Jump up, spread out. Jump up, spread out. Jump around, jump around. Ravens in the house, just relaxing. Ravens in the house, just relaxing. And mix it up, that boy. Who wants the idea? We love it now. We love it now, girl. We love it now, girl. Mix it down now. Mix it down now. Take me down now. Mix it down now. those who don't know, get to know Rebel Somali in the house now. 100% hardcore. 1995, still alive. Jump up and dance, Raven Club. Come on. Jump up and dance, hardcore club. Come on. Come on. Time to build this. Time to build this. Nice and happy. Nice and happy now. Nice and happy. Nice and happy now. Get out to the big thing. Cause we be bubbling you. Cause we be bubbling you. Cause we be bubbling you, crow. Okay, crew, show your appreciation out there. Show your appreciation for the man that Ramos in the house. Hey. Right, listen up. Ramos on the MC Mali, so get into it. Last one for Ramos Somali in the house. Happens to be Ramos and Supreme's new tune on vinyl. Ramos and Supreme on vinyl. One more time for the Ramos in the morning. Make some noise, boys. Last one for Ramos Somali in the house. Ramos and Supreme on vinyl. You better believe. All the ravens out there, show your appreciation one time. All the hardcore massive, make some noise one time. All the hardcore family, it's your time. Remember Ramos Somali 1995. Yes, Crow, yes, Crow. Yes, Crow, yes, Crow. Ramos Somali passing through once again. Move your body, free and easy. Ramos Somali, the place to be. All those rushing out of control, get ready. All those with a whistle, get ready. Whistle crew, whistle crew. How y'all feel out there? Here we go. Right, max respect going out to the one and the Billy Bunter. Right about now, you're tuned to the sound of the DJ Vinyl Groove. I don't know, so we're gonna wake up here inside. So what I'm about to do, that the freestyle inside. Listen out, skip going. Listen, are you with me? That's what I'm about. These are the big things, right? These are the one I remember. Kind of music. Play back and catch the road so tight. Is there anyone out there? Reach up as we just applause the mic. Wanna give the HAP away? How many whistle? How many whistle? How many whistle? How many whistle? Whistle the mic, get busy. These are coming about what shit is right. Yes! What is out to the thing now, the wickedness? The madness. Oh, what's the name? What is out to the bottom? What's the name? Remember, y'all have to run in the car. Happy birthday. What else? let's be back to football first. One big hardcore family, don't forget the peace and love and unity. While you're in a full-style section, please. We're back around the party. We're the spot the face for the funk, the face ain't happy for us. This is the one in the lake. What's up? Easy up the message. What's up? What is that little rock roller? Up the bass. Easy one and ever. Who's putting it up there? Reaching up, reaching up on the message. And that's the people that been happy. I'm to the weekend. I'm the DJ Mr. K. These are the one on the Sarasota. Hold tight. I thought the no festival performance was easy. What's up, boy? What is there on a rough rider? We'll click on the result of that to this what makes it different. Is there anyone out there? Who is it up with the one that was inside this way? Who is it up the fight? Hop in a bit, 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 bass. Here comes time to sit down. Reach out back for the Russian flavor. Get a few to the quarter ready. I'm doing the wicked. I see the dance is falling away. Sounds of one of you can fight it. Sounds of the final. Oh my gosh. That's what it bring on a baby pressure. Reaching up for the sexy ladies inside. For those in the house of the whistle don't know, the whistle don't be shy. What the sound of the final Kufa. Rider. What up for the sniper? We fight like a viper. We're gonna get you. We're gonna get you. You guys got to talk they got to put the clap for Yep. For those who know this one, get busy. Right up to wake up, below the wake up club, the reaching out DJ the one. Get ready to go crazy. Do the dancing, do the dancing. We do the rock and we still feel it. hands to the drum and guys on the run. I just want to roll with a miracle face. I just swing your hands inside the egg. That's another body gonna freestyle like an African. 95 deep here. I would bring up the Star Wars. I'm not a new creation of the Minor Cooper. Right up. That's what it's King One Shot and Sting on it up one break. We know this the way down, split the eyes to fan sides. Then he takes the paradise. With the sound of the Minor Cooper, the place not moving. Let's say just scratching the Minor Cooper. We know what to fight for. Reaching out to each and every way. I would slide. What a DJ with a wickedness. The battle's the best. Remember that anthem. Yes. Set it up for those stoppers to ride it. Now with a smooth operator. for me one time. Boys on the love it have to say the air. What is this one out you got excited? Sounds of the body will get excited area. Check it from me one time. I do it for the top for the ones that left here. With a hot new snapper. Everybody flexes and put it in a maxi. Wicked operator. How you put it out there? Reach up eyes, we kiss the front of life. Reaching out to the coffee cup. Easy straight to Rachel and Sammy, Asia Stephen. And all enough fans inside this way. Here we go. That's when it's come back to a little rough. Down to the people in Buster. And that's a race back on up to the Woodland on the horse inside. That's what's breaking out to the Woodland. Let me hear you. That's a little legend. We're not going to sell it on my people. Down, 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 round the Google baseline. Wish you could feel it time. I That's when it's like bigger, get your suit to get ready. And you know this one. We're reaching out for each and every Slam Mania message. Are you feeling happy? And you know, so wake up, close line of vital. Trying to get busy inside. We're inviting people in a cruise down the side. And on the way back to the weekend to get busy. Don't come connect with the kind of group. Reach up, by reaching out live for the raven, Russian flavor. But I choose to record the raven, absolutely wicked. Sound for the man never join the house. Sound for the barnacle in a free state. Each of them smashing up by the roofer. Wicked operator. Boys on the press, listen to the party crew. Boys on the noise, it's massive. Reaching out, reaching everyone. Watching it come as a fun. That's what's wrong with school with my group. Ain't no to wake up call to the mission. Boys and irons inside there. Yeah. Always throw that like atmosphere. With the bass of the drum, he's not trying to run. Rock on. As we come down with a head hunter, the original gangster boogie. What is head there? I'm going to fuck this work up the juice. Right after those with the stamina. That's where exercise your mind. Pulling up the pressure one and only. Right, we come up to the last 15 minutes. We got a couple of tracks left to go. Who's ready to party out there? So the last 15 minutes to go, so get ready. That's how we're having a party. Let's get a ball on with the final. Whistling, pass it up. Whistling, are you with me? Listen out to the hype roller. Reaching out to each and every one. Reaching out to the dogs I'm messing inside the place. Everybody gets a visit. Come up the trademark for the final grouper.
Ready to go. 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 Ready to go.
Right now, we got the full groupers. But I was a bit of HFP. My chair! You lot, how you feeling? You lot are absolutely mental. It's 5 minutes and you're all still here. You lot are wicked. Yeah, some noise in the place for yourselves. From me and the whole of Slamming Vinyl, everyone tonight, you have been absolutely fantastic. Many thanks. This is the last record. Are you ready for the ride for the last record? Can you handle the pressure? Noise in the place for the last record. You lot are wicked. Drop it. Jump up time, last record. This is the one. This is the ride. Yeah, come alive. Come to the beat, come to the beat, come to the half. Come alive. Oh God. Is this a dream? Is this a dream? Reach up. Hi, I'm gonna be down. See me down. I know gonna be down. When I'm on my come we flow. When I'm on my come we just alright. Let's go. Ready, James, we're gonna fly. Keep on rocking. You're not keeping the fire burning. Yeah. Oh, hands in the air. Reach for the sky. Noise in the place. Oh my God. Yeah. Reach up. Oh yeah. Respect. That's really mental. Everybody runs. Yeah. The mission is your decision. Yeah, look at me. Missionary man, the red light of my slammer. Come to me, doctor. Oh God. The mission, your decision. Yeah. Fire. Take it to the fire. yeah! Hands in the air, rejoice together! You lot are the hardcore! You're the hardcore! Talk to me, talk to me! Go, go, get it down! Jump up! Rip it! Talk to me, talk to me! You ready for the ride? Shine on! Shine on! This is a dream, reach out! This is a dream! Jump up, to the right! To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right! To the right! Yeah, everybody, look. To the right now! Beats like this! Listen! Listen to the beat of the drums! And then fire in a place, having some fun! Oh yeah! Life is for having fun! Plan! Mission! Your decision! Wicked reach out! To that! Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me! Oh God! Oh wicked! Jump up, John! Come on!
Alexander Armstrong, and a very warm welcome to Pointless Celebrities, the show where obvious answers mean nothing and obscure answers mean everything. Let's meet this evening's players. And couple number one.
I'm Sean Fletcher. I'm a presenter on programmes like Good Morning Britain and Countryfile.
I'm Maureen Bade. I'm a broadcaster and an author.
Couple number two.
I'm Ivo Graham. I'm a stand-up comedian and future Pointless co-host.
And I'm Maher Shah. I'm also a stand-up comedian, and I'm just hoping they'll ask me to be on the survey team next time or something.
Couple number three.
I'm Karen Malone. I'm a journalist, I'm a broadcaster and an author.
I'm Jane Moore, and I'm exactly the same as her. Or something?
No, I don't actually have a wife. She went.
She went.
My best friend said I was too possessive, that I ought to let her expand. She shot off like a band of elastic and expanded from my flat.
That's the fun.
Here's a man who was one of the richest people in Britain, who was missing after many years of seedy behaviour.
He was addicted to women.
He was smitten with her. They conspired to kill the Earl.
Lust, drugs and murder, a very British sex scandal, begins with the Earl and the Escort, Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5. We're back on air. Simba Hybrid Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
One of the earliest memories I have of Nigeria is the music of Fela Kuti in the 1970s, whose jazz-inspired Afrobeats music took Africa and much of the world by storm.
It's wonderful. I only took my shirt off in the 70s for medical examinations.
Born in 1936, Fela saw Nigeria, full of hope, break free of British rule in 1960, but then witnessed its descent into a brutal military dictatorship, something he would protest about. Combining music and politicalism, Fela became a hero of the Nigerian people, one public figure they could believe in. I'm meeting his daughter, Yeni Kuti, at the replica of his concert venue, the Africa Shrine.
We built this as a memorial to my father. The original shrine, was that his idea? What was it meant to be? A place where he could
to perform. It was African heritage and a place of worship for him.
Is it? I mean, the idea here is that it's open all the time.
Yes, it's open 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
People just come in and have a drink.
Yeah. Something about being up on stage. You must know that.
Yes, I used to perform
with him. Yeah.
And it was a wonderful. I loved the stage.
I mean, what sort of performer was he on stage?
He was an all-rounder. All round. He was a great dancer, even though I never told him that when he was alive. I always said, go on, you can dance.
Fela was also renowned for his personal life, once marrying 27 women in a single day. Sadly, he developed AIDS and died in 1997.
My father didn't really believe in AIDS.
Okay, all right.
So after he got ill, we decided to try and pass the message to people like, it's real. I mean, right up till today, a lot of people don't believe that that's what killed my father. We think we're lying.
Yeah.
Why would you lie about that?
Fella was fearless in his outspoken criticism of the self-serving military dictators, who he believed did nothing to help the people.
The politics are very, very important for your father.
It was just wanting his country to be good. He wanted his people to have a good life. You know, so that's why he didn't understand our leaders.
The military and the government, how did they react to him? I know that he was quite badly beaten one time, wasn't he?
Mm.
You
Many
remember?
times, not once, many times. He used to beat him.
Yeah.
Beat him very well, throw him in jail. You know, they used to beat him seriously.
Since his death, Nigeria's problems have only grown, and arguably nobody has really replaced Fela Kuti.
What do you think Fela would have felt about the situation in Nigeria now?
If Fela had been alive, as Nigeria has digressed, I mean, what's the word? Retrogressed, he would probably die.
Frustration?
Frustration, heartbreak, everything. Not only are we in reverse, we have turned around and we are running backwards, but you're going the wrong way. That's what Nigeria is doing. It's so frustrating. I get passionate when I'm talking about Nigeria. I'm frustrated.
I can tell you're feeling his frustration.
I am feeling his frustration. Maybe if you have a woman president, female, maybe we'll have a better country.
Well, there's more people like you around. I mean, you're terrifying. How did you get on the country?
It's been a long day, so a member of our crew, Lola, decides to introduce me to a famous Nigerian street food.
I've had a lot of rice and chicken. Is there any alternatives? Something I haven't eaten yet,
Since it's nighttime, we
Yes.
have to have suya.
which is
Street meat. It's just beef with spices. So yeah, it's just seasoned meat.
suya.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
I think I'm gonna be a very bad Nigerian right now and say I don't think it means suya, so it's just meat.
Just the meat. That's very British. Want to know what everything means. Just to eat it.
Yeah.
Nigerian would say just to eat it.
Just eat it. Ooh, since it's nighttime, usually Nigerians will have this and like beer or something.
Oh wow!
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I'm gonna try
So
that. Can I dip it in there?
yeah, that's extra suya season, and you put it in.
Very good.
Mm.
I like it. It's a bit crusty anyway, and it's got quite a bit spicy.
Mm-hmm. And then it's the smokiness of it as well. It's really good.
Wow.
Shall we grab a beer with this?
Yes, definitely. I need something to wash it down with.
Yeah.
Early the next morning, it's time for us to pack our bags and leave Lagos.
I've been in Nigeria a few days now, still trying to take it all in. The main impression is just loud voices, much laughter, reserved Englishmen like myself. You know, arriving in Lagos is like having 3,000 boats put through you. The just enhanced energy of the place. And there's a feeling amongst the people that they're very welcoming to us, but you can tell that things aren't working perhaps as well as they should work. But as I say, the whole feeling about it at the moment is really what traveling for me is about. It's enhancing your own feelings about the world and the globe and what you see and where people are.
Soon we're back at Lagos Airport, so we can fly north. This is the part of the trip I've been looking forward to the most. The north of Nigeria is less well known than Lagos, which for me makes it even more interesting. I'm flying to Kano, the main city in the north of Nigeria, a place often associated with the Islamic terrorist group Boko Haram. After spending a couple of days in Kano, we will embark on a 2-week road trip through the center of Nigeria, along the country's notoriously bad roads. On board, I noticed the distinctive hula caps that are worn around this part of Africa. And the dusty landscape I see as we land makes me realise this is a very different part of Nigeria.
Kano, this is Kano, I think it's pronounced. But Kano is so utterly different to where we come from. It's only about an hour and a half away, but this is the Muslim north of Nigeria, so you can tell that straight away. There's a slightly more restrained, quiet feel to the place, not quite so much shouting. It does seem, much more sort of, I hate to say it, orderly.
There is another difference.
The thing about Kano in the north, of course, is that the security situation is much more difficult. This is where there have been real problems in the northern part of the country on the borders of Niger. So, although it looks very pleasant and nice and relaxed, we are going to have, I think, at least 2 police cars with us. So, there's a little element of risk.
On the way to our hotel, the flashing lights of our security guards do little to settle my nerves. When we first started planning this trip, our security team told us the north was off limits. But now, we're here.
Relaxing nights in. Simba Mattresses, sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
I love that just wash freshness. A light scent that's like a soft whisper, but I need it to last through my day. That's why I love Silk Tree Blossom and Jasmine. It's the scent in Fairy's new Dream Team. Pods, softener, and matching scent boosters. It's so soft on my sensitive skin and gives whispers of freshness. Right till the last hug of the day. Try the new Fairy Dream Team for mild freshness that lasts. Always keep out of reach of children.
With the biggest range of cars to buy entirely online, it's no wonder everyone's cinching it. Alf cinched it. Becky cinched it with a 14-day money-back guarantee. I cinched it. Supposed to pay debt. Even my mum cinched a quality motor.
You know you're everywhere.
Chris and Sue cinched it with no surprise fees.
Everything was covered.
There's so many great reasons to buy it. The nation aren't just nailing it, they're cinching it.
I'm very excited to be working with JD Williams on our shared mission to make women more confident with their fashion. We're going to explore what does it mean to be midlife.
I don't have to compromise. I feel more empowered to make decisions that serve me. They look sexy on, but when I take it off, there's a lot more room for you to have. Look at this. I feel like I'm home.
I'm going to dress you for your show.
£20 off your first credit order of over 80 pounds. Representative 44.9% APR.
Slight problem. Sierra, Nathan, Oliver Walker.
Let me fix it. We are Walkers. Walkers.
Okay.
That's empty. We don't need that. Finally! Please come down.
So, we formed the running group in Jam, a team bonding experience. Julia's idea.
What about Baby Got Trapped?
Been a few months now. Junior's working on her endurance in Portugal. Colin smashed his 5K, and I bought a new couch.
Oh yeah, keep it going. Do it with me. It right never stops.
It has for me. Surely sending all this is costing her a fortune.
Actually, it isn't. With Tesco Mobile, Gina has no EU roaming fees this year.
Nice. I'd like some of that.
Sure. But first, let me tell you how to meet that girl.
Checking out her new shopping haul. Got a party new outfit and all.
Oh, Chucky milkshake. That stain's going to be a nightmare.
But it's okay.
Mum's got new Bold Platinum with extra stain removal. On cold, of course. It's a cherry blossom and rose water and live scrub again. Now she's off out with her friends. She's living her best life again. New Bold Platinum with extra stain removal. Always keep away from children.
Don't worry, old boy. She's going to be fine.
Going the extra mile. Bringing families together. The new series of the Yorkshire Vet starts Tuesday at 8 on Channel 5 and My5.
Welcome back. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
The city and state of Kano dates back over 1,000 years and has long been one of the most important cities among the Hausa people who dominate this part of Africa. The city's mosques are a reminder that Islam has been the dominant religion here for over 500 years, with Kano being one of 12 states in Nigeria under Sharia law. This is the royal palace of the Emir of Kano, the region's traditional Islamic leader. After long negotiations, I've arrived for a meeting with His Highness. And there seems to be a lot of activity.
It's what an amazing setup, because every year in May and June they have a Durbar here, which is again you get all the royal people come, the Emir steps out, they have a parade, they have horsemanship and all sorts of things. It's a big event. But of course we come at the wrong time of year. But for some reason it seems as though they've laid one on for us. And yeah, I'm not quite sure where they're all going and what we're going to see, but it's obviously a very spectacular mix of tradition, religion or tradition in. So, I mean, there's a lot to see, a lot to try and make sense of.
A steady stream of elaborately dressed guests and their horses continue to arrive, all in our honour. And then things start to get even more interesting. The Durbar is a celebration of Kano's history and traditions, including its love of horses.
Alligator pointing at me, all the drumming. It's taped up, so it's not going to bite me. Oh, he is going to bite me.
The members of the Durbar committee are inside.
Yeah.
They are waiting to receive you inside.
Oh, that's very nice. We have to go and see them, right?
Yes. Just as I'm getting into the spirit of the Durbar, I'm called away for an audience with the Emir of Kano. After some inevitable confusion,
okay, Bill, we enter.
I'm led into a rather dazzling stateroom to meet His Highness, followed by a large number of impressively dressed members of the Emir's court.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good to see you. Thank you so much.
These traditional rulers were once all-powerful, but in recent years the Nigerian government has stripped them of many of their powers.
What is your role as an Emir amongst the people here?
Well, dating back to history again, political leaders, they come and go, but traditional rulers are there forever. We are like, I would call it advisory role to the government. But to the people generally, they still look at us as their leaders.
I know that there have been problems up in northern Nigeria, and that's, people talk about that. If you say you're going to Nigeria, be very careful going up north. Are there still difficult problems here with people like him?
I'm happy you are a journalist and not an ordinary journalist. Maybe other journalists will just sit down at one end and write a story of another end. But you are here. And I believe one of the benefits we'll have is when you go back, you tell people what you see in Kano. It's not the violence, it's not the fights, it's not the terrorism. Yes, it exists, but to such a level. And I believe the government is trying its possible best to see that things are getting better.
The Emir accompanies me back to the Durbar, where things were in full swing. And the alligator seems to have become the star of the show. The parade spills out into the streets and shows no sign of letting up.
This is a small Durbar. I've never seen anything like this. I really haven't.
It's hard to believe I've only been in Nigeria for 5 days. This isn't a gentle country, but it's an invigorating place to be in. I find myself feeling both excited and apprehensive about what lies ahead. Next time,
When the blow strikes, it's pretty hard.
I start my 800-mile road trip
One ticket to Abuja, please.
across Nigeria.
Hold on tight.
Meet one of the schoolgirls kidnapped in the terrifying Boko Haram raid.
I wish I have power to free myself from their hands.
Experience the natural wonders of Nigeria.
This is one of the most immense rocks I've ever seen.
And see a very different side
Look at this.
of this amazing country.
England, I think I was probably a dream. No, it's the real thing.
Catch all that new Tuesday at 9. From its buzzing streets to its darker past, Michael Portillo's exploring the vibrant city of Prague on a long weekend, brand new Friday at 9. And tonight, what scandalous surprises were found in Queen Victoria's diaries? Secrets of the royal palaces reveals all. New next.
Growing Pains is back. Join me and my celebrity guests as we dig up our most embarrassing teenage moments.
I was a nerd because I had to wear those nerdy glasses. And then I got called Nanny McPhee.
I put so many things on, I couldn't live my neck. What was the one thing you wanted as a kid and you never had? Love of my parents. What was a young acting child really obsessive about? I really loved kebabs. That's it. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with Jordan. This blasphemy past is my ex-boyfriend.
You're the best girlfriend ever.
Then why would you just break up with me at the prom?
I just become a high school quarterback. I love that this is happening now.
Brand new Rod Gilbert's Growing Pains starts Monday at 9 on Comedy Central.
Hi. I've got about the room. That's gorgeous. Shal, this is my husband, Nick. Shal's taking the spare room. I know it's not easy having someone in the house that you don't know. It's my daughter, Alice. You're an artist, Alice. You really have something. You two have got a pretty pally. Shal's cool, isn't she? I like her too. Nick had an affair. Hope you made him crawl.
Sean gave you this.
She found it on the kitchen floor.
No, it was in the safe.
He's not the man you think he is, Jessica. What do you mean? I've seen the way you've looked at me.
I think you got this, eh?
There is nothing more important than you.
You see what she's doing? She's wedged herself between me and you and us. You're trying to get into our heads, Stanley. The woman is insane. We'll see who believes you.
That's what they always say. See who believes you.
Brand new 4-part drama, The Cuckoo. Stream the full series now on My5.
Hello. That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Don't worry, old boy. She's going to be fine.
Going the extra mile. Bringing families together. The new series of the Yorkshire Vet starts Tuesday at 8 on Channel 5 and My5.
After a troubled few months, what's next for the monarchy? 100 Days That Rock the Royals is brand new at 9. First exposing the scandalous revelations of a queen, it's brand new secrets of the royal palaces.
It's time to get comfortable. Simba Hybrid Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Britain's royal palaces are enduring symbols of our past.
It's got more history than you can shake a stick at.
Stunning pieces of architecture.
If Henry VIII says, I want 4 acres of fabulousness, who's going to say no?
And packed to the rafters with secrets.
Palaces are magnets for all sorts of scandal and intrigue.
In this series, we sneak inside Britain's amazing royal homes to discover their hidden wonders.
I'm heading for one of the most spectacular and costly parts of the palace.
Uncover their mysterious treasures.
The whole piece is estimated to be worth £10 million. And yet, we didn't know about it.
And reveal their astonishing secret history.
How shocking is that? That the British king was killed in his own bed, in secret, in his own palace.
These are the extraordinary secrets of the royal palaces. This time, we reveal the secrets of Queen Victoria's palaces as we explore the seaside hideaway designed for the Queen by her beloved prince.
The one thing that Oswald did present Albert with early on was a chance to express himself, his vision.
The diaries, hidden away in Windsor's Round Tower, could expose Victoria's true nature.
What you get from her insights are that she was a passionate woman. She enjoyed sex.
The trip from the palace that almost proved fatal.
And he fires with both guns. It's uproar! It's hysteria! The Queen's been shot at!
And we reveal how in death Victoria transformed the capital's regal centre.
Here was a legacy that was established through a remodelling of central London and show how profound and significant Victoria's reign was.
But first, to where it all began. Kensington of the baby Victoria in 1819.
Just over 200 years ago, Queen Victoria was born in this lovely room. Her parents, the Duke and Duchess of Kent, had come from Germany to England, where they were offered a suite of apartments in Kensington Palace. The Duke set the room up with white curtains, white cambric on a bed, and on the 24th of May, 1819, Victoria was born in a bed much like this one and set in a crib rather like that one.
But behind this charming nursery scene was a secret story of frenzied baby making across the palaces of Europe.
The baby race began when George IV's heir, his daughter, died in childbirth along with her stillborn son. Thus, in one remove, taking away 2 generations of heirs to the British throne.
So you have a crisis. You have no heir to the throne. It's a crazy situation. George III and Charlotte have 15 children, 12 of whom are adults, and not one of whom has delivered an heir. Now that means all these old, unattractive dukes who've been getting away with all sorts of mistresses right across the continent and beyond suddenly have to pull themselves together and try and procreate, literally, for king and country.
The most potent duke proved to be the Duke of Kent, then living in Germany. He and his pregnant wife rushed back to Blighty for the birth, and Princess Victoria was born at Kensington in 1819, the first legitimate royal of her generation. She spent her childhood in the palace, later recalling it in her diaries as a gloomy prison, its sad shabbiness seemingly a result of her father's heavy debts. But newly discovered evidence paints a different picture.
Secrets in the archives reveal that despite being broke, the Duke had a weakness for luxurious and up-to-date interior design. So when the Kents arrived at Kensington, he splashed the £2,000 that he'd borrowed, which is more than £120,000 today, on carpets and curtains and upholstery and furniture, because only the best would do.
And Victoria gave a misleading impression of more than just the furnishings.
Victoria spent nearly 20 years writing in her diary, bemoaning what a lonely, unhappy, friendless childhood she had. Of course, this was not true at all. For one thing, she had a half-brother and half-sister who grew up with her in Kensington Palace. For another, she had a doting and loving mother who did her very best to surround her with the sort of things she wanted to do.
It all begs the question, why would Victoria later pretend to have such a miserable upbringing?
Victoria felt the need to create this narrative, and when she married Albert, it was like a new chapter in her life. So by painting that chapter as a glorious new beginning meant that she had to paint her childhood as this horrendous, love-starved period of her life. It was part of Victoria being melodramatic.
On the 20th of June, 1837, at the age of 18, Victoria was told that her uncle had died and that she was now queen. And one of her first acts as queen was to make her new home Buckingham Palace, condemning Kensington to the past. In 1840, the young queen married her cousin Prince Albert in the Chapel Royal at St. James's Palace. It was the start of a lifelong love affair for them both. But the young couple's marital bliss was very nearly cut short.
This is Hyde Park, just about a mile from Buckingham Palace, and it was one of Albert and Victoria's favourite places to spend their leisure time. In the evenings, they drive up from Buckingham Palace, up Constitution Hill, wave at all their adoring crowds, and then come to the park to take the air with a lady-in-waiting or the Prime Minister. One summer evening in June 1840, it was going to be a completely different ride, and in fact, Victoria was to be brought to the brink of catastrophe. Little did Victoria know that behind a tree was hiding one Edward Oxford, a would-be assassin with 2 guns. He was an angry young man. He thought he was part of an army, the Young England, and he was determined to shoot Victoria. So he hid behind the tree and waited. 6 p.m, Victoria comes out of the palace in the carriage, surrounded by all these cheering crowds. Edward sees her, takes aim, and he fires with both guns. It's uproar, it's hysteria. The Queen's been shot at. Victoria's carriage sets off at high speed into the distance to save the Queen. Victoria is told to stay put. The authorities are terrified. Edward Oxford has been arrested, but there's still been more assassination attempts. Victoria refuses. She's not going to hide away, going to be out there with her people. So what she decides to do is drive out again, show herself to the people, and she refuses all the types of ideas that the authorities have. Covered over carriages, they even suggest a bulletproof parasol that she gets to bang off the bullets with. She says no. She wants to show herself off to the people, not be afraid. There's this real soaring of popularity for Victoria. Everyone loves her. They say she could have been killed. Thank goodness we have her. Because actually, Victoria is shot at 6 more times throughout her reign. But really, they did her a huge favour. Every time she was shot at, people fell in love with Victoria all over again. The Queen shooters gave Victoria a huge amount of popularity. They proved she was indestructible.
Coming up, the secluded seaside palace where Prince Albert pointed the way to the future.
You name it, he was pushing the envelope in terms of technology.
Victoria's secrets revealed in Windsor's Round Tower.
In her lifetime, she probably wrote over 60 million words.
And we discover Victoria's palace guest who was forbidden to go home.
It was Britain who took him from Ethiopia and then condemned him for life of misery in Britain itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, our killer is none other than Head and Shoulders. I didn't know you had dandruff. I don't.
You don't have dandruff with Head and Shoulders. Now delivers double the protective ingredient.
We don't.
To wash away dandruff and prevent it coming back. Up to 100% dandruff protection. Clinically proven.
At Sainsbury's, get lower prices on thousands of items with Nectar, like Cadbury chocolate fingers for only £1 or a Fritto for just 10p.
Did you know most multivitamins don't contain omega-3, an essential nutrient which your body can't produce from scratch? Try 7C's omega-3 and multivitamins for comprehensive support. The unique formulation includes the UK's #1 omega-3 to support your brain and heart, and a multivitamin tablet containing 22 essential vitamins and minerals, including those to support your energy and immune system. For comprehensive support, try 7C's omega-3 and multivitamins. This has been Medifax for 7C's.
The future of money is exchanging currencies up to 10 times cheaper than well-known high street banks. All eyes on Revolut. Download the app today and see why over 8 million others in the UK have too.
Still no taxi. Guys, the ride's here. Frank. Hey. Hey, Cinnamon Ride.
We do things differently on the mountain, like never serving our beer until the mountains turn blue. Coors, keep it fresh.
Whether you're relaxing after a long day or prepping for that all-important meeting, rest easy at over 800 locations. Book the best rates at PremierInn.com.
We're leaving now!
Be good! We will! We've got Wi-Fi! I'm Agnes, and this is a Box of Shame podcast. Where's the little?
Whoa! Seriously? It's been 15 seconds!
What about fun? Enjoy a full house, fully connected. Get Sky Broadband with speed and Wi-Fi guaranteed or money back.
Yes, this is me, my life, every day. You're hormonal. Who's hormonal? We're all hormonal. That's normal. It's time to change the way we think about our hormones and learn how to work together with them. So we're united in our quiet days, high days, what's happening to me days, full of the wonders of life days. Because when we understand our rhythm, we can own every day of the month.
At Holland & Barrett, we've trained over 600 women's health coaches to support you. Talk to us today.
Introducing new Corsidil Active Gum Repair. If you spit blood when you brush, it could be the start of a domino effect to worse. New Corsidil Active Gum Repair actively helps repair gums from 1 week. New Corsidil Active Gum Repair. Windsor Castle, a breathtaking landmark as famous as the royals that have called it home.
This is magnificent.
But what has actually gone on behind these castle walls?
Welcome to Windsor, one of the most extraordinary castles in the world.
Inside Windsor Castle starts next Saturday at 8:50 on Channel 5 and My5. We're back on air. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Queen Victoria was the first monarch to use Buckingham Palace as a royal family home. But like many royals, she liked to get away from the spotlight too. Which is why, just after her marriage in 1840, she and Prince Albert went house, or rather palace hunting, for a retreat with a dose of bracing sea air.
Victoria and Albert needed an escape that was away from London, but still within a day's reach. A place where their children could play and where they themselves could have a relationship with nature and commune with the beautiful surroundings.
They stumbled upon a wonderful location on the Isle of Wight, and here they built their dream home.
In 1845, Queen Victoria and Prince Albert found the perfect site for a palace removed from the stir of London. It was an old square house set by the seaside on the Isle of Wight. It was too small for their needs, so they transformed it into this, Osborne, a multi-towered Italianate vision by the sea.
Having bought the 2,000-acre estate for £28,000, Victoria gave Albert free rein to design and build his perfect palace.
The one thing that Osborne House did present Albert with early on in the reign was a chance to express himself, his vision.
In the 1840s, people were building in all kinds of styles. If you wanted a new royal palace, you could choose something like an old-fashioned castle, or maybe the Gothic style like the Palace of Westminster. But Victoria and Albert had Central European sensibilities, where there was a rising fashion for the Italian Renaissance. Just the situation of Osborne reminded Albert, Victoria called the creator, of his travels to the Bay of Naples. And he and his builder, Thomas Cubbett, produced this vision with two towers to look out toward the sea.
Between 1845 and 1851, Albert created a house fit for his queen. And that included a very 21st century consideration, because Albert knew his wife would need to work from home. So he made sure that Osborne House included a tailor-made office space.
This is Victoria and Albert's sitting room, where they would work at their desks through correspondence brought in from London. The two desks look equal for the Queen and her consort, working side by side. Underneath, you can see buttons there with wardrobe and page that Victoria could pull to get assistance. They were similar on Albert's desk, but now they've gone. But while we're here, there's a secret little detail that's worth pointing out. Albert's desk is slightly higher than Victoria's to accommodate his longer legs. It's a nice personal touch.
The different sized desks are far from the only innovation Albert introduced to Osborne, as we'll discover later.
You name it, he was pushing the envelope in terms of technology.
Osborne House was just one of the many elements of her marriage that Victoria waxed lyrical about in the thousands of diary entries she produced in her lifetime, all of which are now stored in the Royal Archives, housed in Windsor Castle's Round Tower.
Queen Victoria was a voracious writer. It's extraordinary how many words she wrote a day.
Starting aged 13, the diaries run from her childhood at Kensington Palace through her entire reign.
The journals contain amazing insights into Victoria's life, into her moods, her moments of happiness and sadness, insights into her sex life. They completely contradict this image of the Queen as very remote and austere.
We start to feel a little bit more about what this Queen was about.
One of the biggest shocks they reveal is the Queen's enjoyment of her love life.
What you get from her insights are that she was a passionate woman. She enjoyed sex. She was in love with her husband and really celebrates their intimacy in her diary entries.
She described her wedding night with breathless enthusiasm.
Well, we know that their wedding night blew her young mind. She had never spent such an evening. Yes, they kissed
and they clasped again and again. And there's this real sense of them enjoying each other's sensuality. She boasts in her diary, "We didn't get much sleep." No, they were far too busy producing not a son and heir, it was a daughter who arrived 9 months later on the dot in November, called Victoria.
There are very frank expressions of desire throughout the journals. And it completely counteracts that idea we have of the Victorians as being so prudish that they would even cover up table legs or piano legs for fear that they were being too suggestive.
Victoria's diaries reveal both her enduring passion for Albert and her sheer misery when he died, aged just 42.
We know that after Albert died in 1861, she completely withdrew from public life for a decade or more. But thanks to the journals, we can now uncover all of that. They tell us a huge amount about life behind the scenes.
Prince Albert died at Windsor Castle and was buried in a specially built mausoleum at Frogmore House in Windsor Great Park. But that wasn't the only memorial Queen Victoria created in her husband's memory. A stone's throw from Kensington Palace, Victoria's childhood home, is a gleaming golden giant.
Very bright and golden and slightly gaudy.
A monument to Victoria's love for her lost husband. The Albert Memorial is Britain's Taj Mahal.
In the autumn of 1861, Prince Albert was diagnosed with typhoid and he died just a few days later. And of course, Victoria was completely devastated.
Thought soon turned to providing a suitable tribute for Albert.
Apparently, Prince Albert left instructions that there should be no memorials to him whatsoever. So Queen Victoria obviously ignored that.
This memorial would be far from humble. The Queen gave the commission to star architect of the day, George Gilbert Scott.
George Gilbert Scott was a pioneer of the neo-Gothic movement. It was a really radical period of architecture and art, looking to the medieval past, to vaults and arches, and those sorts of colours and sensations that you get inside a great cathedral.
And his vision for Albert's memorial spared no expense.
His plan was to build a sort of Gothic canopy covered in precious materials, very glittery, and it would have these enormous granite steps leading up to a massive oversized sculpture of Prince Albert.
This vision did not come cheap, and a major chunk of Scott's budget went on some serious bling.
With all the sculptures, you might see gold gilding used on the face, but to put the whole of Albert in gold, to have him completely gilded, was very extravagant and somewhat controversial, but Victoria loved it.
Everything about the memorial coming together was supposed to show Albert as cultured, as visionary. He sat there holding the plans to the 1851 Great Exhibition, which he himself helped to organise and put together.
The memorial would be surrounded by imposing sculptures, celebrating his passion for the British industrial age and the rapid expansion of empire.
On each corner, you have the 4 continents. You have Asia, Europe, America, Africa. Then you have monuments to really the things that Britain were founded upon: manufacturing, commerce, agriculture, and engineering.
One of the most interesting things I think about the memorial is actually what lies underneath. There are 868 brick arches, which look like a sort of catacomb in a honeycomb shape. It's a complete feat of engineering, and it supports this enormous set of granite steps above.
The Albert Memorial took 10 years to complete and was finally unveiled in 1872. Coming in at the eye-popping cost of £120,000, around £14 million today, paid for by the government and public fundraising.
It's a really hugely ambitious memorial. It's about a vision outwards and forwards. But I love the fact that it's also, on another level, a really intimate gesture of the deep love and the lovesickness of Victoria after Albert's death.
Still to come, we reveal the groundbreaking invention that revolutionised Queen Victoria's enjoyment of her seaside palace.
What better way to make sure that your queen can enjoy both floors of her Osborne house than by installing a lift?
We go behind the walls of Windsor to expose the royal responsible for the destruction of Victoria's personal history.
This has led to some historians calling her one of the most appalling people in history.
And the antics of Buckingham Palace that would definitely not have amused the Queen.
So, Edward VII, he was Mr. Mistress. He was known as Edward the Caresser because there were so many of them.
Here's your chance to take a country retreat in the Cotswolds, home to Royal Estates, Gatcombe Park and Highgrove. You and the guest will stay at Watley Manor Hotel and Spa for 2 nights, sharing a superior room, with daily breakfast, a Michelin-starred dinner in the dining room on one night, a dinner at Gray's restaurant on the second night, and full use of the spa facilities. It's the ideal base to get out and explore. Plus, you'll have a pair of tickets to Highgrove Gardens and £1,000 spending money. So for your chance to win, text MANOR to 65555. Text costs £2 plus 1 message at standard network rate, or call 0902 055 2255. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and phone number to Manor, PO Box 7557, Derby, DE1 0NP. Lines close at midday on the date shown on screen, and 3 working days later for postal entries. To refuse marketing texts, end SMS with STOP. Rules, winners, privacy policy and customer care at channel5.com/win.
Can Ariel take on the Wash Cold Challenge? Turn down and see. Tough stains like mud and sweat are harder to remove in a cold wash. Ariel pods are rated best on stains by Which. They dissolve fast for a brilliant clean, even on cold. And if you turn to wash colder, you could save up to 60% on your washing machine energy costs. Wash colder with Ariel, rated best on stains by Which. Always keep away from children.
Join the nation in cinching it and buy your perfect car online. It comes with a free 90-day warranty for extra peace of mind. Search Cinch and buy your next car today.
Did you know Asda price match Aldi and Lidl? Both of them. Whichever's cheaper on hundreds of your weekly essentials. Blimey, price matched, very nice. Price matched.
Asda price match hundreds of products to both Aldi and Lidl, whichever is cheaper. Asda, that's more like it.
TUI presents the Relaxing Escape. Tropical beaches, gourmet restaurants, and sunrise yoga. Your next relaxing escape sorted. TUI. Live happy. Atoll protected.
Exclusive gigs and 48-hour ticket pre-sales. Only on Priority. O2, see what you can do.
Yes, this is me. My life, every day. You're hormonal. Who's hormonal? We're all hormonal. That's normal. It's time to change the way we think about our hormones and learn how to work together with them. So we're united in our quiet days, high days, what's happening to me days, full of the wonders of life days. Because when we understand our rhythm, we can own every day of the month.
At Holland & Barrett, we've trained over 600 women's health coaches to support you. Talk to us today.
The best thing about competitive market
Here's a coffee with a pastry on the side. Before the crazy.
getting the pastry. Lattes, croissants, they're a home with the coffee and a cinnamon swirl. Oh man, I feel like a hero.
I'll take mine to go. Just make it simple. Get 25% of coffee and pastries with qualified products to compare the market.
The moment I feel my pain starting to fade, it's like I'm going back to myself. On a good day, Panadol Extra Advanced Tablets. Powerful pain relief. Panadol. Release starts here.
Here's a man who was one of the richest people in Britain, who's missing after many years of seedy behaviour.
He was addicted to women.
He was smitten with her. They conspired to kill Yearney.
Lust, drugs, and murder. A very British sex scandal begins with the Only Escort. Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My5. Relaxing nights in. Simba Hybrid Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Overlooking the Solent on the Isle of Wight lies Osborne House, Queen Victoria's family retreat. Masterminded by Prince Albert in the early years of their marriage, it was inspired by the architecture of Italy's historic Palazzo. But inside, Albert ensured Osborne was anything but backward-looking.
The Victorian period is the great era of science. You know, what man could achieve through science, they believed was almost limitless.
Albert was very interested in science and technology and engineering, and at Osborne, he had free rein to indulge himself.
Prince Albert incorporated materials and technologies into the building of Osborne that were quite unusual for their age. In a cast iron frame, he managed to conceal an underfloor heating system, which must have taken the chill off of those winter nights. In his own bathroom here, it's a mile away from the normal picture of Victorian tin baths filled by buckets brought into a room. Instead, his is plumbed in, and there are 3 natty handles there with hot, cold, and waste. It's the kind of thing you'd expect to see in a house maybe 100 years later.
Osborne was conceived as a dream retreat for Victoria and Albert. But when Albert died in 1861, the Queen sought solace there.
And she retreated to Osborne and spent many a month there, mourning in private. Osborne provided that solitude that she craved in order to get over this enormous loss.
But one way in which he could respect Albert's memory was to continue his legacy of welcoming new innovations to Osborne House, including another invention ahead of its time.
People think, I think, unfairly really, of Queen Victoria as this little sort of potato in a hood, because she became, after so many babies, 9 babies, sort of as wide as she was high. And she was pretty immobile by the end. She really didn't get out of her carriage. So what better way to make sure that your queen can enjoy both floors of her Osborne house than by installing a lift?
Osborne's lift was installed in 1893 when she was in her early 70s. And it's a fine thing. It's got a glazed ceiling and tropical hardwood paneling and a velvet padded seat over carpet. And she was wheeled in here in a wheeled chair. So while this was an innovation, it was a 19th century one. We're not yet in the 20th century, so it isn't a fully swish electrical lift yet. Her convenience of going between the ground floor here and the first floor above depended on the raw muscle power of some poor servants who used these ropes and a winch up there to pull her up and down.
As Queen Victoria grew older, she came to rely ever more on her royal household, sometimes with scandalous results. Stored in the vaults of Windsor Castle, Queen Victoria's diaries are among the most treasured palace artifacts.
In her lifetime, she probably wrote over 60 million words.
44,000 pages of the journals remain, but that represents only around a third of her writing. The rest were not lost through decay or neglect, but destroyed by Victoria's own daughter.
Princess Beatrice was Victoria's youngest daughter, and for much of her later life, she was a crutch to her mother.
Aged only 4 when her father died, Beatrice became her mother's emotional support, entrusted with editing her journals for posterity.
She spent more than 30 years transcribing the journals, and it can't have been an easy task at all.
Over the years, Victoria's failing eyesight affected her writing.
There is a photograph of her struggling to read a letter, and her handwriting, which had been very beautiful, got bigger and messier and more scrawly, and it ends up bleeding into the ever larger black edges of the morning paper.
And unfortunately for us, Princess Beatrice was very diligent.
After Beatrice transcribed her selections, she actually destroyed almost all of the journals, so she deleted far more from them than what remained.
As her mother's literary executor, the decision to destroy them was hers alone. Her nephew, George V, was appalled by what she was doing, but was powerless to stop it. The historians have wrung their hands ever since.
This has led to some historians calling her one of the most appalling people in history.
We get a sense of the sort of thing Beatrice might have been trying to cover up, because the Queen herself published some of her diaries in 1868. It was particularly passages of vicious critique or very intimate encounters that she deleted. Things like there was a wonderful little episode where Albert helped Victoria into her stockings before breakfast.
But while the remaining diaries reveal intimate moments with her husband, it was the entries about another man that seemed to concern Beatrice the most. Those journals, published in Victoria's lifetime, described a close friendship with her servant, John Brown.
The Queen's Highland Servant. That was his title.
John Brown is mentioned 21 times in the diaries, which was far, far more than most of the members of the Queen's immediate family.
At the time, it was widely rumoured that the two of them were romantically involved.
I can tell you it was intense, and both sides shared a mutual passion, a mutual devotion to each other.
One loose page of her diary, found in John Brown's brother's possession, hints at more.
She wrote, "Often I told him no one loved him more than I did. And his retort was, nor you than me. No one loves you more."
People come from all over the world to visit Britain's magnificent palaces. Windsor Castle alone gets 1.5 million visitors a year. But when Queen Victoria was on the throne, one visitor came to the castle very much against his will.
In the 1860s, the King of Ethiopia, Prince Haile, his father, he was threatened on all sides by uprisings. He begged the British Empire for help. The British Empire completely ignored him. And finally, exasperated by being ignored, the king took hostage some British people who were in Ethiopia. And at this, the British Empire saw red. They sent in thousands of soldiers who were determined to seek revenge. And met by this huge army, the king committed suicide, the soldiers looted the castle, they took all the Ethiopian treasures. The British took the Empress and the Crown Prince back to England. His mother died on the journey, and Prince Haile was adopted off into a military family, Captain Speedy, who was kind to him, but then just a few years later, he was sent off to another family. And what you see with Prince Haile is he was really treated like a public possession. He was paraded around. The prince was in this impossible position because on one side he was expected to perform the role of the perfect English gentleman, and on the other side he was expected to be the African symbol, the African prince. So it was very difficult for him to be both of these things at the same time. And on one hand they were erasing his past, and on the other hand asking him to be Ethiopia to show that Britain was so benevolent and kind and had rescued him. Instead, he lived a life of misery, of neglect, of being used as a spectacle in England, and finally died at the age of 18 of pleurisy. but I would also argue with a broken heart. Queen Victoria said how sad it was that he died alone and friendless. And that's quite an irony, considering it was Britain who took him from Ethiopia and then condemned him for life of misery in Britain itself, passing him between schools and families, saying he was an honoured guest, but really treating him like a prisoner of war. And he's buried at Windsor, which seems so wrong. Why weren't his remains sent back to Ethiopia so he could be finally at home in the place of his birth?
All of Victoria's palaces were in some way marked by empire, but at no palace was this more apparent than at Osborne House, where an extension reflected a late life obsession.
In 1890, this wing was begun to create a new state reception room. The outside of it blends with the rest of the building, but the inside is something else altogether. It's called the Durbar Room, after the Indian word for a state reception, or at least the space in which one is held. And that gives us a hint of what we'll find inside.
Victoria commissioned this room to reflect her recently acquired status as Empress of India.
The Durbar Room has the layout of a traditional medieval hall, but the fantastic interior decoration transports us to the Indian subcontinent. It was designed by John Lockwood Kipling, director of an art school in the Punjab and father of Rudyard Kipling, who wrote the Jungle Book. And he brought over from India Ram Singh, a master craftsman, who did the carving work and provided the molds for this incredible plaster ceiling. The whole effect is like a shrine to India, a place Queen Victoria never went to as Empress. Instead, she brought India to Osborne.
It took just 2 years to design and construct the entire Durbar wing. An incredible achievement, considering it took 26 craftsmen 500 hours just to carve the peacock above the central mantelpiece.
The room is magnificent for the sheer detail of intricate Indian carving, which covers just about every part of the inside of this room. It was meant to dazzle the visiting dignitaries, and large official functions were conducted there.
The Durbar Room hosted all the key politicians and dignitaries of the day. But hanging in the corridor outside the room is a portrait that reveals a secret of division within the palace walls.
This is a portrait of Abdul Karim, one of a number of Indian subjects brought over to England in 1887 by request of the Queen in the year of her Golden Jubilee. By his title Munshi, he was renowned as a teacher, and you can see that he's clutching a book showing his scholarship. And he had a particularly close relationship to Queen Victoria, something that her family weren't entirely happy about.
He comes as part of a sort of entourage from the subcontinent to show off our empire for the Golden Jubilee of 1887. And he doesn't go home, he stays. But he ends up being firmly ensconced, ultimately as the royal favourite.
Resentment towards her new favourite mirrored that towards John Brown, but with imperialist prejudice thrown in.
He became her constant companion and her confidant, who spent many an hour one-on-one with the Queen. And this created a great deal of political consternation in Osborne, but also back in London. People didn't like Abdul Karim, but Victoria would have none of it. When they tried to get rid of him, she insisted that he'd stay.
Abdul Karim and the Durbar Room were two of many reasons Victoria adored Osborne House. But above all, this was the place where she felt closest to her beloved Albert. So it came as no surprise that Victoria chose to end her days here.
Osborne House had gathered the influences from the Victorian world for its architecture and interior decoration. And it was here, at a private seaside palace, that Victoria left that world when she slipped away on the 22nd of January, 1901. And her passing marked the end of an era.
Still to come, we reveal how in death Victoria transformed the capital's regal centre.
Here was a legacy that was established through a remodelling of central London and show how profound and significant Victoria's reign was.
And how her heir apparent lowered the tone of the palace.
Bertie indulged himself with courtesans and the best ladies of the night.
Keep watching for your chance to win a 2-night break fit for royalty at Watley Manor Hotel and Spa in the Cotswolds and £1,000. To enter, text now to 65555 or call 0902 055 2255 or post your name and phone number to Manor PO Box 7557 Derby DE1 0NP. Rules, winners, privacy policy and customer care at channel5.com/win. Good luck.
Supporting your evenings, Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
When I leave my dentist, my mouth feels super clean, making me feel super confident. But the next day, it starts to fade. My dentist says it's because my manual toothbrush leaves 50% of bacterial plaque behind. So thanks to him, I discovered the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head surrounds teeth, cleaning where manual toothbrushes don't reach, for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B, brush like a pro.
Open a world of possibilities and embark on a journey of discovery. Introducing the UK Car of the Year, the fully electric Kia EV9.
Kia, movement that inspires. Yes, this is me, my life, every day. You're hormonal. Who's hormonal? We're all hormonal. That's normal. It's time to change the way we think about our hormones and learn how to work together with them. So we're united in our quiet days, high days, what's happening to me days, full of the wonders of life days. Because when we understand our rhythm, we can own every day of the month.
At Holland & Barrett, we've trained over 600 women's health coaches to support you. Talk to us today.
Have I made the right financial decisions?
Is my pension provider right for me?
Do they really have my best interests at heart?
Royal London is a mutual. We're customer owned, so we don't have any shareholders. And this year we're sharing £163 million of our profits with over 2 million eligible customers. Because when we do well, we believe you should too.
It's good to get something back.
That's Profit Share from Royal London. Proudly customer owned since 1861.
It can feel like an uphill struggle, changing things, feeling better with yourself. It can feel like just too much hard work, and it is hard work. But this time will be different. This time you'll do it. Because this time you'll have me right here with you every step of the way.
Download my app and join the thousands who have transformed their lives.
I was so afraid. Here, birth can also mean death. But the midwife drove all night. She made it. And so did my healthy little Alice.
Save the children. Lasting change starts here. Crisp cucumber, only 89p at Tesco. Ideal for when you're on salad duty. That's true value. Tesco, every little helps.
I discovered Fairy Non-Bio Platinum Gel, and it's changed my laundry game. Because with toddlers in the house, it's all stains and mess. And it's not just the kids. With gel, I can squeeze just what I need to deal with tough stains, even on a cold wash. It's more powerful on stains, and it's still so soft on sensitive skin. It's something that works for all of us. Fairy Non-Bio Platinum Gel with extra stain removal.
This year has been very challenging for the royals
It's certainly been unsettling.
and has tested them like never before.
The royal family have drawn on huge reserves of resilience.
But will that resilience be enough? 2024, 100 Days That Rocked the Royals. Tonight at 9 on Channel 5 and My5.
Welcome back. Simba Mattresses sponsor evenings on Channel 5.
Britain's royal palaces are the most famous in the world, and the most recognisable of them all is Buckingham Palace.
It's the iconic home of the royal family in modern times. It's got a balcony, it's got a mall, it's got usually the red arrows.
Throughout the world, it is known as the seat of the royal family.
It's the place where we go now to see the royals and to be seen by them.
When you approach Buckingham Palace, it's not the palace itself that's the first thing to hit you. Instead, there is an enormous marble sculpture, and it is dripping with iconography.
This is the Victoria Monument, a tribute to one of Britain's longest reigning queens, created by her son, Edward VII.
When Edward VII came to the throne in 1901, he set up a committee to consider a fitting memorial to his mother, Queen Victoria.
She'd been on the throne for so long. She'd been the only queen that many people had known. And during her reign, the most extraordinary revolutions had taken place, not only industrially, but also politically. England would dominate the world economically and territorially.
To pay tribute to his mother, Edward chose the architect as the mayor and the sculptor Thomas Brown, and they came up with this.
It's a whopper. It stands 25 meters tall and contains 2,300 tons of Italian Carrara marble. And that marble conveys a lot of symbolism.
Surrounding Victoria are also images that depict justice and truth that the architect wanted to associate with her 63-year-long reign. But the silent sculpted messages don't stop there.
Around the edge further still, in bronze, are figure groups to do with manufacture and agriculture and peace and progress. And on top of this, we have the crowning figure of victory, like the cherry on the cake. She stands gilded, holding up a wreath, telling everyone who sees this monument that the figure beneath, Queen Victoria, will be crowned with laurel for eternity. The memorial is very visible and familiar to millions of people, but here's the secret to it. It's not just those 2,300 tons of Carrara marble, and it's not just the plinth that it sat on, because the concept for it extends much further out. It encompasses everything we see here at the end of the Mall, because it is the entire forecourt to Buckingham Palace.
It represents in many ways the reach of Victoria's reign across the globe, and here was a legacy that was established through a remodelling of central London, really, which was going to endure and show how profound and significant Victoria's reign and legacy was.
Edward knew that the cost of this ambitious project would be huge, an estimated £27 million in today's money. To fund it, he lobbied Victoria's empire.
Those contributions were recognised in the designs of these gates. You can see the names of countries: South Africa, West Africa opposite, there's Canada and Australia.
But what many people don't know is that Edward's fundraising was so successful that there was a huge cash surplus that also needed to be spent.
So £60,000 was diverted into the recasing of Buckingham Palace's facade, turning what had been a dull, lacklustre design into something befitting London and its imperial status.
The palace went from this to the building we recognise today. The whole project took over 10 years and was finally completed in the autumn of 1913. And since its creation over 100 years ago, the Victoria Monument and Buckingham Palace have been the setting and focus for many royal and national celebrations. Queen Victoria worked hard throughout her reign to ensure Buckingham Palace became the monarch's HQ, a symbol of the prestige of royalty. But that celebrated reputation was brought into question when her son Bertie moved in after her death.
So, Edward VII, he was Mr. Mistress. Let's put it that way. There was mistress after mistress. He was known as Edward the Caresser because there were so many of them. And in Europe, well, that's when Bertie indulged himself with courtesans and the best ladies of the night. There is in Paris a special chair he used. It's the weirdest looking thing you can imagine. You sort of look at it thinking, how on earth did he use that? It was because by this point, he was hugely fat. So he basically used this chair for him to sit on and at least one lady beside him, probably two. They had to do all the work and he just sat there.
The Playboy Prince of Wales became king in 1901 and took up his position at the grand and sophisticated Buckingham Palace.
I think a lot of people hoped that when Bertie came to the throne, he'd stop it with all the girls and finally focus on his long-suffering wife, Queen Alexandra. But that wasn't the case. He just carried on with the mistresses, and one he particularly wouldn't let go of was Mrs. Alice Keppel. Well, certainly Alice Keppel was a very successful mistress to Edward VII. He was always devoted to her, even though there were other ladies around. And the king had a very short reign because he was pretty old and pretty ill when he came to the throne. And when he was finally dying, Alice was brought to his deathbed. I mean, unimaginable. Apparently the Queen allowed this. The deathbed of Buckingham Palace should be so dignified, so solemn. And Alice gets hysterical, shouting, "What's going to become of me? Me!" And gets hustled away because of all the hysteria. I think the biggest rebellion Edward VII could ever make against Victoria and her vision of the moral monarchy was to have his mistress at his deathbed in Buckingham Palace.
Next time, we reveal the secrets of the nation's Tudor palaces, including the last remnants of a mega palace.
Darnley Stairs is the only surviving intact space from the Tudor palace, a secret space from the age of Henry VIII.
What the Tudors served at their banquets when they wanted to impress.
What on earth is this? Why is the chicken riding a pig? It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
And we discover what a Tudor king buys when money is no object.
Today's millionaires might spend a fortune on a fast car or a boat or a plane. Henry was spending the equivalent on these tapestries.
Catch all that new next Saturday at 7:50. Uncovering the covert plan to evade the Nazis, Secret Spitfires, How Britain Won the War is brand new Friday at 8. And tonight, it's been a challenging few months for the monarchy, so how much more can they endure? 100 Days That Rock the Royals is brand new next.
Oh, fucking freezing. Oh. Oh.
Open a world of possibilities and embark on a journey of discovery.
I'll give away a load of stuff today, and I sold a cup as well.
UK Car of the Year, the fully electric Kia EV9.
Kia, movement that inspires.
TUI presents the Family Getaway.
Oh. I'll just shut the door and fucking put the heat up.
Hotels made for families, with room options, kids clubs, and quiet spaces for parents. Your next family getaway? Sorted. TUI. Live happy, all protected.
You work hard to keep your teeth white, but wait, is your toothpaste working just as hard? Oral-B 3D Whitening Restore goes beyond ordinary toothpaste to remove up to 100% of stains and protect from future stains, giving you a clinically proven whiter smile in 3 days. Oral-B, fresh like a fry. Now get whiter teeth in just one day. New Oral-B Chemical Whitening, exclusively at Boots.
Hello. That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Good luck, Dougie! Good luck, Dougie!
Good luck, Dougie!
Don't worry, old boy. She's going to be fine.
Going the extra mile, bringing families together. The new series of the Yorkshire Vet starts Tuesday at 8 on Channel 5 and My5.
What caused Esther Rantzen a run-in with the law? When TV goes horribly wrong is at 10:30. Brand new first, examining a challenge in 2024 for the monarchy. It's 100 days that rock the royals.
King Charles has been diagnosed with cancer and will be stepping back from public-facing duties.
Breaking news to bring you now. Catherine, the Princess of Wales, has announced she has cancer.
The first 100 days of 2024 have been devastating for the monarchy.
We saw the royal family hit by crisis after crisis.
The King and the Princess battling cancer.
I've been most deeply touched by your wonderfully kind and thoughtful good wishes.
The cracks and the weaknesses have been exposed because you've got two key members of the family down.
A stricken prince torn between family and duty.
William, understandably, is going through an incredibly difficult time with all of this as well.
The fact that William lost his mother as a child will have had a considerable impact on the way he chose to handle his wife's serious medical condition.
And old fractures resurfaced.
That Memorial Day was an absolute disaster.
Neither brother even referenced the other one.
How bad are things between them?
With a depleted monarchy, the House of Windsor is navigating uncharted waters.
It's been a storm, it's been unprecedented and unsettling and destabilizing.
Dealing with family tragedies. Under intense public scrutiny.
We have to remember there is a woman, a mother, a wife behind all of this. It's been really tough for her.
100 days to their core. Will they ever be the same again?
How much more can this family take?
On Friday the 22nd of March, from the gardens of Windsor, the Princess of Wales sent a thunderbolt that shook the world.
It was a message unlike any before from the Princess of Wales. Sitting in the spring gardens of Windsor, she revealed to the world that she's receiving treatment for cancer.
This, of course, came as a huge shock. And William and I have been doing everything we can to process and manage this privately for the sake of our young family. We hope that you'll understand.
You shouldn't
that as a
listen to the
family,
NHS because
we
they're
now
fucking
need
shit.
some time, space, and privacy while I complete my treatment.
Eventually, after the many weeks of the conspiracy theories and the speculation, the Princess of Wales explained why she had been out of the public spotlight for so long. She explained that she had told the news to her children, to George, to Charlotte and Louis, and really did ask the public to just respect their need for privacy.
We very rarely hear Catherine speak, and this was profound. It must have been incredibly difficult for her, but she was very impressive in her openness, her candour, and her delivery.
Catherine's announcement was the most shocking in a torrent of tragic events that hit the royals.
Both resilience and vulnerability have been visible over the last few months. Vulnerability in the illnesses that have afflicted key members, and resilience in the way that the family have kept going. Others might have been tempted to sort of roll up the show and say, no, we're not performing, we're not going to go out there, we'll just have to manage without us. But they keep going. I mean, that is what what Monica
Yeah, I
does,
keep
it
going
just
as well.
pushes on through.
And then it's just a load of shit. I mean,
How dark and
I've been telling
turbulent
people
this
about
period has
everything
been.
really,
We
and
must
fucking
return
they
to the
can't believe how
coronation on
shit
6th
the
of May,
NHS are.
2023. And Charles stood proudly, flanked by family, before a global audience of 400 million. Charles ascended the throne with anticipation and optimism.
When you think back to almost a year today, the coronation, the sun was shining on the new reign. King Charles, Queen Camilla, Prince of Wales, radiant.
Queen
Princess of Wales,
Camilla,
the three
fuck
children.
off.
There was a lot of optimism in the air.
That's some dirty old bag that fucking got in with a relationship with fucking Charles. I mean, Charles, you never fucking cared about fucking Lady Diana.
Good about it. Let's see what Charles does on the throne.
Camilla's just an old bag of fucking
storm clouds.
That's it. I mean, fuck
A
me.
year on, it feels very, very shaky.
Just 1 month into the new year, the royal family's world was turned upside down. In late January, the king entered the London clinic to have treatment for an enlarged prostate, a health issue he'd chosen to share with the public.
He was very open, and the reason he said was because he wants to encourage other men to get their prostate checked.
It was quite deliberate to talk about his prostate because it is known that men are bad at checking their prostate, and that doing so can lengthen lives in a lot of cases. That was a very good thing to do, and the public responded to it very warmly.
The king was being lauded and applauded for his honesty, and actually we saw an incredible impact. We saw men going onto the NHS websites, traffic going up by hundreds of percent as a direct result of King Charles's honesty about his own issues.
But within 10 days, the palace made a shocking announcement.
We come on air tonight with some important news about the health of the king. Buckingham Palace has just announced that King Charles has been diagnosed with cancer.
In a statement, the palace said during the king's recent hospital procedure, tests have identified a form of cancer.
It's all a load of bullshit.
To postpone public
This is fucking rubbish. I mean, what the fuck?
This, of course, sent huge shockwaves around the world. This was only a matter of 9 or so months after the coronation, and suddenly he was out of action, and questions were starting to be asked. Could we rely on a man who was in his mid-70s to be head
Don't
of
listen to
state?
the
Was he
NHS, you fucking moron.
Was he going to survive cancer?
In a style that set him apart from his parents' generation, Charles shared his cancer diagnosis with the public.
There's been a complete sea change in the way the royals are prepared to discuss their medical issues when we compare it with, say, Queen Elizabeth and particularly
NHS
Prince
is
Philip.
fucking
King
shit.
Charles has obviously been much more open.
They employ
Everyone's
fucking
a citizen.
teenagers who
Now
don't know fuck all and
and
nothing.
People are inclined to put up gossip about the royals all the time.
Adam
And I
Social
think
Care is
they
pretty
tend to
fucking
sort
shit
of
as well.
recognise that
The police are
and
fucking
sort of head
terrible.
off and be ahead of the game, if you like.
Although specifics about the type of cancer Charles had were held back.
The public is so used to a 24 hours news cycle, that they want quick answers, rapid
I don't give a
response.
fuck no more.
That can't always happen.
I don't really care
Once
at all.
Charles revealed his
Not
news
no
to the
fucking
world,
way.
his role as a father was put in the spotlight. His youngest son, Harry, was thousands of miles away.
And of course, at that time, it also brought into contrast, where's Harry?
He was obviously very, very concerned when he got the call from Charles telling him that he had cancer. Harry was on the first flight and there to see his father.
But his urgent visit was surprisingly brief.
People wanted to see, I believe, that were beginning to wrap things up. But I think there was disappointment at the brevity of his visit. That Harry and Charles had was about 45 minutes before Charles took a helicopter trip back to Norfolk.
Rather than dwell on his bad news, Charles was soldiering on.
The Prime Minister, Your Majesty. Good evening, Your Majesty.
for example. Wonderful. Well, yeah, a bit, but wonderful to see you looking so well.
He wanted to have his chance on the throne. It wasn't just a want, it was a duty. It was his birthright. The idea that he was going to abdicate and allow William to leapfrog him to the throne for Charles, that would be a breach of the vows that he made. He will serve for his whole life, echoing the pledge that his mother also made.
It was characteristic of the king, who takes his public duty more important than probably anyone in the royal family. He is the embodiment of the monarchy. He wants to put his foot down and continue with reigning.
In recent weeks, I have been most deeply touched by your wonderfully kind and thoughtful good wishes for my health, and in return, can only continue to serve you to the best of my ability.
3 weeks later, as the royal family absorbed the distressing news about Charles, they were struck yet again by tragedy beyond their control. Thomas Kingston was found dead.
He's always been a much loved and close member of the royal family. He was the husband of Lady Gabriella Windsor, the daughter of Prince and Princess Michael of Kent. He would have been a regular at royal family gatherings.
The body of the 45-year-old was discovered at his parents' home with a traumatic head wound and a gun nearby.
His death has come as an absolute shock and trauma for the royal family. Obviously, it's a time when there's a huge amount going on.
Tom Kingston's tragic death and King Charles's cancer would be enough to rock most families to the core. But another illness had also hit the royals, with the Princess of Wales admitted to hospital, setting off a chain of events that would put the royal family under immense pressure and scrutiny that they hadn't experienced for a generation.
These are absolutely unprecedented times. We've not only got the king taking a leave of absence from restricted duties, now we have the Princess of Wales, and not knowing when she's going to be back. They wanted to keep that private for as long as they could. And we now know that this family was fighting a very private, personal battle.
Has Limescale turned your bathroom into a lime fail? It's time for Viacalc. It effortlessly eliminates up to 100% of the existing limescale in your bathroom with just a spray and a wipe, and helps stop it coming back. Get rid of those watermarks and turn your bathroom from dull to dazzling with Viacalc. Prevent lime fail with Viacalc, the #1 against limescale.
Looking for a healthier mouth? Start by saying hello to Healthier Gums. New Corsadil Active Gum Health mouthwash is specially formulated by our gum experts to target bacteria that brushing leaves behind. And to help prevent further build-up, creates a protective shield, leaving your mouth feeling minty fresh. Say hello to New Corsadil Active Gum Health.
TUI presents The Relaxing Escape. Tropical beaches, gourmet restaurants, and sunrise yoga. Your next relaxing escape sorted. TUI. Live happy or protected.
When you paint by feeling,
You can come home to a blooming good day.
change starts here. Dulux.
We'll circle back.
Oh my days, this meeting.
Where am I?
You're in the snack wormhole, and we need a meeting about
Meetings?
oh, meat. Meat.
Pepperoni. Satisfy your animal.
Did you know Asda price match Aldi and Lidl? Both of them. Whichever's cheaper on hundreds of your weekly essentials. Blimey, price match. Very nice. Price matched.
Asda price match hundreds of products, both Aldi and Lidl. Whichever is cheaper. Asda. That's more like it.
The future of money is sending money overseas at great rates. All eyes on Revolut. Download the app today and see why over 8 million others in the UK have too.
Maya was just settling down to some mindless scrolling when...
Remember this? Can't believe we didn't always wear sun cream. I know, right? We're too busy having fun. Let's not regret our sunny memories.
Let's do something about it. Number 7's Future Renew Serum. Clinically proven to reverse visible signs of sun damage with a world-first peptide technology. Save £10 on Future Renew with your Number 7 voucher in-store or go to boots.com.
Your Just Clean bathroom smells great. At least until the next flush. Better use Febreze Bathroom. Just flip to activate. No batteries or electricity needed. Febreze Bathroom is a unique liquid diffuser that constantly fights odors and freshens for up to 50 days. Then, flip a new one. Enjoy Just Clean freshness feeling for longer with Febreze Bathroom. Febreze. Breathe happy.
Windsor Castle, a breathtaking landmark as famous as the royals that have called it home.
This is magnificent.
But what has actually gone on behind these castle walls?
Welcome to Windsor, one of the most extraordinary castles in the world.
Inside Windsor Castle starts next Saturday at 8:50 on Channel 5 and My5.
On the 5th of February, King Charles broke the news of his cancer diagnosis to the world.
They did not disclose where it was located, nor how far it has spread, only that it's not prostate cancer and that he is stepping back from public duties for now.
But just 6 weeks into the year, he was already the second senior royal forced from the public stage, putting Charles's vision of a leaner, cheaper royal family in jeopardy.
The last time we saw the family all together was at Sandringham on Christmas Day. We haven't seen the Princess of Wales since Christmas Day.
On Wednesday the 17th of January, Kensington Palace announced that the Princess of Wales had been admitted to the same hospital as King Charles.
They said she'd undergone abdominal surgery. They didn't say for what. They said that she would be off work effectively, out of the public eye until Easter.
Now we know that the King was toodling down the hall to see the Princess of Wales during the afternoons. And it's a great image, isn't it? When you think about any other family in that same position, you would have wanted to see a familiar face. And we know that the King and the Princess of Wales have an incredible bond.
The palace said the princess would remain in hospital for 10 to 14 days, sparking curiosity and concern.
My goodness, 10 to 14 nights in hospital in 2024 is a long time. I mean, you can push out a baby and you're home the next day. You can have an emergency cesarean section under a general anaesthetic and you'll be home in under a week. So what happens that requires such a long hospital stay?
The princess appealed for privacy, saying she wished to maintain as much normality for her children as possible.
There's a certain weight that comes with that title. There's a sense of responsibility, of course, a sense of privilege, but that also means that people want more of you.
So we have two senior royals having health issues at the same time. The King being pretty open about it.
How are you feeling?
Contrast that to Kate simply disappearing from the public eye.
I think she's entitled to her privacy, but the royal family is revealing some details and not others. And I think it's the inconsistency with that that means people feel entitled to information that they were never really entitled to begin with.
What is it? What is she suffering from? If the King can tell us, why can't she?
But now we know that there were other things at play, and they wanted to keep that private for as long as they could.
With unanswered questions hanging in the air, the royals were under scrutiny, and in the absence of any news about Kate, people began to speculate.
The conspiracy theories, which have been dubbed Kate-spiracy theories, the absence of this world-famous woman from our screens, from our newspapers, from our social media feeds for so long, allowed it to develop. It's all been too tempting a vortex not to get sucked into, but it's a dangerous vortex to get sucked into.
There was this ridiculous story in Spain by actually quite a respected Spanish journalist, a really well-respected journalist, saying that she's got from a palace source information that the Princess of Wales was put in an induced coma due to complications from her surgery. Her situation was very serious and much more serious than perhaps we were led to believe.
Los médicos tuvieron que tomar una decisión bastante drástica en ese momento, debido a esas complicaciones, y la decisión fue inducirla a un coma.
That was a very, very serious and damaging and totally irresponsible claim.
She said this on television, it was printed in newspapers and all across Europe.
As this story about the princess being in a coma spread like wildfire across the internet, the palace issued a furious rebuttal.
And you saw them really very angry over such a hurtful and such an irresponsible claim.
But on social media, the hashtag #WhereIsKate was already trending.
I don't pay attention to the royal family, right? But like, I read the news, see some big headlines on Twitter, and there is an insane rabbit hole of people who have so many conspiracies about Kate Middleton. I need to talk about it. Not saying I believe it, but I gotta I need to talk about what people are saying because it's so wild.
Nearly a month later, the royal family were trying to continue life as normally as possible. But then came an event that changed everything.
The Constantine Memorial was a step change.
There was this, royally speaking, star-studded event, all members of the royal family turning up, apart from those who weren't able to. Of course, no king undergoing treatment for cancer, no Princess of Wales recuperating at home following her abdominal surgery. So leading the pack was meant to be Camilla and Prince William, the Prince of Wales.
William, at the last moment, pulled out of his godfather's memorial service.
Highly unusual. Royals like to very much stick to a routine and don't like letting people down. And William was due to read one of the lessons. So he was a key figure at the service.
William really was going to be head of the family, leading the royals into St George's. With an hour, 45 minutes to go, we were all stood in Windsor Castle. We got messages saying that William's not going to come, citing only a personal matter.
And actually, I think that was the moment that set the fox running as far as conspiracy theories around what was going on with Kate and William.
The rumour mill went into overdrive.
Inevitably, him not saying why caused supercharged all the theories online. Was it to do with his wife? Was it to do with something else? Was it to do with his father, suddenly a lot more ill than we thought? Was it to do? No one knew, and Kensington Palace wouldn't be drawn.
And of course, that vacuum of information, I think, did create a massive hullabaloo with coming up with all sorts of crazy conspiracy theories, and the hashtag Where's Kate, which seemed to go around the world, and that started to breed suspicion and conspiracy theories and wild stories about where Kate is and what she's actually doing and how serious was her health condition and so on.
With the benefit of hindsight, a lot of what was said was undoubtedly hurtful and in some cases downright cruel and totally inaccurate. But that is what happens when you get a vacuum.
Caught in the middle of this furore was Prince William.
William, understandably, is going through an incredibly difficult time with all of this as well. This is his wife who is being hounded by the media, by social media. Everyone wants to know what's going on and is speculating wildly. Theories that involve him as well. That is not going to be easy for anyone, but particularly not for someone who lost their mother under the circumstances that he did.
I feel for William because he's been put in a very difficult position and he wants to put his young family first.
With William torn between duty and family and King Charles absent, somebody had to represent the crown. In this difficult moment, an unlikely member of the family stepped forward.
The king has given his wife the status of being queen, and that means that she is now his main substitute at events.
I think the metamorphosis of Camilla Parker Bowles, as she then was, to Queen Camilla is nothing short of remarkable. I mean, the idea that the reviled mistress blamed for the breakdown of the Wales' marriage, you know, the woman who perhaps threatened to undermine the entire monarchy, the idea that now she is the one saving the monarchy, she is driving it forwards, she is there front and centre, both of family engagements, public engagements. I mean, she is bearing the weight of the crown.
Since Charles's cancer diagnosis, Camilla has carried out over 13 official engagements.
One thing one has to understand about Queen Camilla is that she only came into public life comparatively late in life. She only became queen when she was, 75 years old. And in the absence of the king, William only working part-time, a huge amount of responsibility fell on Camilla's shoulders. And it's exhausting.
She's doing engagements up and down the country, and obviously wherever she's going, people are asking her about the king and about the Princess of Wales, and that must be a lot of pressure for her. You know, we saw her take a week off at the beginning of March, and everyone was like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do without Queen Camilla?
As Camilla disappeared to hunt partridges on a private estate in the Spanish mountains, Charles's long-held vision of a slimmed-down monarchy was beginning to look like a misstep.
Well, the royal family was obviously looking pretty threadbare.
She did extremely well in those early weeks, but the pressure began to tell, and you know, she needed a break. Nobody begrudged her those few days she spent in Spain, but once again, it exposed the institution.
And on Monday the 4th of March, the day after Queen Camilla left the country, another difficult moment for the royal family.
Frankly, there are some wild conspiracy theories around about the Princess of Wales at the moment, and it was all rather complicated even further by the publication of a paparazzi photograph of her inside a car with her mother.
That image went round the world on social media. However, if you were buying a newspaper over here in Britain, you wouldn't have seen that picture, and that is because the newspaper editors are still bound to an agreement with the palace that came into place after the death of Princess Diana, that they will not take intrusive paparazzi pictures of members of the royal family.
That photograph was pored over. People were saying it wasn't Kate's face, it was the wrong shape. This was a body double. Maybe it wasn't even Carol Middleton. It was a look-alike for her as well. It just went even crazier at that point.
About a week ago, I made this video that absolutely blew up. Seems the internet will never be satisfied, and there will be conspiracies everywhere. And yeah, I guess believe the conspiracies if you want, or don't. I just think this is so interesting. What do you think, y'all? Spy double or Kate?
And things showed no sign of calming down. Even when Kensington Palace tried to pour water on the flames of online trolls.
Suddenly, anyone who wasn't invested before is now very invested. Ultimately, I think we need to remember, regardless of what's going on online and what people are joking about, there is a real human person at the center of this story.
Dyson Air Straight dries and straightens from wet, not with extreme heat, but air concentrated into powerful airflow to dry and straighten, saving time while creating natural straight styles.
You come from a world of rules, of laws. This place is indifferent to all of that. You need to come home.
That's what people keep telling me. What happened up here?
The same thing that always happens. Everyone wants to save the world. They just disagree on how.
Beyond the sea, 15 nights in the Caribbean for just $1099. I'm going to need a bigger bucket list.
P&O Cruises, holiday like never before, at all protected.
We're leaving now.
Be good. We will.
We've got Wi-Fi! I'm Agnes, and this is the Box of Shame podcast.
Where's the ladle?
Oh, seriously? It's been 15 seconds.
Enjoy a full house, fully connected. Get Sky broadband with speed and Wi-Fi guaranteed or money back.
Exclusive gigs and 48-hour ticket pre-sales. Only on Priority. Also, see what you can do.
Did you know Asda price match Aldi and Lidl? Both of them. Whichever's cheaper on hundreds of your weekly essentials. Blimey, price match. Price match. Very nice. Price match. Matched. Matched.
Asda price match hundreds of products, both Aldi and Lidl, whichever is cheaper. Asda, that's more like it.
If you're taking a trip with your friends, why pay for 4 hotel rooms to stay apart? When you could get one Airbnb and stay together.
Gentlemen's Society. Not a place, a state of mind. Come and join us. Gentlemen's Society, the new extreme fragrance, Givenchy.
So different to anything really we've seen so far. And with space to hold over 1 million worshippers.
You can't help but be grabbed by what's going on here.
Join me, Michael Palin, in Nigeria. Continues Tuesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
The 5th of March, a day after an unauthorized paparazzi photo of the Princess of Wales is published in some international media outlets, the unwanted attention continues to build momentum. Social media posts skyrocketed. And even one of America's most popular TV comedy programs was asking the question that had captured the nation.
State of the Union on Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Is there something else you're planning on covering here?
Where is Kate Middleton? Where are you, Kate? Some people.
These conspiracy theories weren't just happening on social media. We then saw them played out on the mainstream media on US television. Huge talk show hosts talking about the royal family's private business, allegations of their whereabouts, their relationships. It was pretty unsavory. And people at the palace were saying, do people not realize that they are humans too? They have feelings. They know they're public figures, but they're not immune to all of this going on.
So you have a huge pressure on Kate and those around her to keep the public informed about what's going on, even though they have publicly and definitively said, this is all the information you're going to get. She's out of action. She won't be back until Easter.
Online, individuals clamored for information and posited their own theories.
If you have been wondering why Kate Middleton's alleged disappearance has been all up in the news, TikTok, Twitter,
we have a Kate Middleton update. So many people were talking about it. So many people were coming up with their own ideas. I mean, they were wild. But it doesn't end there. The conspiracies actually start blowing up again.
Since January, 276,000 articles have been written using the words Kate Middleton.
As the hashtag #WhereIsKate took over the internet, global celebrities jumped on the bandwagon.
When Kim Kardashian, who has 364 million followers, posted "on my way to find Kate," that is feeding a huge audience on social media. That is the power of an influencer like Kim Kardashian.
The mainstream media started to report what was being said on social media, and suddenly the palace couldn't control it anymore.
As if the palace losing control of the narrative wasn't enough, in early March, a member of Catherine's own family added his voice to the cacophony.
When you have a vacuum within the royal world, when you've got no Prince William, no Princess Kate, you've got not much of King Charles, inevitably other things are going to fill the vacuum, and Gary Goldsmith, Kate's uncle, was one of those.
Gary Goldsmith was appearing in Celebrity Big Brother, where he casually discussed his niece's private life.
Can I ask you a question? Where's Kate?
So because she doesn't want to talk about it,
We can't talk about it.
there's a kind of code of etiquette. I spoke to her mum, my sister. She's getting the best care in the world. And all the family's done is put the wagons around and look after family first before anything else.
It was a ballsy choice to have Gary Goldsmith on because he pleaded guilty to assaulting his fourth and still current wife. He's not exactly the face of royalty that anybody would want to promote. So I think it was slightly tricky for brand William and Catherine to have him speaking effectively on her behalf because Kensington Palace was entirely silent.
Under intense pressure, the silence at Kensington Palace was finally broken on Mother's Day.
Kensington Palace released a photo of Kate and her 3 children this morning to mark Mother's Day.
I think by the time the Mother's Day photo dropped, the intrigue and the speculation had already gone beyond that which anyone would ever have anticipated. Everyone was invested in this big question of where is Kate? So for the royal family to answer that question by dropping that photo, they knew that that was going to get a lot of attention. And it did.
The fact that there were so many wild rumours circulating on the internet. I had calls from American journalists asking if she was actually alive. And that sort of level of scrutiny, when it gathers momentum online, you can't avoid it. And I think the Mother's Day photograph was a knee-jerk reaction, and that's unusual for the palace and very unusual for the couple.
As soon as the photo was posted online, it was poured over by social media users.
Here's a closer look at the photo. It seems like a sweet photo, right? But when you zoom in and look at a couple details, things start to look a little weird.
But the following morning, in a jaw-dropping intervention, global news agencies pulled the photo from circulation, issuing a kill notice, telling clients not to use it because it had been manipulated.
To issue a kill notice against a photograph that was issued by the Prince and Princess of Wales is outrageous.
The discrepancies in the image were the area around the sleeve and left hand of Princess Charlotte, and an unusually straight line on the edge of her skirt, the zip on Kate's jacket, and a horizontal line across her front, and Kate's blurred hand on Louis's in-focus jumper, as well as a misaligned pattern on Louis's shoulder.
This photograph created so many problems for the royal family. It destroyed so much trust.
If you don't have trust, you don't have a relationship between the royal family and the public.
In trying to quell the controversy, things only got worse. And a woman we now know was dealing with a cancer diagnosis was forced to issue an apology.
I feel so sorry for Kate. I feel so sorry for her. Most of us with young kids, it's a nightmare trying to take a family picture.
We've become used to Kate taking photographs of her family. I mean, she broke the mold with that. She sort of pushed the royal photographers actually out of a job by starting to take these wonderful, charming images of her children herself, because frankly, she got better images because the children were responding to their mother behind the lens. My understanding from the palace was that the adjustments that were made to that Mother's Day picture were minor adjustments, not the sort of replacing images and cutting new images in or potentially replacing the Princess of Wales because she wasn't in the picture. That simply wasn't the case.
I think the best thing would have been, this is my private time, I'm protecting myself, my children and my husband. Somebody advised her very badly.
I found it personally quite odd that Kate was the one that issued a statement taking responsibility for editing the photograph when we know that William took that photograph. We know that Kate hasn't been very well. Why is Kate editing the photograph? Why is it that William has to stay quiet in his own suffering? Were we to get a little more from anyone in the royal family about how they're dealing with this, it would quell the speculation. But because we're getting nothing, there is just a vacuum that people are desperate to fill with absolute bonkers conspiracy theories and conjecture and rumours and gossip.
Unfortunately, the Mother's Day photo kept the spotlight firmly on the Princess of Wales, the polar opposite of its intended purpose.
I think what people were so desperate for in this vacuum of information is quote unquote proof of life. They want to see the Princess of Wales as she is now, not necessarily in a photoshopped picture. They want to see her in real time.
Within a week, they got their wish.
Oh my gosh, it's them. We see the two of them walking out. She's carrying some bags, very happy, very relaxed.
On the 17th of March, a member of the public filmed Catherine and William on a visit to a farm shop in Windsor.
This is the perfect video of her. It should put to bed all of these rumours. The problem is that there's a section of society that are too far gone and will not believe anything that they are told now.
It seemed the princess could do nothing right in the eyes of a sceptical public. But on the 19th of March, it was revealed some people's scepticism had crossed a line into potential criminality.
I discovered that 3 people at the London clinic allegedly tried to access the Princess of Wales's private medical records after she had been discharged from the London clinic. It was a huge issue for the royal family, and allegations potentially of blackmail. What was the purpose of these people trying to access her private medical records?
In response, the London clinic said if there was any breach, all appropriate investigatory, regulatory and disciplinary steps will be taken.
I think the story blew up around the world because people were so reviled that that could have happened at her darkest hour, her weakest moment. I think that people thought that this is a time where everybody really needs to back off and treat the Princess of Wales with the respect that she deserves.
This appears to have been the final straw. Backed into a corner and under intense pressure, the Princess of Wales shared some tragic news.
We've got some major breaking news to bring you now. Catherine, the Princess of Wales, has announced she has cancer.
It has been an incredibly tough couple of months for our entire family. It has taken us time to explain everything to George, Charlotte and Lily in a way that's appropriate for them and to reassure them that I'm going to be okay.
Eventually, after the many weeks of the conspiracy theories and the speculation, the Princess of Wales did address an international audience in an unprecedented video message in which she explained why she had been out of the public spotlight for so long. She used this as a moment to really appeal for privacy for her family. She also used it as a real message of hope for anyone that was going through cancer, not to give up hope.
Catherine's announcement put an end to the speculation and cast the events of the previous 3 months in a new, more somber light.
In the wake of the Princess of Wales's heartbreaking statement, I think a lot of people saw this as one of the turning points, not only in their own behaviour, but how we were behaving as a society, contemplating or discussing somebody's private medical history when we had absolutely no business to do that. I think there's a lot of people who need to take a long, hard look at their conduct, not only on social media, whether it's celebrities or people who've been buying into conspiracy theories, but some of the mainstream media as well.
Whereas Kate, I think that hashtag looks pretty pathetic now. Yes, it's the royal family. She's the Princess of Wales, the most photographed famous woman on the planet, but she's still a human like the rest of us.
Despite all the gossip, rumour, innuendo on social media, I think the royal family has been pretty honest. Now we know that things were happening in the background. So there is the argument of what more could they do? They're not slaves to the people who are commenting on social media. They're not responsible to be making public statements every 2 weeks on a member of the royal family's health.
Who knows what the likes of Kim Kardashian will make of the news, but I think, everyone that's posted on social media, everyone that's fueled that conspiracy theory, and it might just be a moment to pause for reflection. Clearly, the pressure that the princess must have felt and going through what she knew she was going through must have been incredibly difficult for her.
The princess's terrible news drew to a close one of the most difficult periods the royal family has faced in recent years. But all the while, it was rumbling on. Old wounds were also reopening, only adding to a turbulent 100 days.
There had been signs that the relationship between Harry and his father had thawed a bit, but certainly the relationship between Harry and William was still rock bottom.
Fairy Max Power, our most powerful grease cutting formula to effortlessly tackle nasty baked on pans like this. Easy grab, easy squeeze, easy clean. With 4 times less scrubbing versus the next best-selling brand, without needing hot water, for less time at the sink and for more time together. Fairy Max Power, maximum power, minimal scrubbing.
I was so afraid. Here, birth can also mean death. But the midwife drove all night. She made it.
I'm Hannah.
And so did my healthy little Alice.
Save the children. Lasting change starts here.
When I sold my car on motorway, I got more money than I expected. So I became my own boss. Happy days.
Motorway, the way to sell your car.
TUI presents the Family Getaway. Hotels made for families, with room options, kids clubs, and quiet spaces for parents. Your next family getaway? Sorted. TUI. Live happy. At protected.
Why do we have an MS Sleep Experts team? Because our expertly designed pillows and mattresses give you great sleep. Awaken your best at emma-sleep.co.uk.
Did you know Asda price match Aldi and Lidl? Both of them. Whichever's cheaper on hundreds of your weekly essentials. Blimey, price match. Price match. Very nice. Price matched. Matched.
Asda price match hundreds of products, both Aldi and Lidl. Whichever is cheaper. Asda. That's more like it.
Do you want to stay active but feel the need to slow down? To help maintain an active lifestyle, try 7C's Joint Care Supplex and Turmeric. The unique formulation contains a capsule filled with the UK's #1 omega-3 combined with glucosamine, and a tablet containing high-strength turmeric plus vitamin C and D for cartilage, bones and muscle function, and manganese for connective tissue. To help maintain an active lifestyle, try 7C's Joint Care Supplex and Turmeric today. This has been Medifax for 7C's.
Here's a man who was one of the richest people in Britain, who was missing after many years of seedy behaviour.
He was addicted to women.
He was smitten with her. They conspired to kill Earl.
Lust, drugs and murder, a very British sex scandal, begins with the Earl and the Escort. Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
The first 100 days of 2024 had been a terrible time for the royal family.
I think most people looking forward to 2024 would have assumed that this was going to be a year of consolidation, a year where the king was probably going to get his feet under the table. The rest of the royal family would be supporting him in his new duty as head of state. Of course, that couldn't have been further from the reality. We saw the royal family hit by crisis after crisis.
Have the tragedies and challenges of the past few months shone a harsh light on Charles's vision for what became known as a slimmed-down monarchy?
It's been an idea of the king's for many, many years, long before he came to the throne.
In 2012, while still Prince of Wales, Charles discussed plans to shrink the size of the working contingent of the royal family.
It was rapidly clear from when Charles took over that he was going to follow through with this, and he established a core network of working royals. There are various reasons for this. Money was one of them, cost. People complained about the sort of bloated size of the royal family, assuming that they were all on the public payroll. And also this idea that it looked slightly old-fashioned and antediluvian.
Charles's plan was mostly lauded, but against the backdrop of a tumultuous 3 months, has his idea for a slimmed-down monarchy exposed a serious issue, one of his own doing.
When you have the only members of the working royals under 45 as Kate and William, and the next generation down is still at primary school, that's a real problem.
The monarchy's got itself in a real hole over this whole business of slimming down. There is a huge absence of people to whom the monarchy can turn to. What has happened in these last few weeks does rather illustrate that it may not be a sustainable policy for the long term.
Even before illnesses ruled major royals out of action, the public had been seeing less of them. 5 years ago, there was a large team of royals covering over 3,500 engagements a year. Since then, the number of public visits has dropped by a third.
Will there simply, in the years ahead, be enough royals to go round to do what the royal family have traditionally done? In my experience, there just won't be. Will the king have to readjust? Will he have to bring others in? And if he does, who might they be?
Could the prince across the pond be in line for a comeback? 4 years after sensationally quitting royal life, reports suggest it's a possibility.
He is fifth in line to the throne after William, George, Charlotte and Louis. But it's too problematic to have Harry do that because he's not a working royal.
He's still William's brother. He's still Charles's son. He may not be getting along with any of them very well. He may no longer be doing royal engagements, but he's still there. Whatever people may think about Harry, he's not going to go away.
Family fallouts are commonplace, but none happen quite so publicly as when Prince Harry left the royal fold. And this family feud means a key member is now not available.
He did the documentary with Meghan. They'd done the interview with Oprah. Harry wrote his book. The Oprah interview in particular was probably quite a necessary thing for the public to hear. I think we needed to understand why they had left the royal family and why they had moved to America. I think we could have left it there and it would have been really powerful, and that could have been that.
Another issue facing the family in the last few months is the ongoing tension between Harry and his brother William. On the day of the Diana Legacy Awards in London, a week before Catherine's cancer announcement, rumours of a rift between the brothers intensified again.
The distance between Prince William and Prince Harry could not be much more marked than it has been tonight at a ceremony remembering their mother, Princess Diana. William was there in person this evening. Harry will only join by video link later tonight, mid-afternoon Californian time, after William has left the building.
The Diana Legacy Awards is really the only way for Prince William and Prince Harry to continue to remind the world of the woman they knew. She was their mom, and to them, she was magic.
The charity sets up to reflect my mother's belief that young people can change the world.
Prince William gave a speech much earlier on in the evening and then left so that he wouldn't be present when Prince Harry, down the line from Montecito in California, gave his address to award winners. Neither brother even referenced the other one.
No one forced them to behave in that way, but in behaving in that way, they clearly have generated a lot of public interest and a lot of speculation about their relationships.
We underestimate the impact of losing a parent so young, because if it's not something that you've personally experienced, you don't understand how much that changes and shapes your worldview moving forward. If they can't even come together to celebrate the legacy of their mother, if they can't put their own issues aside for that one cause, then how bad are things between them?
The day of the awards also saw another long-departed royal back in the spotlight.
As if William and Harry contributing to this event wasn't enough to focus on, up pops a contribution from California.
Meghan, Duchess of Sussex.
On a night when, we were also thinking about Princess Diana and her legacy, it should be on this particular moment that Meghan, Duchess of Sussex, should launch her latest business idea.
After a 4-year absence, Meghan returned to Instagram to announce American Riviera Orchard, a new lifestyle brand.
The name American Riviera Orchard doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. We see some baking and a ball gown. The timing of the launch raised a few eyebrows in some corners of the palace tonight.
Launching an Instagram account when you have not been on social media for 4 years, on the day of the Diana Award, why are you trying to steal some of that attention, which is what it feels like?
These are two young men that are remembering their deceased mother, who is a global icon. I think anybody in their right mind would say, let's just press pause. Let's do it tomorrow.
As I understand it, a British journalist from the Daily Mail found out about her return to Instagram, and they were going to publish it in the UK. And she hit go on the Instagram page and launched her brand before an English tabloid could do it for her.
Meghan's new brand is said to reflect everything she loves, with aims of selling cutlery, cookbooks, and food condiments, such as nut butter.
This is a business. It's a capitalist endeavor. It's something to make money. It kind of seems to be projecting this American suburban utopia.
What we're seeing with Meghan Markle today is Meghan being Meghan before Harry. Welcome to American Riviera Orchard. Please buy my tea set.
The criticism levied at Meghan following the website launch opened old wounds from her time within the monarchy. After her fairy tale marriage to Prince Harry in 2018, Meghan's royal duties were marred by negative publicity and alleged abuse and harassment from some of the British media.
Meghan, the Duchess of Sussex, has talked about how she thought about ending her own life over her time in the royal family and the abuse and the treatment that she has received. She felt absolutely terrible being in the royal family and being subjected to that abuse. And I think now we're in a situation where we don't want the Princess of Wales to feel that in any way, shape or form. We want no one to feel that way. But the difference now is that with the Princess of Wales, we now have people calling for kindness and calling for calm and let her recuperate and recover.
With the monarchy in a state of unease, many have asked the question of whether Harry and Meghan could return on a more permanent basis to support their family.
It was Queen Elizabeth who ultimately said, "There's no half in, half out." I did wonder whether Charles might have changed tack and might have had a different spin on that.
Harry and Meghan's self-imposed exile from the family is a real shame, because they really could have done with the reinforcements at a time like this. Wouldn't it have been great if Harry and Meghan were there being the shining light in the centre of the institution right about now?
However, any sort of return appears increasingly unlikely after a High Court ruling in February.
Harry took the Home Office to court, claiming it had acted unlawfully in downgrading his security after he left the royal family. Today, however, a High Court judge was having none of it.
Prince Harry will definitely be bitterly disappointed and a bit humiliated about the court decision to not give him royal protection when he is here in the UK. We know that when he stepped back as a working royal, that protection was taken away.
People who go out on public engagements or who are working royals, they will get public protection. Harry is not in that category and therefore doesn't get public protection, or rather has to pay for his own protection. And one can see from the taxpayer's point of view that that's quite important.
If Meghan is coming over to Christmas shop, I wouldn't want to pay for her security either. If Meghan is coming over to support the British royal family, it's a no-brainer. They're going to get royal protection. They're going to be protected in the way that they deem necessary.
Because the country is so divided about him and his wife, and because so much hatred has been beaten up like war drums against them, I don't think they are safe in this country. And I completely understand that they want security. Maybe the best thing would be for them not to come here.
But the fallout with his own family continues to rumble on. After reports suggested, Harry discovered the news of Catherine's cancer diagnosis at the same time as the rest of the public.
Prince Harry and Meghan were told, along with the rest of the world, about Kate's cancer diagnosis. The fact that Prince William didn't want Prince Harry to know his own brother about something so personal tells you an awful lot about the fractiousness within this family.
The hope will be that Harry and William will find some level of reconciliation long before it's William's time to be king. William's focus is on Kate, rather than healing any rift with his brother, and Kate's focus is on getting herself better.
Prince Harry isn't the only royal outsider suggested to fill the void left by the tragedies of the last few months. Another prince, who's made headlines of his own over the years, is back under the microscope. But would welcoming Andrew back into the fold be a help or a hindrance?
We do have Prince Andrew taking a lead role, which is incredibly strange to see, given everything that has happened to Prince Andrew in the last few years. Why is that man front and centre in this memorial?
If you could take a journey inside your own heart, would you want to see what it remembers? If there's a way to save it, would you help us find it?
The heart's rate for 4 minutes. Put in an ICD. It's the heart's rhythm.
Your heart is precious. Help us protect it.
Families. It's all go, all the time. So we are too. We're here for the big things, little things, and the everyday things. Round the clock, wherever you are, there's always someone there, taking care of all of you, including you. And now covering all your kids for the price of one. Your family's health covered by Bupa.
Babies' clothes need extra care, something to help tackle tough stains and stay gentle next to their delicate skin. That's why our Personal and Comfort #1 Sensitive Duo has a formulation especially developed for sensitive skin. Approved by our experts, loved by parents, and the most sensitive judges of all. For clean and soft results, use Personal Non-Bio Liquid and Comfort Pure, our #1 Sensitive Duo.
Put a spring in your step with Plusnet's Full Fibre, our latest and fastest broadband, from just $24.99 a month, with no activation fee in sight. That's a plus. Save time and get our best price by coming direct. That's our best broadband at a blooming good price. Offer ends 15th of May. Search Plusnet Fibre or call us now. Oh, Mr. Bumble's off.
You tell me what's happened in the last 200 years? Just a quick rundown. This is a real thing.
I see it. We've seen Reuben grow up with his siblings on his Yorkshire family farm.
When I was little, we always had to work fairly hard.
Now he's grown up and starting his own adventures.
It's good to see these old traditional skills passed on to me.
Reuben, Life in the Dales, starts Thursday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Following crises and illness, the royal family has been running out of recognisable figures to lead the line. It appeared that King Charles's plan for a slimmed-down monarchy had come to haunt him. But some of the difficulties facing the king have been largely out of his control.
We wouldn't be having these discussions were it not for the absence of Charles and Catherine, because they are so central to everything. And take them away, take William away, and he's only been doing duties part-time. Suddenly, the monarchy began to look threadbare. He had lost his son, Harry. He had lost, because of disgrace, Prince Andrew.
In its hour of crisis, the monarchy should be able to turn to a senior figure like Prince Andrew. Instead, he remained stripped of royal duties following his friendship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein.
Prince Andrew's become the laughingstock of the royal family. The death of Epstein in jail a couple of years ago has not stopped all of the allegations against him, and in particular, the allegations of Virginia Giuffre, who in America sued Prince Andrew effectively for sexual assault. The case was settled privately in 2022.
Following the settlement, in which he did not expressly admit any liability, Prince Andrew said he regretted his association with Jeffrey Epstein and commended the bravery of Virginia Giuffre. He has always claimed his innocence, but Prince Andrew's public image was in tatters.
Andrew is seen as simply too toxic a figure to be allowed to resume royal work. Andrew can't seem to shake off the legacy of his past.
And as March continued, King Charles was reminded that his younger brother's decisions will not simply be consigned to the past.
The allegations surrounding Jeffrey Epstein include his friend Prince Andrew.
Netflix released the trailer for its latest glossy, big-budget drama based on the British royal family.
Your Royal Highness.
Starring Gillian Anderson, Rufus Sewell and Billy Piper, Scoop is a dramatic retelling about one of the most talked-about interviews in recent decades.
This interview, does it matter?
Yeah, it matters.
Scoop is the new eagerly awaited Netflix drama based on the now infamous Newsnight interview with the Duke of York. The interview, which of course was the undoing of Prince Andrew. The interview, as most royal interviews do, ended up spectacularly backfiring on the Duke.
Within 24 hours, the highly anticipated trailer had been viewed hundreds of thousands of times. Scoop is now streaming in millions of homes worldwide. And another 3-part series from Amazon Studios about Prince Andrew is also in production.
The royal family understands that they are public figures. They know there's going to be interest in their personal lives. But the fact that we've seen in recent years this soap opera element being played out of the crisis that they're involved in, it's been particularly hurtful for senior members of the royal family to watch their private lives being played out so publicly.
It's deeply problematic. In the same way that the Crown was, in the same way that the Crown revisited very difficult times for the royal family, which keeps thrusting it back into the public consciousness. And of course, this is exactly what's going to happen with Prince Andrew.
We're going to be reminded of that disastrous interview in which Prince Andrew famously said that Jeffrey Epstein was rather unbecoming, to which Emily Maitlis brilliantly responded,
Unbecoming? He was a sex offender.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm being polite, in the sense that he was a sex offender.
He hasn't been convicted of a crime. He denies the allegations, but Jeffrey Epstein has really a reputation for being a disgusting man. And the Prince Andrew story doesn't just die with age, because within the next 12 months, there are 2 productions, scripted productions coming up that are going to remind the world that Prince Andrew is a stain on the royal family.
Second son syndrome for the royal family has had haunting moments down the years. I do suspect the royal family will have a more robust way of handling heirs and spares in the next generation.
Following the controversy in 2019, Queen Elizabeth decided that her second eldest son would no longer work for the firm. But today, with so few senior members to fly the royal flag, could Prince Andrew be welcomed back into the fold?
He was stripped of his royal duties, he was stripped of his military duties, his patronages. He was essentially ostracised from royal life. But more recently, he has been seen back in the royal fold, and I think that's very confusing for the public.
They're short of recognisable figures. If he's not going to be cast into outer darkness, he might as well be put to work. Nothing's actually been proven against him about his behaviour, and to a certain extent, innocent unless proven guilty, I think, has to stand.
At the memorial service in February for King Constantine, Prince Andrew's second cousin, the Duke of York appeared front and centre.
The memorial of King Constantine was a private affair. Unfortunately, when it comes to the monarchy, there's a very thin line between private and public. And it was interesting that we saw him at the memorial quite prominently. And that indeed sort of seemed to suggest a kind of possible rehabilitation of Andrew.
There is a distinction here. He is still a part of the royal family. He is still, therefore, welcomed and entitled to be at private family events, such as the memorial service. He is still the king's brother. He's still Prince William's uncle. He hasn't been ostracised from the family as such, but he has essentially been booted out of public duties, which is why you didn't see him, for example, at events like the Commonwealth Day service.
Sure enough, 2 weeks later, Prince Andrew was absent from the Commonwealth Day celebrations at Westminster Abbey, in what was a formal working event for the monarchy.
When it came to King Constantine's memorial service, this was a private family memorial. The Commonwealth Day service was clearly not. Charles is not going to allow any association with Prince Andrew to spoil any political impact of the Commonwealth Day service. This is clear political messaging from the House of Windsor.
With the royal family stretched to their limits, some feel that Prince Andrew could have been relied upon to steady the ship, but his role within the family continues to be met with scrutiny and confusion at a time when his brother, King Charles, is bravely battling cancer.
Charles has been very clear in the way he has come down very strongly against Andrew, and that is very clear. Given Charles is being diagnosed with cancer and is temporarily off center stage, by default, Andrew might begin to come into the limelight. This would be, I think, premature and a mistake.
Whilst Prince Andrew remains in the spotlight, his much-loved former wife, Sarah Ferguson, also received terrible news. At the start of the year, she too was diagnosed with cancer.
In amongst the chaos of everything that's been going on with the royal family, we've had the Duchess of York not only having cancer once, but being diagnosed a second time within 6 months. But she's faced it with typical resilience.
Like King Charles and the Princess of Wales, Sarah Ferguson has been open about her treatment.
I think that really endears her to the public because people see her as a great survivor. They see her as someone who has gone through their troubles, yet she's still out there giving her best.
After 100 days of difficulties and tragedies, the whole of the royal family is under pressure. Can things return to normal, or will they get worse?
I'd say this is a crisis in terms of communication for the royal family. It's a crisis in public perception, and it's a crisis for the future of the monarchy.
We've landed up in this sort of slightly rudderless position that we've got in terms of the lack of leadership of the royals, and Charles ill, and who's doing what, and is there any leadership, and what do they all stand for? And if there's no leadership, if there's no one steering the ship, what are they there for, and why are we giving them money? And that's a real problem.
And what does the future hold for King Charles after suffering so many setbacks early in his reign?
That has to be a big question. If we look 75 years ahead to the turn of the century, will there still be a monarchy? Not sure.
When I leave my dentist, my mouth feels super clean, making me feel super confident. But the next day, it starts to fade. My dentist says it's because my manual toothbrush leaves 50% of bacterial plaque behind. So thanks to him, I discovered the Oral-B IO electric toothbrush.
Its dentist-inspired round brush head surrounds teeth, cleaning where manual toothbrushes don't reach, for 100% more plaque removal.
Now I get that dentist clean feeling every single day.
Oral-B, brush like a pro.
You need an alibi. She wouldn't choose to come somewhere like this.
It's a punishment for his He disappeared a year ago. He got desperate.
The child has gone missing. There is a state of panic because of your actions.
It's chaos. Nowhere.
This is a murder investigation. The body hasn't been identified yet.
There we go.
A new original crime drama, The Red King, coming soon, exclusive to Alibi.
Nobody cared to meet a sweet old-fashioned girl. Sweet old-fashioned girl.
Xero accounting software can help keep your business finances running smoothly. Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Did you know Asda price match Aldi and Lidl? Both of them. Whichever's cheaper on hundreds of your weekly essentials. Blimey, price match. Price match. Very nice. Price matched. Matched. Matched.
Asda price match hundreds of products, both Aldi and Lidl, whichever is cheaper. Asda, that's more like it.
At Tyrrell's, our splendid spuds, delightful dashes of chili, and cheekily chopped chives ensure that every crisp is terribly, terribly tasty.
Can a Lenore bed get any fresher?
No way.
Let's find out. They're trying the Lenore Dream Team.
Oh, it's mega fresh.
Way more. The Lenore Dream Team with 10 times the freshness ingredients. Lenore conditioner plus Lenore scent boosters gives an off-the-scale freshness.
Gotta try this out.
OMG.
Can I do this? The Lenore Dream Team, 10 times the freshness ingredients.
Still here. Never leaving.
Think key to work on yourself, Dad.
It's important you look after your eyes. That's why the new advanced eye test at Vision Express not only tests your eyesight, it checks your eye health too. It includes a scan to help detect eye conditions early, a UV protection assessment, and dry eye assessment. So you can step out feeling confident.
Ready for another round, Dad?
Vision Express. Express your vision. Open a world of possibilities and embark on a journey of discovery. Introducing the UK Car of the Year, the fully electric Kia EV9. Kia, movement that inspires. Windsor Castle, a breathtaking landmark as famous as the royals that have called it home.
This is magnificent.
But what has actually gone on behind these castle walls?
Welcome to Windsor, one of the most extraordinary castles in the world.
Inside Windsor Castle starts next Saturday at 8:50 on Channel 5 and My5. The past 3 months have been grueling for the royal family. How they cope in the face of great tragedy has been exposed to the public, examined and scrutinized all over the world. Cracks have appeared. So how will they move forward as a family and as a firm?
The last 3 months have been very difficult for the royal family. And I think overall, the royal family has handled it remarkably well. But the reality is they are vulnerable.
It's certainly been a storm. It's certainly been unprecedented and unsettling and destabilizing. Yes, while the monarchy does look frail and almost skeletal at the moment because of this whirlwind few months that has literally turned the institution on its head in a way that no one could have predicted, the monarchy bounces back. The show will go on. It always does.
And right on cue, the king was back to doing what he does best on Easter Sunday, meeting and greeting crowds of well-wishers. Charles also gave an announcement for Maundy Thursday 3 days earlier, though he did appear visibly frail in his official photograph.
It is my special prayer today that our Lord's example of serving one another might continue to inspire us and to strengthen all our communities. May God bless you all this Easter.
A royal tour of Australia has also been announced for later in the year.
While the king might not be returning to royal duties just yet, the fact that there are plans in place for him to take on a major tour of Australia is hugely significant. That is hugely positive for the king, for the country, and for the rest of the royal family.
Charles's daughter-in-law, however, will not be joining any royal engagements in the foreseeable future, following an outpouring of well-wishes after her cancer announcement. The Princess of Wales is expected to rest, recuperate, and spend time with her family.
Physically and mentally, she's been really, really under the cosh. And it must be very, very difficult to try and recover and still be a mum and still be a partner when you are in the public gaze. And she does take her job and her duty very, very seriously.
More than ever, the public wants a young woman in that royal family to cling on to and to hold on to and to represent them. There is a hope that it will be Kate. And I think now you have a lot more people invested in Kate than ever before. I certainly am.
There has been no information given from Kensington Palace as to when Catherine may return to public duty.
I'm not sure what time frame for the Princess of Wales to return actually matters, because we've seen her make this heartbreaking statement. She said herself she won't return to duties until she's fully able. Maybe it's time we take a step back and allow them to exist as a family and not only an institution.
Kate told the country, the world about her diagnosis. There is now an expectation on all of us to give them a break, to get things back to normal. When she fully recovers, we'll be delighted to see her again. a lot of people will have their fingers crossed, hoping it'll be sooner rather than later.
The monarchy has overcome adversity before. If they're to do so again, every one of the core family will have a part to play in the months and years ahead.
The women within the royal family are ruling the roost. You have Queen Camilla, who is literally carrying the royal family on her shoulders. You have the Princess of Wales. Her popularity has not waned. People really, really rooting for her. And then finally, you've got Princess Anne, the Princess Royal, who is the hardest working royal.
To have two members of the royal family diagnosed with cancer and going through treatment is unprecedented. It does, of course, throw up huge questions for the future, but the line of succession is secure, the House of Windsor is secure, and the hope, of course, is that this treatment is successful and the King and the Princess of Wales will be able to return to work very soon.
The King will and does see his illness as an inconvenience. His main task, frankly, is to ensure that the monarchy is in a fit state to be handed on to Prince William, and that will be his modus operandi going forward.
Despite facing heavy criticism and working as a threadbare institution, King Charles and his family have shown the public a different side, one that could have a huge impact on their future.
These last 3 months, unreal, a bit uncontrollable and uncomfortable for the royal family. Something has happened and we don't know where that will lead. It's an interesting point in their history.
This is a watershed moment for the royal family and indeed the institution. The era of never complain, never explain should be banished now. People respect them more for being more open, and they think that that is something to be applauded.
It's getting increasingly difficult to be a monarch and to be a person. At the moment, we have a king who clearly has prepared for the job, who wants to do the job, but who as a man in his 70s is not going to be there forever. His son appears to have a conflicted relationship with his brother and reservations himself about the extent to which he wants to assume a public role.
It's a real tough high wire act for them. The thing is, what happens next time? Will the royal family retreat and go back to their old familiar no comment, no explanation routine, or will they demonstrably show that they're going to carry on being open about things? Only time will tell.
This act of worship reminds me of the pledge I made at the beginning of the coronation service, not to be served, but to serve. That I have always tried to do and continue to do with my whole heart.
I wondered what's gone on behind the walls of Windsor Castle. We take a peek inside, brand new next Saturday at 8:50. And uncovering a tale of lust, drugs and murder, a very British sex scandal, The Earl and the Escort is brand new Wednesday at 9. Next, when TV goes horribly wrong.
Hello. That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Good luck, Dougie.
Don't worry, old boy. She's going to be fine.
Going the extra mile. Bringing families together. The new series of the Yorkshire Vet starts Tuesday at 8 on Channel 5 and My5.
We've seen Reuben grow up with his siblings on his Yorkshire family farm.
When I was little, we always had to work fairly hard.
Now he's grown up and starting his own adventures.
It's good to see these old traditional skills passed on to me.
Reuben, Life in the Dales. Starts Thursday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Hi. I come about the room? Oh, it's gorgeous. Shell, this is my husband, Nick. Shell's taking the spare room. I know it's not easy having someone in the house that you don't know. It's my daughter, Alice. You're an artist, Alice. You really have something. You two have got pretty belly. Shell's cool, actually. I like her too. Nick had an affair. Hope you made him call.
Sean gave you this.
She found it on the kitchen floor.
No, it was in the safe.
He's not the man you think he is, Jessica. What do you mean? I've seen the way you've looked at me.
What do you think you got out of this, eh?
There's nothing more important than you.
You see what she's doing? She's wedged herself between me and you and us. Hey, trying to get into our heads, Sally. The woman is insane. We'll see who believes you.
That's what they always say. See who believes you.
Brand new 4-part drama, The Cuckoo. Stream the full series now on My 5.
What happened to murdered aristocrat Lord Shaftesbury? A very British sex scandal. The Earl and the Escort is brand new Wednesday at 9. Now, some telly shockers in when TV goes horribly wrong.
Sincere apologies for keeping you waiting.
Television hosts have always been the keystone of our everyday viewing.
You've only got one crack at it.
You've got to hold it all together.
It's all on you.
It's my fault entirely.
And with more channels than ever gracing our airwaves, there are ever more opportunities to get in front of the camera.
It was an accident waiting to happen.
They make their way in to the clubhouse turn.
Straight into dense fog, trying to demonstrate their skills with animals.
Did a parrot kill a monkey?
Let's see, all at the mercy of technology.
Make it not look like a disaster.
Television hosts
This deranged maniac.
It's just absolute madness.
are always putting themselves slap bang in the middle of the action. Bang! She's out of there. Coming up,
Amanda said this was very good for you.
Esther Ransom's bat stew leads to a run-in with the law.
I've just been arrested for handing out bat stew. That's it, my girl. You're nicked.
Vinnie Jones leaves Ross King in the drink.
That suit was completely ruined.
And the sad tale of a swinging 60s TV host
It's Simon D.
who only had himself to blame.
Simon D was one of these guys who believed his own hype.
So relax.
No, a technical problem.
Oh no! And let your hosts for this evening
This is all
take the reins of your televisual viewing experience. This is what
my birthday.
goes horribly wrong.
It's embarrassing, it's excruciating,
Oh no.
but my goodness, it's funny, isn't it?
In 1996, a home makeover show hit our screens for the first time, turning the nation into DIY maniacs. What they couldn't do with a lump of MDF just wasn't worth knowing. Designer Linda Barker was one of the hosts, regularly transforming tatty rooms with a lick of paint and a sledgehammer in front of over 10 million viewers.
I came to the show as an interior decorator. For me, as a presenter, I needed to show people I could do some amazing transformations.
Changing rooms, one of my favourite early makeover, let's do your house up shows.
Clodagh has lived in her 60s tower block since her 15-year-old daughter Julia was born. Clodagh's friend Jane lives in this block, and she's called in the help of her friend Karen.
There were two house owners. Supposedly they were friendly neighbours.
Two friends that would create each other's homes with the help of a professional designer.
Purples you've got Linda.
Yellows, you've got Lawrence.
But they wouldn't decorate their own house with the designer. They'd swap houses.
Oh, I'm fond of my teapots. They've been collected, but I really love my teapots. But I didn't set out to have teapots. Teapots just came to us. They come in through the door by way of presents and so forth.
Clodagh
has built up this collection of teapots for years.
She was absolutely obsessed with them.
And everybody knows that this teapot collection is very important to Clodagh.
These are special teapots.
A bit storage as well.
Oh, definitely
She
storage.
collects teapots and we'd like to make a show then.
These teapots we've got to display in
Hopefully if we could, yeah.
And her friends are faced with the challenge of sorting this room out for her and making it a lovely, nice place to showcase her teapots. And boy, did they do that.
This is our freestanding shelving unit. Now, it's about this long, perhaps a little bit shorter. Andy, I've got this skipping rope for you. High tensile wire. I decided that I wanted to display them in a kind of very modern way. Right, so I want 6 wires to come from the ceiling to the floor. 2 at the end, 2 in the middle, 2 at that end. Beautiful hanging shelf system. Yeah, I've used that before. It's a great system. Shelves. Oh! I thought you were going to be an expert. Shut up!
Is that better?
No.
Certainly.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to put all the teapots on the floating shelf. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous.
Of course, where would you put fragile items but on a suspended shelf?
But it looked fantastic.
After 2 days of hard graft, with the floating shells stacked and the paint dry, the purple team left the newly completed living room.
Heard this almighty crash and kind of wailing sounds.
While the cameras weren't running, disaster struck.
Everything is on the floor, smashed to pieces. Very, very, very catastrophic.
Oh, no. That is all my teapots. Oh, no.
I don't know, Andy. The shelving system was on the floor. All the teapots were literally into bits of mosaic.
They were smashed to pieces.
It was absolute carnage.
This woman's priceless teapot.
I think we just have to put our hands up on this one.
This is your worst nightmare ever.
It was such a shock.
It's like when I threw a frisbee through my mum's window when I was 8. I knew I was going to be in it.
A palpable kind of sense of like dismay in that room.
Seriously in trouble.
Oh no, I'm crying now.
The handyman is just like, Andy!
He's like, oh, when the show's finished, I am done. The whole design went wrong with that stupid case.
And he's just sort of like, oh, I don't know what happened. You happened, Andy. You made the floating shelves.
I think you better go sit down or we better tidy this up. Someone had to take the rap, and it was clearly me. I'm the designer of that. You know, I decided to use that structure in the room. You wanted a corner cabinet. I gave you a nice hanging modern shelf. Okay. It's nothing. It's not to do anything to do with you. It's my fault entirely, and I'm going to take responsibility for that. And I'm going to meet Clodagh and tell her exactly what's happened. Okay.
The only thing I'm disappointed about, they didn't show you the moment when the lady was told about her teapots.
She was actually okay about it, and it kind of took my breath away. She was laughing at the end about it.
They just did that whole thing where they spoke afterwards and went, how did she react? Oh, she was fine, actually.
Well, she was completely understanding. She thought something really bad had happened. She was just okay. She was going, it's not a life or death thing, you know, it's China at the end of the day.
Well, they were very lucky to have an understanding client.
Imagine that woman was screaming blue mud. You did what?
Maybe there was even a kind of liberation from all these teapots in her life. I have no idea.
I think the show must have written a very big check that day to try and keep that woman quiet.
What can I say? High pressure, high drama, and the high rises of Wandsworth. Join us again soon on Changing Rooms.
To this day, I can remember it. It's just horrific. You know, really horrible to think you've destroyed someone's priceless collection.
Poor woman, man, her teapots. This was her achievement in life. Like, she could turn around and be like, what did you do? I collected teapots. And then this TV program smashed them all to bits.
In the long run, probably did her a favour. They weren't nice teapots.
Oh my God. It was a really grim moment in my television career.
Back in the day, 3 million viewers tuned in to ITV's GMTV for their fix of morning telly, and in charge of Hollywood gossip was Ross King.
Morning, John. Morning, Kate. Well, of course, first off,
Now living in Los Angeles, the Scotsman mixed with the rich and famous, reporting in the LA Sun.
So there Ross is, this boy from Glasgow. He's in Hollywood. He's living the life.
And he now feeds into the programs on ITV early morning. So you're getting all the big Hollywood celebrities.
One of those celebrities was Vinnie Jones, who built his reputation as the hard man of football back in the 80s and 90s.
Vinnie Jones, the hard man of Wimbledon, wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him.
When he retired from the beautiful game, he took that reputation with him to the States, quickly establishing himself as a regular on the LA scene.
I've known Vinnie Jones for such a long time. He's a great pal. He is a gentle giant, but I'm always interested in the fight scenes.
In one of his inserts for Breakfast TV, Ross joined Vinnie for a poolside interview and got a hard lesson from a hard man.
It's very relaxed. We're at my house. We're by my pool. How long does that take, and then how long actually do we see on camera?
And Ross asked him about his fight technique. I think it was a fight with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I thought I'll get a little bit of an insight from a man who knows what it's like to beat up people.
well, I did like a 3-day fight scene with him, and it'll probably show, I don't know, 45 seconds, a minute, something like that, you know what I mean? But
Then Vinny started demonstrating to Ross how it did work.
you can work hard all day, and then you see like misses, like, you know, with the camera, so like the camera's there and you're missing,
yeah,
you know, that's a miss, whereas that is more into it.
Yeah, thanks for that.
It's the whole like, yeah, you know, you might go it all day and you do a punch like that.
A little bit of boxing here and a bit of that, bit of jabbing and trying to tell Ross King how to avoid it.
If I'm fighting
Next minute, I am in the full suit, shirt, everything, in the pool.
When he hits him and he knocks him into that pool, you see Ross go in, there's a look of horror.
And there he goes, into the water. He didn't actually know whether he could swim. I mean, his arms and legs were all over the shop.
I knew there would be a little bit of kidology about the pool, but I never expected what happened.
Which is underestimating Vinny, I think.
You'd have been surprised if Vinny hadn't have pushed him in the pool.
It was an accident waiting to happen.
And Ross comes up thinking, I'm probably being beamed live now into Lorraine Kelly's studio. Oh, you're Vinny, you're so funny. There's two things going on there. There's your professional side, and there's the side that actually just wants to really let rip.
Ross likes to look immaculate on camera. He spends fortunes on clothes. So to get pushed into a swimming pool, he's not pleased.
At least it was my pool, but being a Scotsman, I hadn't heated it up.
Oh my God, is it cold?
It's freezing!
Oh, I did you say, when you throw it, you're supposed to stand back like that.
Vinnie Jones found it funny. Ross King certainly didn't.
What Susan, you go, oh dear.
Was that the Hugo?
He's laughing, but he's absolutely furious.
You are the funniest guy. This is great. It's only my new Hugo Boss suit. But underneath that, he is thinking, you absolute git.
That suit was completely ruined.
Oh my God.
My reaction was, oh my goodness me, this suit, how am I going to get dried off? Are we going to finish this shoot? And that was why I just looked like the drowned rat that I was.
Well, when you throw it, you're supposed to move like that.
Obviously, your reaction is to retaliate.
I'm going to get him. He's ruined my suit.
But the other thing is at the back of your head, it's Vinnie Jones.
Oh my God.
You don't ever want to annoy Vinnie.
So Ross does this rather pathetic and throws some water drops on him. And I thought, oh, that's fantastic.
Just take it, boy. He is the gentlest of giants, and he's a lovely guy with the biggest heart of anyone you could ever meet. But never film with them by a swimming pool.
Still to come, vintage TV time as the lights go out for the host of BBC Two's launch night.
Disaster. There's been a power cut.
And his substitute is Totes Orcs on live TV.
Anything else?
Instead of it being a bang, it was a whimper.
And legendary That's Live host Esther Ranson goes batty and feels the long arm of the law.
PC A. Herbert suddenly appeared from nowhere.
Esther, you're a criminal. She got done.
Growing Pains is back.
Join me and my celebrity guests as we dig up our most embarrassing teenage moments.
I was a nerd because I had to wear those nerdy glasses. Oh. And then I got called Nanny McPhee.
I put so many beads on, I couldn't live in my neck. What was the one thing you wanted as a kid and you never had? Love of my parents. I was a young ass in childhood obsessing about my really loved kebabs. That's it. Who broke up with who?
I broke up with Jordan. Oh. This blast from the past is my ex-boyfriend.
You're the best girlfriend ever.
Then why would you just break up with me at the prom?
I just became a high school quarterback.
I love that this is happening now.
Brand new Rod Gilbert touring pair starts Monday. Essential.
Hello. That's wonderful news. Thank you.
Good luck, Dougie! Good luck, Dougie!
Good luck, Dougie!
Don't worry, old boy. She's going to be fine.
Going the extra mile, bringing families together. The new series of the Yorkshire Vet starts Tuesday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
There's a price war going on between Britain's two low-cost supermarkets.
The more I'm eating, the less I'm making.
But who wins out in the battle for taste?
So you really are getting more bean for your buck.
Aldi versus Lidl. Which tastes better? Wednesday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
We've seen Reuben grow up with his siblings on his Yorkshire family farm.
When I was little, we always had to work fairly hard.
Now he's grown up and starting his own adventures.
If you don't fix it, it's going to wash someone's road away.
Working and playing on the very land he grew up on.
It's good to see these old traditional skills passed on to me. It's not a walk in the park, but I love doing it.
Reuben, Life in the Dales, starts Thursday at 8 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Windsor Castle, a breathtaking landmark as famous as the royals that have called it home.
This is magnificent.
Housing 40 monarchs over 1,000 years. What has actually gone on behind these castle walls?
You can imagine how Tom started to wag.
From the grandeur that defines it to the drama it has witnessed.
Welcome to Windsor, one of the most extraordinary castles in the world.
Inside Windsor Castle starts next Saturday at 8:50 on Channel 5 and My 5.
Large outdoor events are an ideal opportunity for the TV host to get out on location and rub shoulders with the general public.
I think when you're covering events like big sporting events or carnivals, you've got to be really, really careful because people are having fun.
Make that way. Make that way home.
You're filming them whether they want to be filmed or not. And they will take revenge on you.
Thousands upon thousands of people are expected in West London for the start, for day one of Notting Hill Carnival.
Probably the biggest street festival in Europe.
A wonderful occasion, and everybody's in high spirits.
It's 24-hour party.
Since 1966, Notting Hill's two-day carnival over August bank holiday attracts around 2 million people to celebrate Caribbean culture with music, masquerade, and plenty to eat and drink.
Every year you see a lot of the reporters out, they're all trying to get the story.
Roving reporter Joe Tidy is on the morning shift for Sky News, mingling with the crowds at the start of the carnival weekend.
Joe Tidy, he turns up there, he's doing the early morning link back into the breakfast studio.
This is the start of the carnival, started at 6 a.m. this morning, and we've got Lakeisha and Aaliyah here, and as you can see, they've been taking part in this.
They're chatting away, and he gets surrounded by everybody, all with the sort of, hey, we're having a party, it's carnival.
And, you know, they're having a great time.
He's like, yeah, it's just amazing, it's great, isn't it?
There we go, oh dear. Okay, so that's a bit of paper on me, great. That's not, oh no. Oh, come on. It was going to happen, wasn't it? It was going to happen. Oh, right, now I'll hand back to you guys.
This guy makes the classic mistake of trying to be down with the action.
Oh, my overalls. Oh, no, what's that?
I mean, what could go wrong with people covered in paint?
He looked
furious that someone had even got the tiniest speck on his tiny clean shirt.
It's the way he has to try and keep his, oh, I don't mind that. Oh no, my shirt's ruined. Spent a lot of that shirt. It was a big day for me today presenting this. Oh no, you've ruined that.
Who pretends it's okay, so it's not going to be okay.
All hell is breaking loose. There's paint throwing mayhem. He's there in his executive suit. Now, somebody masterminded that combination.
Yeah, we absolutely deserve it.
Now he's thinking, why did I volunteer to come to Notting Hill Carnival?
Joe's Hardy. Well, he's not Hardy anymore. To be fair, I didn't think it was going to escalate so far. And then for the guy just to get a big handful of blue paint and smack it into his face.
It literally just goes from one okay little bit of spray paint, then a full blue hand in the face, and then that was it. It was on.
Whoosh, right across the face.
What makes me laugh, though, is the reaction in the studio. There's no sympathy for your reporter out in the street. They're howling with laughter, going, oh, poor guy.
For him to think that he was going to walk away in the same attire that he walked into Notting Hill with, I thought it was a little bit naive.
He's got his best shirt on. It's covered in paint. You'll never get that out. It's ruined.
If you venture into that kind of chaos, with paint everywhere, in your best suit, you are going to end up bright yellow, bright orange, and magenta all at the same time.
Maybe he's never been before. Now he's experienced it. He's educational, you know.
It's gone horribly messy for Joe, but come on, give him a big hand. Newsnight has been the BBC's flagship current affairs show since it began in 1980. Its most enduring host was Jeremy Paxman, presenting the show for 25 years. When the Berlin Wall came down in 1989, the road was paved for the reunification of Germany. In October 1990, Paxman was reporting live for Newsnight from the celebrations at the Brandenburg Gate.
Good evening from Berlin. In less than 90 minutes' time, this city will be reborn as the capital of a united Germany.
Germany had been there for the biggest story of the decade, which was the reunification of Germany, the Newsnight.
This is monumental. This is worldwide news.
Yes, welcome back to Berlin, where, as you can see, the Brandenburg Gate is now surrounded by tens of thousands of people.
And there's Jeremy Paxman doing his interview at the Brandenburg Gate.
Jeremy Paxman likes to run a tight ship. He is absolutely meticulous about preparation. He doesn't think it's at all amusing if anything goes wrong. So when he does an outside broadcast, my God, he wants to be on top of it, in charge of it, and he wants it to run like clockwork.
And that's it, Germany is now united.
And he's got a very distinguished guest, Charles Wheeler, and they're both authorities on the subject.
Well now, Charles, you've been coming here for 40 years. What do you think?
Have you decided this? But then it's a bit of time.
Little did they know that a firework display was going to erupt and explode just as the really pertinent questions and answers were supposed to be being exchanged, and all they can hear is exploding fireworks.
So there's Jeremy Paxman with the great and the good to talk about this huge moment in everyone's lives, not just Germany, the rest of Europe.
There's a lot of people relying on you making the show work.
You're not enjoying this, are you? Now, you're not enjoying it. You can hear me. We just watch the fireworks for a second or two.
He can't hear a thing.
Even though they're standing this close to him.
He virtually needs an ear trumpet. He's saying, what? I can't hear you.
Let's go back to our discussion. If we can try to have a serious discussion under these rather noisy circumstances.
People are going mad, celebrating, of course. All you can hear is explosions left, right, and centre.
Take the fears off a lot of people in the world very seriously.
You can't do a deadly serious debate programme from in front of general hilarity.
Be open to the rest of the world and not only German.
Now, well, I hope they can hear you in London more clearly than we can hear you here.
They're just having a conversation neither of them can hear. It's ridiculous for the audience.
I kind of feel sorry for him, but then I don't, because it's brilliant television.
But now that's Charles Wheeler.
Gentlemen, this is Claude Monty Python.
I can't hear you.
Charles Wheeler's apt comment about it being Monty Python-esque is lost on his colleague Jeremy, who can't hear him say it.
I can't hear you.
This is pure Monty Python, having a serious political discussion in the middle of a firework display.
Well, you know what should have happened then? An enormous foot should have come down and just crushed them there and then. End of the programme.
He basically died on screen that night because it was so chaotic.
He says that it's actually one of his worst, lowest moments in broadcast history.
If he sees that clip now, he'll think, why didn't I just walk?
So, from Berlin, good night.
That's Life launched on the BBC in 1973 and quickly grew to become their flagship magazine show. The unforgettable host was journalist and presenter Esther Ransom.
That's Life was a very peculiar programme that lasted for 21 years.
That's Life was the #1 consumer investigative programme on BBC One television.
It talked about injustices, it talked about washing machines that broke, it showed you a talking dog at its funniest.
It was something that was considered to be unmissable TV.
It's a sort of show that a whole family would sit round and watch.
Regularly pulling in an audience of over 20 million people every single Sunday night.
Thank you very much indeed. Good evening. We would like to thank you for all the letters you've sent us again this week.
She had this great rapport with the ordinary person.
She was a household name and people paid attention to her.
A woman of the people.
She was very good at pulling people in and getting people to chat about things that mattered.
It always started with street interviews because we wanted to make it clear to the viewers that this was their programme.
And one such occasion drove Esther a bit batty.
It all began when a viewer wrote to us and said that given the world shortage of protein, has anyone thought of introducing into this country a French delicacy, bat soup? And they kindly enclosed some bats.
When we read about a new delicacy, which was bat stew, we thought that was made for us.
So we made a nice bat soup and went out onto the streets with it, breaking it gently to people exactly what the soup was made of.
One of the things that Esther did was take the story of the week and go out and test it in the public.
Oh yes, it's nice. Bit gamey. Would you recommend it to the viewers? It's very nice. Make it back what you just eat. Oh, you dirty monkey.
Whenever she used to go out and about, people would just congregate in masses.
No soup.
You're right.
Some more.
Yes, please.
You know, television cameras draw people like a magnet, and Esther herself in the middle of it all.
And then P.C.A. Herbert suddenly appeared from nowhere.
A local bobby decided Esther got too big for her boots and was causing an obstruction.
He glided up to me. In a way, I think, looking back, was a bit po-faced.
Excuse me, move along.
There's only once more to move. If you don't move, I shall arrest you for willful obstruction. That's the end of that. You're blocking the train.
Have we filmed here every week?
I don't
For the
care whether
last
you've
8
filmed
years.
here for the last 10 years. If you don't move, I shall arrest you for willful obstruction.
Being me, I had a slight argy-bargy with him and pointed out I wasn't obstructing and people could move past me quite easily. And anyway, he was adamant.
So we did move, first into a side street and then across the road onto a wide corner. But half an hour later, P.C. Herbert came back again.
He shimmered out of the doorway where I consider he'd been hiding in ambush.
You're arrested, yeah? Sorry.
I've just been arrested for handing out bat stew.
And he arrested the great Esther Ransom.
That's it, my girl, you're nicked.
Where would you like it? All right, where should we go?
In this day and age, you think, oh, I've been arrested. The shame of it. No. I think Esther's far too savvy for that.
One bit thought, I am an innocent victim of this and I need to stand up for my rights. And the other bit thought, this is magic. I could not have invented this.
But you can't block this pavement.
But we aren't blocking this pavement. But we are, really we are.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, the definition of a show going horribly wrong is your main presenter, your anchor, your host, being carted off to prison by an officer of the law in a van.
I climbed in the wrong door. I climbed in next to the driver, which meant A. Herbert had to climb in the back, where the criminals go.
I just saw this headline. Esther Ransom arrested.
And actually, she went to court.
She got done. She got fined about 15 quid.
I think you have to remember that I was on the side of the law throughout the programme. I was supposed to be highly virtuous, and therefore this was a terrible moment in my career. It could have really broken all my dreams. I could have been drummed out of the BBC. You can see the expression of dread on my face.
But to be serious about it, there's no way you should do a street interview walking along like this.
Esther left court with a criminal record, but it wasn't just her that it went horribly wrong for.
The person it went horribly wrong for is the policeman. His life, from that moment on, he was known by everybody. And years later, he came onto a programme we were presenting and he said, "This is my life. Oh my goodness me, I should never have arrested her."
Everywhere he goes, this is the policeman that arrested Esther Ransom. Esther, you're a criminal. I'd forgotten about that.
And all that because she was trying to find out what people thought of bat stew in the street.
For years, people used to tease me about it. And in the North End Road, they still do. Guilty goes the cry.
Still to come. Good morning with Anna Nick.
She came back onto the set scantily clad.
Everything is on show. It's just not meant to happen on television.
And Jamelia forgets to hit the self-edit button on Loose Wind.
It was one of the most stupid things I've ever heard.
Really? Jamelia, really?
Victor, why are you still living without us? Get back in there. Freshen instantly with new Febreze Air Mist. Febreze now has a finer and lighter mist to fight the toughest odours and leave 2 times longer lasting freshness. Leftover fried fish smell? Instant freshness. Gaming teen odours? Instant freshness. Spray new Febreze Air Mist to keep your home smelling fresh and clean. Febreze, breathe happy.
Aldi's Super 6 offers from only 29p. That's prices sliced, chopped, and diced. In store now.
It can feel like an uphill struggle, changing things, feeling better with yourself. It can feel like just too much hard work, and it is hard work. But this time will be different. This time you'll do it. Because this time you'll have me right here with you every step of the way. Download my app and join the thousands who have transformed their lives.
We're up to 50 free spins every day at Betfred Casino with our mystery free spins. Love gaming, Betfred.
We'll circle back.
Oh, days, this meeting.
Where am I?
You're in the snack wormhole, and we need a meeting about you.
Meetings?
Oh, meat.
Meat.
Pepperoni. Satisfy your animal.
What about Blossoming Grove Forest? The owners were like, I want our business to flourish and reach more customers. So they built a website with GoDaddy and business glue. Still no taxi.
Guys, the ride's here.
Frank, hey.
It's in the wrong way.
Fresh.
We do things differently on the mountain, like never serving our beer until the mountains turn blue. Of course, keep it fresh.
Hey guys, come on, let's get out there. Let's turn it on. Come on. Join me, Sam Thompson, turning it up across the UK with Gemma Atkinson and Blur East on Hits Radio.
Turn it up with Hits Radio. The biggest hits
and the biggest throwbacks.
I was so afraid. Here, birth can also mean death. But the midwife drove all night. She made it. I'm here now. And so did my healthy little Alice.
Save the children. Lasting change starts here. Red Tractor helps you find responsibly farmed food whatever your budget. You'll see us in the UK's biggest supermarkets. When the Red Tractor's there, your food's farmed with care.
Monday, you want something fresh and green. But on Thursday, you want a treat. Deliveroo, get the groceries you want now, in as little as 20 minutes.
On My 5, a split-second decision is turning Jason Watkins' life upside down in thriller coma. Is a teenage boy a desperate mum's missing son? Jill Halfpenny stars in The Drowning. And a friendship turns toxic for Rachel Shenton and Joe Joyner in For Her Sins. Drama streaming now on My 5.
South America now, and Ecuador, a country that has had its fair share of internal strife, and in 2010, an attempted rebellion hit the headlines. Covering events on Ecuador's main TV station, Ecuavisa, its current affairs program, Contacto Directo. In the studio, experienced host Alfredo Pinacote kicks off a discussion with Fidel Arujo, leader of the opposition party Sociedad Patriotica.
There's Alfredo and Fidel having a heated debate.
Golpe de estado flagrante. It's a two-shot. One guy's probably in the studio. It could be 100 miles away for all we know. It might be in the next building. Could be in another country.
When you're doing a double header, sometimes you can't see the other person. You've just got their voice, and you're relying on the banter with the other presenter and the other host.
Golpe de estado flagrante.
Alfredo, the presenter, asks some questions. His guest begins to reply.
Y por eso es que el doble discurso de los organismos internacionales, boom, disappears out of shot.
It was almost like a Wile E. Coyote moment. He went, there's no chair there.
Bang. Things like that are always funny.
He just sort of slides off his chair.
Or maybe he saw something down there, I don't know. Because he seems to look down, but I think he knows the chairs.
De los organismos internacionales. En esa época, el secretario...
Instead of like making any comment or any acknowledgement that this happened, we lose him. We're just single focus on this one man.
No hizo nada con esta carta, letra muerta.
All the viewers want to see is the other shot. Where's Alfredo gone? Is he all right? What's going to happen? Are they bringing an ambulance? We want to see the guy being held up, looking shaken, trying to get his tie straight, going, what happened? Why is the chair broken? How heavy am I?
Los poderes como se está dando en Venezuela, como se da aquí en Ecuador.
The next frame is there again, pops up.
Did I just imagine now? Did that man just slide off his chair?
El efecto mayor Araújo just continues as if nothing has happened. Tienes disposiciones precisas sobre la vigencia.
And he sort of still has a wobble. It still has a chance he could go any second anyway. I think he's sitting on a member of the crew. I think they've got no chairs. And he's gone, I forgot to put a chair down. The crew are there on all fours and he's going, don't move.
Hello. Good morning.
Good Morning with Anne and Nick was a breakfast television institution in the early 90s, featuring iconic hosts Anne Diamond and Nick Owen.
Good Morning with Anne and Nick was a wonderful, wonderful programme.
About 15 million people a week watched that show. It was a mid-morning programme with a lot of topical stuff in it. It was a serious programme, a lot of light items, a lot of feature items. So it was a classic magazine programme.
The morning magazine show featured news, and interviews alongside light-hearted features and special guests.
It was very much our baby. We absolutely loved it. We're very, very proud of it to this day.
On one show in 1995, the feature item was based around the growing popularity of art classes, and so they invited life model Yvonne onto the show for a live demonstration.
A lady who likes to pose nude. I mean, what could possibly go wrong with that?
Yes, prepare to be shocked when we meet Yvonne Vinyl, 62, sexy, and very proud of it. Yvonne tells us why she removes her clothes for virtually complete strangers. It's all in the name of art.
But one of our feature items, a lighter item if you like, involved a lady called Yvonne. And she was making a handy living modelling in the nude. And Yvonne, so that's right now. Good morning to you.
Hello.
I know you touched on it there, but I just don't understand how you can't be embarrassed.
Not a bit, not a bit. The idea that this show would decide to do a piece about nude models was quite racy back then.
We're going to be tasteful, are we, today?
Oh, yes, we are.
Oh, we're tasteful. I'm sure she's always tasteful. It's just that we're on television today.
Yes. And it's in the morning.
Exactly.
So let's meet our artist.
Well, we, besides actually interviewing her about it, decided to get 3 local artists along to do their own impressions and sketch and paint and so on.
Okay, well let's ask if Yvonne can take the stage again.
After we chatted, she came back onto the set, scantily clad.
The model who came on genuinely was starkers beneath her little bit of fabric draped over herself.
She actually walked out, draped in red, showing her Lady Garden.
As she walks on, you think, did that piece of fabric just go to one side? Did I see what I thought I saw?
Here she is.
Very Grecian.
Yeah, very elegant, isn't it? Yeah.
She's really got no clothes on whatsoever.
If you look at it now, your eyes are transfixed on her boobs because you think the sheet is going to fall from her boobs.
But the lady was being so delicate up here and had the clearest idea what was happening.
Okay, so what's the pose today? What are we going to do?
Well, this is sort of as we're on telly.
Really? I think I saw that part of her again.
Did I really see that? Am I really see? It's just not meant to happen on television, and it really did in full view.
Well, this is sort of as we're on telly.
She kind of adjusts herself slightly and carries on talking.
And there it was, her complete manifesto for millions to see.
Everything is on show. Sharon Stone, eat your heart out. And then I heard down my earpiece, everybody guffawing.
We heard the director shouting, the producer shouting, cut, don't go in close, oh no.
It's got to be sort of something reclining.
Oh, right.
And the funniest thing is that neither Anne nor Nick say anything at all. It's like it hasn't happened.
What can you do? You know, once you've seen that, you've seen her through. What are you going to do? This is just a weird morning.
Okay, I'd love to know where your microphone is. Anyway,
Internet.
take it away. Good luck, and thank you very much for the time being. Thanks.
And then a voice came through from the gallery, the director, I think, saying, what a funny place to keep a hamster.
Well, we'll be keeping an eye on the artistic progress going on here throughout the course of the morning. We'll show you what comes up later on.
Dear oh dear, can you imagine what it's like trying to keep a straight face at that?
Not to be outdone, Ainsley is getting all arty in the kitchen. Hi, Ains.
Hi, how you doing?
The minute they cut to Ainsley, I remember everybody on my side of the studio literally collapsing in laughter.
We used to get 6,000 calls a minute about things on the show. A lot of people, I'm sure, would have called in then, either horrified or very amused. I expect she was probably a bit mortified when she saw it. On the other hand, she might have thought, well, might get me some more work. Who knows?
ITV panel show Loose Women has been broadcasting since 1999. The show's lineup features a roster of famous names such as Anne Diamond, Janet Street Porter, and Katie Price.
Loose Women's a lovely, funny show that is one of the props of daytime.
It's meant to be women of all different ages, from all different walks of life, giving their personal views about stories in the news that day.
I'd love to be on that panel. I've got so much to say.
One regular voice on the panel was singer-turned-presenter Jamelia, who found herself discussing the availability of plus-size clothing.
You know, 60% of teenagers are overweight now, and that's a big number. And I think even there was a time when the doctors were advised not to use the word fat to patients.
So on this occasion, they would talk about health and they would talk about size issues, particularly with women, obviously.
Which is what has led us to the problem that we now have, which is a huge proportion of our teenagers well over their, the weight that they should be.
They're meant to give their individual views. They're not all supposed to agree on everything. That's not the point of the show.
I am all for celebrating people as they are. I think everyone has the right to be comfortable in their own skin. I think everyone should have access to lovely clothes.
People are encouraged to air their views and be very controversial.
But I do not think it's right to facilitate people living an unhealthy lifestyle. I really don't.
They shouldn't be facilitated in wearing certain clothes.
I think
then what do? Do you have a cut-off and say, right, size 18, and after that, we're not going to make any nice clothes for you?
Well, in the same way, I don't believe that a size 0 should be available. It's not a healthy size for an average woman to be. In high street stores, you're catering for the average woman. There's a healthy range, and I don't believe they should be providing clothes for below that range or above that range. I'm not saying that no way should. I believe that, yes, have specialist shops, but I do think that You should feel uncomfortable if you are unhealthy.
Really? Jamila, really?
It was one of the most stupid things I've ever heard. This is a highly controversial view, of course, and loads of people listening and watching did not like that one bit.
What she said was wrong. You don't know why women are super thin, and you don't know why women are larger either. And all women are equal, and we should be able to buy clothes wherever we want.
She hadn't thought that through very well, because when it comes to weight, everyone's got insecurities. You know, I used to be anorexic, and if anyone said anything to me about food or, you know, clothes sizes, I would just stop eating completely. I was like, oh my gosh, are they talking about me? Someone mentions anything about you having to go to a specialist shop, it's going to trigger something, and you just think, I'm just not going out. I'll just wear a sheet or just go naked.
She's been chosen to join the panel to express her opinion.
The opinion of loose women, you have to think about what you're saying and be a bit careful.
I don't think she quite articulated herself for that audience.
I do feel that Jamila has been somewhat unfairly picked on in this context.
Yeah. The next day, when she went on to apologise for her faux pas the day before, you know, the audience and even her fellow loose women, they were all really behind her.
I found it really difficult, to be honest, because some of the things that they printed, obviously, I have actually said, but just not in that context. I was referring to extreme sizing. I was referring to health and how we should all participate in helping our youngsters to live healthier lifestyles.
Despite the support of her co-hosts and a very public apology, the damage was already done for Jamelia.
I feel sorry for her because I don't think she was being nasty. I really, really don't.
She's a lovely girl, but she didn't think it through.
I don't think what she said was that extreme, but I guess it was seen that she may have alienated too many viewers.
Not long after the incident, Jamelia stopped being seen on the panel and her name no longer appears on the list of regulars. Still to come, Radio 1 DJ Annie Nightingale interviews singing legend Paul Simon.
Is that Jamila?
And it's awkward.
I think almost everyone but you.
I think I'll leave now.
If I was her, I would have just crawled away and died.
And Anne Diamond wishes she hadn't baked a special cake for Frankie Howard.
My birthday, dear, is in March.
Oh, keep paddling, keep covering over the cracks.
Aye. Bet you think you need to put that on one of those long cycles. But with Fairy Platinum Plus here, you get a really amazing clean, even on a short cycle, saving time and energy.
Fairy Platinum Plus capsules have a unique formula that starts to work the instant it hits the water, removing tough mess fast.
Whee!
And switching to short helps you save up to 33% energy per wash. The UK's #1 cleaning performance in which testing.
For the Magnum Pleasure Express.
Passenger. And all right. We'll be the
Wherever pleasure takes you. Magnum, euphoria and chill. Magnum, true to pleasure.
Noreen slept through the night for the first time in years because of her award-winning Emma mattress. Find yours at emma-sleep.co.uk.
Mom, Dad,
Don't say it.
what's for dinner?
Hey, Sainsbury's. Any ideas?
How about risotto?
Nah, they had rice yesterday.
How about chicken tacos with a chunky tomato salsa?
And that is a great result for a Tuesday night at home.
Sainsbury's. Good food for all of us. Get a live casino experience at Play Ojo with favourites like Mega 5-Legs Roulette.
Babies' clothes need extra care, something to help tackle tough stains and stay gentle next to their delicate skin. That's why our Personal and Comfort #1 Sensitive Duo has a formulation especially developed for sensitive skin. Approved by our experts, loved by parents, and the most sensitive judges of all. For clean and soft results, use Personal Non-Bio Liquid and Comfort Pure, our #1 Sensitive Duo.
Your Just Clean bathroom smells great. At least until the next flush. Or better use Febreze bathroom. Just flip to activate. No batteries or electricity needed. Febreze bathroom is a unique liquid diffuser that constantly fights odors and freshens for up to 50 days. Then, flip a new one. Enjoy Just Clean freshness feeling for longer with Febreze bathroom. Febreze, breathe happy.
Here's a man who was one of the richest people in Britain, who was missing after many years of seedy behaviour.
He was addicted to women.
He was smitten with her. They conspired to kill the Earl.
Lust, Drugs and Murder, a very British sex scandal, begins with the Earl and the Escort. Wednesday at 9 on Channel 5 and My 5.
From 1971 to 1988, if you were serious about your music, there was only one TV show for you.
The All Green Whistle Test was the music programme. Top of the pops with intelligence. If you wanted rock or to hear new acts, to get an insight into who was coming up, or to find out what the stars were thinking, the All Green Whistle Test was the place to go.
They used to have stars on, big people who've been around a long time and very much in the public eye.
The genres of music were very, very broad. So you'd watch one week and you might see Bob Marley and the Wailers. You watch another week and you might see Van Halen.
The Old Grey Whistle Test was synonymous with the hushed tones of DJ Whispering Bob Harris, who presented the programme for 8 years, giving way to fellow Radio 1 DJ Annie Nightingale.
Great people who were enthusiasts for music, but also good journalists. And Nightingale was great.
Incredibly well revered and respected music journalist.
One of the things that I always loved about Annie Nightingale was she was on it.
She is venerated, Annie Nightingale, for being an absolute musical expert.
In 1980, Annie was in New York, hosting a very special episode where she got to meet a legend.
And Paul Simon is here. He's currently rehearsing with 12 other musicians. And the man has a lot on his plate at the moment.
In this interview, Annie Nightingale is tasked with the horrible job of having to interview Paul Simon, who's legendary for being the biggest curmudgeon in the music business.
One half of 60s folk duo Simon and Garfunkel, Paul Simon forged a successful solo career after they split in 1970. By 1980, he'd had a #1 album and a string of hits, including Mother and Child Reunion.
Sometimes you interview big stars and they try to patronise you. Sometimes they try to get the better of you. Sometimes they're just annoyed. They've woken up there, or you're their 95th interview they're doing that day, and they just want to be annoyed with you and take it out on you. You are remarkably calm considering that you have so much on your plate at the moment. Or is this part of your natural character?
He's big. He's legendary. I mean, this is Paul Simon.
Annie caught up with him in rehearsals for an upcoming major US and European tour.
Well, the film and the album are called One Trick Pony. What is a one-trick pony? Is this a well-known New York expression? No, it's not.
If you're interviewing someone on telly, you really ought to have your facts straight before you do it. You know, you should have done your research. You ought to know the essential stuff about the person.
Annie's sitting there, you know, full of knowledge as she is. Everyone knows that she's like the master of all music. And she's interviewing and she's chatting away.
Do you find the need to bounce musical ideas off somebody? Because I mean, obviously, I don't know how you used to work with Archie Garfunkel, whether you did do that, how close a writing partnership it actually was.
Well, we were in a writing partnership.
if there was a bubble above his head, I think he'd be saying, "Is this for real?"
We didn't write together.
It was always your song, his song, your
No,
song.
he didn't write any of this. He didn't write any. I don't mean that's no funny. He didn't write any. So I wrote all Simon Garfunkel songs.
Then the journalist in her switches on and she thinks, maybe I've got an exclusive here. Maybe I found out that all these songs in the Simon and Garfunkel canon were written by one person, and Art Garfunkel just didn't do anything apart from sing.
Is that generally known?
I think almost everyone but you.
I think I'll leave now.
I don't know. I think that's it.
Is this generally known? Yeah.
It's like, what did I say? What did I say? This never happened before.
Really horrible put down moment.
But in my case, it was all the songs were recorded by Simon Garfunkel, but they weren't written by Simon Garfunkel.
She keeps soldiering on, trying to make it better. There's an element of, not waving but drowning going on here.
So you never really obviously needed a partner that desperately in order to write, anyway.
No, I didn't need a partner to write.
If I was her, I would have just crawled away and died. It's a complete cringe moment. It's the literally cringe. Like, please help me. Especially when Paul laughs.
That's no funny. He didn't write any, so I wrote all Simon Garfunkel songs.
I think it was quite uncomfortable. I think he actually quite enjoyed the fact that she didn't know what she was talking about.
I think I'll leave now.
Messed up.
It was a mistake. She should have known that he wrote the tracks, not Art Garfunkel. But you can't know everything all the time. Can't be 100% on form every single day.
I must admit, I also didn't know that Art Garfunkel never wrote anything, that Paul Simon wrote it. Having said that, I'm not a presenter on the old grey whistle test interviewing Paul Simon.
It's one of those things where, and it's happened to us all, you try to get out of things and you can't. And you look at Wally and you just have to go, fair play. Bang to rights, mate.
I wonder how she felt when she did her next radio show. But then again, you see, this is way before social media, so nobody would have been tweeting anything.
It might not have gone viral in the 80s, but in a 2006 interview, Simon revealed Annie wasn't allowed to forget the incident for years afterwards.
I think she'd just taken over from Bob Harris, and I reckon Bob Harris probably went, okay, you're going to get rid of me, I'm going to stitch her up. And go, ask him about how they co-wrote the songs, Annie. Ask him about that.
In 1987, the Birthday Show landed on our television screens. This Saturday evening primetime entertainment show celebrated special events of the day and invited a famous face whose birthday to celebrate alongside them. The television show was presented by the Queen of Breakfast Television, Anne Diamond.
Welcome again to the birthday show. And if it's your birthday today, then from all of us here,
The birthday show was a really good little programme.
The title gives it away. It was all about celebrating anniversaries of one sort.
And because it's called The Birthday Show, the clues in the title, it has to be somebody who's got a birthday that day.
how many people here are celebrating a birthday tonight, I wonder? Everybody?
We did music, we did all sorts of odd little things that had happened in history, but most of all, it would be centred around celebrities whose birthdays was on that day.
Previous special guests included singers Barbara Dixon and Lonnie Donegan, as well as actor William Roach and photographer Patrick Litchfield.
Even if it isn't your birthday, don't worry, we're still inviting you to the party here with Paul Coyer and Benny Green.
You think of how many celebrities in the UK have a birthday on a specific date, one day in the week, and you go, oh, not very many.
They need to be born on a certain day of the year. You're reducing your odds of getting a quality guest.
And then you phone them up and are you willing to come on? Some of them are out of the country or on holiday, they're not available. So you're narrowing down all the time.
When the King of Comedy, Frankie Howard, agreed to appear on the show, the presenters thought they were onto a winner.
He's with us this evening, Frankie Howard.
Frankie Howard, at the time, is one of the most famous men in the country. We get on our show. Fantastic. It also happened to have coincided with him appearing at Palladium with Liberace. It was the anniversary of that.
We were so thrilled that Frankie had said, yes, of course, I'll do the birthday show.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much.
The best thing of all with Frankie Howard was just to sit back and let him do his thing, and he did.
Do you remember that Royal Variety Show, the first one?
Yeah, I remember it very well because it was my first year in show business,
Oh.
and in 1960, and oh yes. So you've been keeping track, have you? That's nice, isn't it? Charming.
On he comes and he does his great,
World famous superstar.
Oh, yes.
which is all that's needed for the audience to laugh.
And a new suit as well.
I
you
know,
see
I
that?
like the suit.
Oh, look at that. See, I'm going to be a toy boy. Anyone?
So Frankie Howard comes in, he does his usual shtick, he's funny, he's nice.
Part of the chat was celebrating his birthday.
Shall we put it to the test?
Right.
Because it is
Yeah,
your
it's just
birthday.
your birthday, isn't it? Because this is a birthday show. This is why you're here, isn't it?
I've been wondering that. No, it's not my birthday.
Oh.
I mean, we've goofed. Is that the reason I'm supposed to be here? Because it's my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
I never had it. What's that then?
Yeah, well, it's that's a bit embarrassing, really.
My birthday, dear, is in March.
Oh.
You've got the wrong month. It's not me.
What? It's not my birthday.
No, it really isn't my birthday.
It would have been, I would have thought, quite excruciating for Anne.
The hosts were left floundering with the horrible realization that they hadn't done their research properly.
You've got to remember, these are days before the internet. So there wasn't anything like Wikipedia. You couldn't check it out unless you'd actually spoken to him. And somewhere on the line, there was a lot of miscommunication.
You do look at it and go,
I remember thinking at the time, right, we need to keep this going somehow, make it not look like a disaster.
On the piss games.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, will you accept it as an unbirthday present?
Well, I guess I could stretch a month or 2 years.
We got round it by saying it was his unbirthday, which, when you think of it, ruins the whole premise of the show.
And you promised to be just as pleased.
Depends what's in it.
And just as surprised.
You could kind of feel them clawing their way out of it. She actually kept going though, and she kept going and going.
Keep paddling, keep covering over the cracks.
Oh, this is for next year, is it?
God let,
Oh,
which says,
let's see. Happy official. Oh, official one. Birthday from the birthday show. Oh, that's May the 16th. Oh, well, what I'll have to do is to keep this to May the 16th
that's right, and then
before I drink.
drink the champagne
And then
out
go
of that.
mad.
Now that I look back, I think it wasn't actually that bad that we got it wrong.
It's part and parcel of what happens when you present television programs live or as live.
But of course, to other people, yes, it is. And maybe there's a clue in there as to why the series only ran for one Saturday night series and didn't come back.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frankie
The UK National Lottery launched in 1994 to 20 million viewers. With a weekly live Saturday night draw and jackpot prizes in the millions, the whole nation was captivated.
One of the hairiest ever things to do live on television is a lottery draw. You are surrounded by
Oh, Bella. Oh, no. Happy. Oh, man. I'm free. Man. Um, mm, mm, oh, oh, mm, oh, mm, mm, right. All right. I don't get to the music, please. I really oh man, really fucking cold. Oh my god. More. Fuck off. Oh. Oh. Um, 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 What did pee bad? I said, oh my god. Oh. 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 Mm. Oh. 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 I'll just turn the heat up. Oh, I'm freezing this place. Oh. 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 I believe in myself. Yes, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Free spins on Big Bass Bonanza when you make your first deposit. Just head to playojo.com, deposit £10 or more, and you'll find your free spins in your rewards section. There are absolutely no wagering requirements on any of our bonuses, and anything you win is yours to keep and withdraw as cash. Eyes on the wheel, people.
I'm fucking interested. Fuck off. Fuck off.
The winning number is 4 black, even, and low. Hold on tight, because our prize system might just blow you away. Try your luck for free on the prize twister for your chance to win free spins or even the mini, super, or mega twisters with prizes from £500 to £25,000.
Fucking hell. What a shit.
Live in the quiet of the Welsh countryside. Brynny grew up in rural North Wales, where his father was a farmer and his mother a special needs teacher who used music therapy in her work. So it was a musical household.
My grandfather, my great-grandfather, they all had the love of singing. And yes, my parents have great voices that are most probably guided towards being a part of the choir. My mum's in a female choir, my dad's in a male voice choir. So there was constant learning going on in the kitchen, words on the cabinets. A little bit of rivalry as well, which is quite healthy.
I am dreaming of
And there's still plenty of music for Bryn at home. His wife is Hannah Stone, the renowned Welsh harpist.
When I met her, she was the royal harpist for Prince Charles, which was, of course, something that Queen Victoria had, and this position was held for 4 years. So I had seen Hannah play, and I invited her for my Christmas program. And that's when we met. I guess it was love at first accompaniment.
Is it very special performing with her?
Jenny, I don't have to tell you, I've sang with the harp since I was a young lad. So it's magnificent to have 2 musicians in the house, and I'm always intrigued by how these harpists can play that instrument of 47 strings and 7 pedals. It's dedication, hard work, and you know, the hard work that she sees does translate into me wanting to work harder as well.
It was his beloved Rose that set Bryn onto the path of growth. In 1989, he won the song prize in the BBC Cardiff Singer of the World contest.
But I was really nervous in that competition. And within the days of competing as well, I was doing an opera as a student in the Guildhall School of Music and Drama. So it was maybe an insight into how one's career would develop in the future. But yeah, undoubtedly, Cardiff Singer of the World gave you those steps up the ladder much quicker than expected.
And it was with the Welsh National Opera that Bryn made his professional operatic debut in Così fan tutte by Mozart. This is a knockabout opera that owes as much to the pantomime tradition as it does to opera.
Aidan Batten, currently the Welsh National Opera's General Director, oversaw that performance more than 30 years ago.
To entrust someone who was barely out of college with the title role at W&O was not a risk, but it was an adventure for the company to take. We saw him at Cardiff Singer of the World, and that's on an international platform. And being the Welsh National Opera, it seemed too good an opportunity to pass up. I worked with the highly eminent conductor, Sir Charles Mackerras, who's world famous for his work on Mozart. And after about a minute of his singing, Charles leant over to me and said, "I don't think we're going to have any problems with this," he said, and we knew the rest is history, really.
Though, before Bryn made it onto the stage for the WNO, he was thrown out.
Just before he did his first professional engagement with us, singing in Così fan tutte, he came in with a pal to watch some of his pal's rehearsal. I didn't know who he was, and all of our rehearsals are closed. And nobody who isn't within the company at the time is allowed. So I politely asked him to leave. It's caused a few giggles subsequently, however. Bryn has got such wonderful humanity and humility. I go back to that all the time. They're his calling cards, if you like, in his persona.
It was the Welsh National Opera that launched Bryn's career and catapulted
It's only
him onto the
19 minutes
world
to 2. I mean,
It was here in Cardiff
I wish it was
that he
about
first
4 or 5
performed
in the
one
morning.
of his most iconic roles, that of Falstaff, the opera by Verdi, based on the Shakespearean comic character.
You can see that he wore a fat suit underneath.
Oh gosh.
Can I touch it? Yeah. Which is
my.
padded with hotel wadding, and it's got netting to create all sorts of leg and varying areas to build him up as a bigger man than he already is.
But I think that looks terrifically hot, and you're under all those lights and singing.
You had to pat his brow down and make sure all was well whilst we did the change. 5 minutes worth of 4 people helping him as we go. like a pit stop, everybody did their task and then got him all dressed up to get back on stage.
I mean, it really is very convincing, isn't it? Gosh. I shall close this up and protect his modesty. Bryn is keen to encourage a new generation of singers.
O pen o Bryn o'n medru gweld y pen tremechus lawr a'r bobl neges mor gryf maen yn rydro am at brawd a'r gwerth a gynnydd rhai gell sydd fel gwybynod fyr.
What is it about the Welsh and singing? I mean, you produce a nation of singers, it seems.
What is it? Mountains, the fresh sea air, the language. Then it is very important. We have 7 vowels in Welsh: A, E, I, O, U, U, E. The hymns of Wales. People love to sing. It's the air that we breathe.
The Welsh tradition of Eisteddfods, singing and recital competitions that take place across the country, encourage a love of singing from an early age. Amongst the Bryn's many charitable initiatives is a scholarship to develop the most promising young performers who come up through these competitions. Is something that was an important part of Bryn's own success.
Any given village in Wales can have an Eisteddfod every weekend. So my poor parents paid a lot of petrol to drive me, north, south, east, and west to compete. But they knew they saw something in their son, in their child. They saw the passion that he had. He loved singing. So I think that drove them to encourage the singing that I had within me. So the Eisteddfod is that wonderful shop window.
I've come to Llangadog, a village just outside Swansea, where the local Eisteddfod attracts young singers from the area as well as from all across Wales.
I like performing in Eisteddfods because I really like music and my ambition is to go to the Sydney Opera House when I'm older.
This is where it all starts for us Welsh singers. We start in the local Eisteddfods. This is where we learn sort of the craft. And when we go to London to study or to the conservatoires, you can see the difference between Welsh singers. They've just got some sort of, I guess, confidence.
So, watching you judging these voices, what do you look for in a voice?
Well, I think the tone quality and how the vowel sounds they create is one of the most key things to me, is how the voice sort of resonates, and also the way that the voice works with text. I think that's really, really important. And of course, that's what Bryn Terfel is fantastic at doing as well.
Now, you know Sir Bryn Terfel. Just describe his voice for us with your musical knowledge. What makes it so great?
I think the resonance of that voice, and because it's such a large frame, I think that it's like a beautiful double bass, isn't it? And then the sound that he generates is quite incredible. But also the control that he has on his voice. He can sing the most delicate appeals as well. So it's quite a unique voice, and he's very special.
Some of these young people are hoping they can achieve the fame and acclaim that Bryn enjoys. However, he says success can also come at a cost.
I've had injuries on the stage. My back has been a a constant problem, especially with rape stages. So I've had to cancel some operas, and I've had some difficult patches with people talking about, should I have done this or should I have not? And people don't know the exact whole story of certain things that happen to you. It is water off the duck's back, but maybe it's that given swan on that lake as well, pedaling like mad.
I mean, you cope very well with pressure because it is a very pressure world.
Yeah.
Performing at your level.
One very famous mezzo from America called me a Mack truck once. It was one of these big trucks, you know, that can carry anything, that plows through everything. Any challenge put on your plate. But I thought she was pretty correct in her description.
During James' illustrious career, he has tackled roles from across the operatic spectrum, like Wotan, King of the Gods, in Wagner's epic Ring Cycle. But as much as Sabrin loves performing in the big opera houses, he's also passionate about reaching new audiences in concert halls.
He sung all the great opera roles and also music theatre, but to come and sing in a concert hall like the Royal Festival Hall, well, that really is a special occasion because you're somehow up close with this enormous musical presence.
Brin's status as a national icon means he was personally chosen by King Charles to perform at his coronation. Bryn Terfell's towering presence and booming voice is also effective offstage. He's a big champion of the arts and relishes bringing music to the public.
I think we're in a time when lots of cultural institutions and classical music itself perhaps has been called into question. What's the value of it? Is it too elitist? And a figure like Bryn is what we need. Somebody who symbolises really the power of communication and music. It's about showing people how important music is in all of our lives. He embodies that, and that is the most powerful advocacy he can perform for music. Everything he does conveys that love of singing, and it's completely infectious. And the fact that he is passing that on to young singers makes total sense to me because it's an absolutely compelling vision of how to live a musical life.
You think we're getting younger audiences in different opera houses?
Definitely. Undoubtedly. And these are the people that you see after giving performances in the stage door. We saw in the run of the Battle of Seville we had at the Royal Opera House. You could see it.
My first opera, I loved it. I thought it was really captivating. I think more young people should see operas. I think it's a great experience.
As well as being unbelievably gifted in both the sort of musical and acting categories, he really exemplifies how fun it would be to sing at his level.
Yes, there is an interest there. They're hungry for entertainment, and it's wonderful to be a part of that as well.
Bryn Terfell is a Welsh icon and a rare talent. He cares not only about his own success, but also the future of opera. An art form which has brought him national as well as global recognition. And I'm really glad he's so optimistic about its enduring appeal.
Hello. Well, there's certainly a nip in the air, a chilly breeze. Let's see what the weather's got in store over the next 10 days. Here's the outlook. More chilly weather on the way, but with high pressure close by, at least over the next few days, the weather will be generally dry, and the brightest and warmest of our weather will be further towards the west. And I use the word warmest very loosely here. Here's the area of high pressure for Sunday, but notice that a weather front has just snuck into the north of that high pressure. And here's our jet stream pattern. Notice how the jet stream blowing in from the north and dragging in the colder air, especially along the North Sea coast. Just temporarily for slightly warmer weather there, heading particularly to Ireland. But on the whole, it will stay fairly chilly. Now the outlook for Sunday then shows thicker cloud and bits and pieces of rain for eastern, central and maybe southern Scotland. And quite cloudy here for many of us. But the rest of the country, I think variable amounts of cloud on Sunday, with the sunniest of the weather out towards the south and the west. And notice that in the western parts of Northern Ireland, it could warm up to about 17 or 18 degrees. On the North Sea coast, closer to 10 in that northerly wind. On Monday, the high pressure is still with us, but further weather fronts crossing the country, weak weather fronts, and they often bring a lot of cloud and some rain for a time, which will be crossing eastern Scotland, northern, central England, maybe making its way towards Wales later in the afternoon. I think for most of us, it will be just a cloudy day with spits and spots of rain for a time, and chilly, typically 10, 11, 12 Celsius. The weather further west will certainly be brighter and dry because we're closer to the centre of that high pressure, which by Tuesday will have drifted out into the Atlantic. And in its wake, we have a northerly breeze once again. So it's that jet stream that's dragging in the colder air from the north. So again, on the North Sea coast, often cloudy, some showers, chilly, the best of the weather out towards the west. Here, temperatures could just about manage the mid-teens, but in Newcastle, no higher than 9 degrees on Tuesday. Then Tuesday into Wednesday, not an awful lot changes. Low pressure tries to sneak in, but we still have that cold northerly blowing in. So I think a chance of showers, again, almost anywhere along that North Sea coast. Could be a few showers developing inland, the best of the weather on the south coast, southwestern parts of England here, but still only around 12 or 13, which is below the average for the time of the year. And then towards the end of the week, we could see some showers developing across eastern and central areas of the UK. Some of them could be heavy. There's even a chance of a bit of a winteriness, particularly across the high hills and the tops of the mountains. And no surprise here because of these values, only around 9 degrees in Newcastle and eastern Scotland. Now, how about into next weekend? Well, low pressure will be paying us a visit. So rather than the high, which is now way out in the Atlantic, low pressure will draw in some slightly milder air from the south, but that of course means thicker cloud and occasional showers. So we're back to April showers by the time we get to the weekend. So here's the outlook from Friday onwards into the weekend. Yes, slightly milder, with temperatures recovering to perhaps 15 or 16 degrees Celsius, but as a result of that and that low pressure, we will see those April showers developing. So it looks as though we'll need our brollies once again. Bye-bye.
I'm not sure I've actually said this before. I came up there and I cried. Wow.
A symbol of friendship to some and of diplomacy to others.
That world has teamed up and spit out a lot of young and attractive guys.
There's always more to the story with our podcasts. Listen on BBC Sounds.
I want Hempline to be that good story that lifted black folks in Africa and all over the world. They're young people, of course.
It's part of being
being an actor because it always says an actor, you can't be a control freak. You have to be willing to give up control.
So I like this idea of a live piece of art. And I just like this idea of making invisible visible through art.
Sometimes you can have really serious portraits, but you've got such a great laugh. I feel like I want to capture some of the kind of nature of your personality.
Opera House can and must be many things. It shouldn't cater just to one audience, and it shouldn't be focused on just one corner of the repertoire. It must do everything and be open to the interests of many different people.
Inspiring arts and culture. Watch now on iPlayer.
The world of film is changing faster and faster all the time. I've been reporting on cinema for more than 40 years. So what's it like to be an Oscar nominee? Our global Talking Movies team,
How does that work on set?
brings you up to date on the latest in movie making from around the world.
Looking at stories from other cultures.
Interviewing top filmmakers and stars.
People seem to be emotionally charged by the film.
From blockbusters to art house cinema, we'll spotlight the brilliant and unique voices bringing their stories to the big screen.
Talking Movies. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Morning. Come and have a seat. Now, of course, I'm not going to go easy on you. There's some really big questions we've got to try and get answers to this morning. But I'll be fair, and we just want to hear what you've got to say. So, shall we get on with it?
We're rolling.
Join me to hear from the biggest names inside and outside politics.
Sunday with Laura Koonsberg. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Whether you're in Washington, Wisconsin, or even back in the UK,
We take you behind the scenes, explaining US news, culture, and the era-defining presidential election.
Americans, the BBC News podcast Untangling America. Listen weekly on BBC Sounds.
Live from Washington, this is BBC News.
I will start the age of 311 and the age of 112.
The U.S. House of Representatives passes a long-awaited aid package for Ukraine worth $61 billion. Against the backdrop of recent tensions between Israel and Iran, the BBC investigates a renewed crackdown on women inside the Islamic Republic. And 25 years on from the Columbine High School shooting, we reflect on the impact of that tragedy. Hello, I'm Carl Massman. The U.S. House of Representatives has passed a crucial aid bill for Ukraine, totaling nearly $61 billion. If passed by the Senate, the long-awaited funds will provide roughly $23 billion to replenish U.S. weapons, stockpiles, and facilities, more than $11 billion to fund current U.S. military operations in the region, and another $14 billion for Ukraine to buy advanced weapons systems and other defense equipment. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson, who brought the bill to a vote, said it was the right thing to do. From the Capitol, our news correspondent Helen Humphrey has more on today's vote.
After a rare show of bipartisanship, the US is now one step closer to sending long-awaited aid to Ukraine, along with Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. After this vote from the US House of Representatives, it now heads to the Senate. President Biden has called on senators to advance it swiftly on Tuesday so that it can head to his desk at the Oval Office and he can sign off on it. And the Pentagon, for its part, watching political chaos for infighting go on, has been trying to pre-position weaponry where it can so that those weapons can head to Ukraine, can head to troops on the ground sooner rather than later, potentially within days, as opposed to weeks. But that doesn't rule out the prospect of further political infighting, despite the fact that Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi had called on lawmakers to sign off on this bill for Ukraine. We know that it had been facing resistance from the Republican Party. They had wanted tied to stricter immigration laws, a stricter border security with the US-Mexico border, and that particular vote failed. It needed a 2/3 majority, so that didn't come to pass. And instead, what you saw with the Ukraine bill is that more Republicans voted against it than actually voted in favor of it. And we know that Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has signaled her intention to potentially oust the Republican House Speaker, Mike Johnson, over this, filing a motion to vacate. She said that she would be pulling the trigger on that and forcing a vote on it today, but that's not to say that it couldn't come in the days or weeks ahead.
Well, the vote had been delayed for more than 6 months, causing Ukraine to run low on ammunition and lose more territory to invading Russian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expressed his gratitude on X, formerly known as Twitter, for the passage of the bill, saying that this decision will, quote, keep history on the right track. He said, democracy and freedom will always have a global significance and will never fail as long as America helps to protect it. The vital US aid bill passed today by the House will keep the war from expanding, save thousands and thousands of lives, and help both of our nations to become stronger. Our correspondent, James Waterhouse, has more from Ukraine.
This bill's passing has been met with relief here in Kyiv. It has been a painful, costly 6 months for Ukraine. While this support package, this sizable offering from the US, has got bogged down in Washington, Ukraine has lost men and it has lost territory, with soldiers finding themselves with dwindling ammunition in the face of their greater, their larger Russian invaders. This is a big boost for Ukraine. This is a war when good news has been rare for Kyiv of late. This package will provide much needed ammunition, provide air defences, and reports suggest it could be arriving, some of it could be arriving within days. So that will certainly be the hope. It is by no means a silver bullet. This does not mean Ukraine is suddenly going to be liberating swathes of territory as it did in 2022. But what it crucially does for Kyiv is that it keeps it in the fight. I think the near-term objective will simply be to try and stem the tide of Russian occupation as it continues to seize hundreds of square kilometers of territory in the east, and where we see Ukrainian cities in an incredibly perilous situation. So it keeps Ukraine in the fight, and it keeps the negotiating table at bay. I think this is a huge moment for Ukraine to feel the weight of America's support behind it. The foreign secretary here described it as a bad day for Vladimir Putin. That may be the case, but his invasion has many more days left in it. But for now, it's a private moment of celebration for Kyiv in these times of war.
Earlier, I spoke to Anatol Levin, director of the Eurasia program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. It's great to have you here. What's your reaction to what we saw in the House today, this passage of a very large aid bill for Ukraine?
Well, this aid is indeed absolutely critical, and it will help Ukraine to hold its existing positions through this year, I think. Although, of course, it will take time for a lot of this weaponry to be delivered and for the Ukrainians, to be trained to use it. So it's not given that this will prevent more Russian victories this year. What I think we have to be much more skeptical about is whether it will help the Ukrainians to attack or counterattack in their turn. Because we have to remember that last year, massive amounts of US aid did not, in fact, help the Ukrainians to break through. So I think that this aid will preserve a stalemate. It won't be a decisive game changer.
I did want to ask you, actually, what do you make of the state of the war right now? We've been hearing some fairly dire warnings from leaders in Ukraine saying that they've had to retreat, that they're rationing weapons. Is this right now, this stalemate, do you see that continuing into the future?
Well, I think that is very likely, yes, because as we've seen and heard so often from experts, recent developments in military technology very much favor the defensive. So in the first year of the war, they favoured the Ukrainians when the Russians were attacking. But last year, they very much favoured the Russians. And these weapons will not fundamentally change that equation. So I think, but the other thing we have to keep in mind is that while the West can give weapons to the Ukrainians, Russia is greatly outproducing the West in terms of artillery shells. And even more importantly, Russia now has almost 5 times Ukraine's population. We can't create men for the Ukrainian army unless we send our own troops, which the great majority of Western leaders categorically ruled out.
I guess at the same time as many are questioning how much longer Ukraine can hold out, that same question could be asked of Russia. Of course, they are on the war front. They are producing more artillery shells, but there was a BBC investigation that recently revealed 50,000 dead at least on the Russian side. Is there a political impact of that within Russia?
Well, I think there would be if Russians saw the chance of a compromised peace. But at the moment, the peace terms being set out by the Ukrainians, which they have said are basically non-negotiable, are not peace terms. They're terms for complete Ukrainian victory, total Russian withdrawal from all the occupied territory, including Crimea, war crimes trials, reparations. There are very few Russians, and there's nobody within the Russian establishment who would accept those terms. And they would require complete Ukrainian military victory, which does not look at all likely.
You've written, actually, that you believe the United States should begin to seek negotiations to end the war diplomatically. Why?
Well, simply because I think it should be quite obvious that time is not on Ukraine's side. As you reported, it has taken 8 months to get this aid bill through US Congress.
But I suppose somebody may ask, now that that aid has been approved, someone may ask, well, why begin to negotiate now? The aid is on its way. Potentially that is the time for Ukraine to take that fight to the battlefield instead.
Well, but as I said, I mean, it will help the Ukrainians to hold their existing positions. But given the odds against them, I do not think, and given what we saw during their offensive last year, that it will help them, actually to break through the Russian positions. Because remember that for every weapon or shell we give the Ukrainians, the Russians lay another mine. There are multiple lines now of Russian minefields and defenses, very difficult to break through. And the thing is that if it's taken this long, and a majority of Republicans still voted against this bill, in the House, can anyone seriously guarantee that the aid at this level will continue next year? Especially, of course, if Trump wins the election or the year after. So, as I say, I mean, this aid will undoubtedly help the Ukrainians to hold out, but I cannot see it helping them to win on the terms that they have defined victory. Now, of course, when the Russians first invaded, we would have regarded a situation in which the Ukrainians held Kiev, drove the Russians back, held on to 80% of their territory, Ukrainians united in resistance. We would regard that as a tremendous victory. Not a complete victory, but as I say, I do not think that
NHS is shit. NHS is shit. I was lucky I could handle it, but my mate killed himself, yeah.
That also doesn't look right.
We'll have to leave it there. Both sides, of course, saying that they do intend to fight on. Anatol Lieven, director of the Eurasia program at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, thank you very much for your perspective.
Keith Gordon.
Alongside money for Ukraine,
Rest
the
in
aid package
peace,
will
mate.
also see the U.S. send $26 billion to the Middle East. $17 billion of which would go to Israel to buy things like air defense missiles and advanced weapons systems. And $9 billion will go to humanitarian relief for Gaza. That's something that Democrats insisted be included over the objections of some conservative Republicans. That boost in aid and in weapons comes as UNRWA and the UN agency responsible for getting aid to Palestinians says the risk of disease in Gaza is rising. The UN warns the situation could deteriorate if Israel goes ahead with a planned ground offensive against Hamas in the southern city of Rafah. That's where an estimated 1.5 million Palestinians are sheltering. Weir Davis has the latest from Jerusalem.
The very real threat of a direct war between Israel and Iran appears to have diminished somewhat after both sides either played down or completely ignored the events of recent days. But events and tensions in the region remain very, very high. In the last 24 hours, an Iranian allied military base in Iraq appears to have been attacked. Nobody has claimed responsibility for the attack, in which one person is said to have been killed. But images seem to show the aftermath of a big explosion. On Israel's northern border, there have been exchanges of fire across the frontier with Iranian allied militants from Hezbollah engaging with Israeli troops. And in the Palestinian-occupied West Bank, Israeli troops have been involved in a 2-day operation which has left apparently 10 people dead, including a senior commander from Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But it's events in Gaza after more than 6 months of war which are again coming to the fore. Overnight, there were Israeli tanks and airplane attacks, military jets bombing places in central Gaza and in southern Gaza, in particular, the city of Rafah. Apparently, 9 people were killed, including several children. Israel said it was targeting military infrastructure and armed terrorists. But there are, of course, concerns about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, where more than 1 million people are now seeking refuge in and around the town of Rafah. There is starvation. There's a lack of aid, although more aid is now getting through. The international community, including the American government, has warned the Israelis not to proceed with a planned full-scale military operation in Rafah, because Israel says it has to tackle Hamas completely. It has to defeat Hamas completely if this war is to be won. Benjamin Netanyahu has thus far pretty much ignored those warnings from the Americans and the British, among others, not to go in full-on in Rafah. But Mr. Netanyahu is adamant that he will proceed with a full-scale military operation because he cannot declare victory in Gaza. The Israeli hostages won't be released until an operation is complete.
Saturday marks 25 years since the 1999 mass shooting at Columbine High School that killed 12 students and 1 teacher and wounded more than 20 others. The massacre is widely regarded as the first major mass shooting at a U.S. school in the modern era, marking a turning point for the country. On the eve of the anniversary, community members gathered in Denver, Colorado to remember the lives lost. Candles flickered on 13 empty chairs, one for each of the victims, as short biographies were read out. After each, the crowd replied together, "Never forgotten." Since Columbine, gun violence in the U.S. has become increasingly severe, both in schools and in wider communities. According to data collected by the Washington Post, there have been more than 400 school shootings since 1999. That has exposed more than 370,000 students to gun violence. So far this year alone, there have been 120 reported mass shootings. That data comes from the Gun Violence Archive. On Saturday, U.S. President Joe Biden issued a statement to mark the anniversary of Columbine and condemn gun violence. In it, he said, quote, "I've met with countless families who lost loved ones because of gun violence. Their message is always the same, do something." But gun control is a highly polarizing issue in the U.S. Many Democrats advocate for stricter gun laws, while Republicans tend to view gun ownership as a fundamental right. Krista Hanley is a survivor of the Columbine shooting, co-founder of We Are Safer Together, a self-defense organization. I spoke to her earlier about her experience that day and her personal journey since. Thank you for being here with us today. What are your reflections as we mark 25 years now since the shooting that took place at your high school, at Columbine High School?
Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's been 25 years. And it feels like it was just the other day in some ways. You know, this kind of trauma really stays with you, stays in your body. And at every anniversary, things come up. Although after 25 years, I have been in some sort of peace this year. I think that just really finding that this thing happened to me, it changed my life, and I am forever going to be affected by it.
How has it changed you? How has that affected you?
Yeah, so it changed me in a lot of ways. You know, to have an early experience where so much of your life is just turned on its head. A way that I felt like I wasn't safe anymore. It really changed like what I thought the world was like, frankly. And I didn't feel safe for a long time. I focused on just every day, like just getting through the day for so long because I had so much trauma. But since then, I have found my ways. I have found ways to really advocate for others, and through my organization and through my writing, I'm hoping to get out there that, you know, especially for other survivors, that we can find some hope and find some healing in this.
You've written actually about the emotional impact of going through something like this, of witnessing something like this. You wrote, I realized there is no getting over it and there's no going back to normal. How difficult is it, just to understand survivors of a school shooting, that really can last much longer than just a couple of years within school or high school? This lasts into adulthood.
I think it will last our whole lives. I know other survivors that were at Columbine with me very well, and all of us are still highly affected by this every day. I know other survivors that were in shootings that took place before Columbine, and they're still affected by it. Even people who are 50 years after their shootings. This kind of trauma stays with you forever, and I don't think that people realize it, and I think it's important for everyone to know that. It's not easy or simple to get over trauma that affects you this deeply, and we really need to do whatever we can to help so no other children in the world have to go through this.
What goes through your mind then when you see television coverage of other school shootings, whether it might be Uvalde or Sandy Hook? Does that take you back to that place? What goes through your mind?
Those subsequent shootings have been devastating, especially Sandy Hook and Uvalde, but, you know, Parkland, Virginia Tech, all of these big shootings, and not just schools, but all of the mass shootings that we have in this country affect me hugely, affect other survivors. We just can't help but be just like viscerally dropped back into this trauma state that we were in on that day and the following days from our shooting. And it's just heartbreaking to see another community again and again, these more communities having to go through the same kind of trauma that we went through.
Now, I understand that you actually knew the boys who committed the shooting at Columbine High School. You've only recently decided to starting to talk about that. Why is that?
Yeah, it's been complicated to decide that I wanted to, you know, share my relationship with them as friends. But I think it's important for us all to realize that these mass shooters are not strangers. These could be someone you know, could be someone planning a serious event. And the only way that we can stop these is if we recognize the warning signs and we do something about it. And so I think we can't ignore the fact that these are our friends, our neighbors, our partners, our children, that we have to recognize that people who we know are capable of doing this. And that is why I've decided that I needed to share the fact that I knew them, and I had no idea that they were planning this. But I think we all need to recognize that we have a part in creating a safer world.
Krista Hanley, a survivor of that Columbine shooting and co-founder of We Are Safer Together, a personal safety organization. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us today.
Thank you.
Thousands of people have taken to the streets of the Canary Islands to protest against the impact of mass tourism. The Canary Islands are a Spanish archipelago. They're located off the northern coast of Africa, and they are a popular tourist destination. Protesters on the island say too many visitors are damaging the environment and pricing locals out of the housing market. And there are now calls for the Spanish government to limit the number of visitors. Here's Simon Jones.
In the baking Spanish heat that helped bring in 16 million visitors to the Canaries last year, local people are hot under the collar. A message from Tenerife tourism has gone too far.
The
The Canary Islands say enough is enough. They have a limit. Our resources and our population can't take any more. The environment is continuing to deteriorate and residents are suffering as well. The demonstrators insist they're not against tourism itself. It's vital for the economies of the islands, but they want controls. There's particular concern about the supply of water in such a dry climate, and they claim there's too much focus on building hotels rather than local housing, making the area increasingly unaffordable for residents. The beaches are particularly popular with the Brits. The authorities in the Canaries stress they remain open for business. The Spanish government admits it's about finding the right balance so holidays can continue harmoniously. Simon Jones, BBC News.
In the UK, the body advising the government on climate change policy has attacked Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's commitment to cutting carbon emissions. Chris Stark from the Climate Change Committee told the BBC that the Prime Minister had set back progress towards reaching net zero. Here's Justin Rowland.
Okay, yeah.
The Climate Change Committee's job is to mark the government's homework on climate, says Chris Stark, and he is marking Rishi Sunak down in dramatic fashion. The reason? In the autumn, the Prime Minister delayed a ban on petrol and diesel cars and watered down targets for phasing out gas boilers.
We seem to have defaulted to an approach which will impose unacceptable costs on hard-pressed British families.
Yeah.
Costs that no one was ever really told about.
Here is what Mr. Stark had to say about that.
I think it's set us back. So I think we have moved from a position where we were really at the forefront, pushing ahead as quickly as we could on something that I believe to be fundamental to the UK economy, fundamentally beneficial to people living in this country, whether you care about the climate or not.
A government spokesperson said the UK was the first major economy to halve greenhouse gas emissions since 1990 and said that record speaks for itself. And Mr. Stark was critical of other parties too. He said politicians across the political spectrum had a collective fear of talking about climate. And he said he was desperately disappointed by the SNP government in Edinburgh's decision to drop a key carbon cutting target this week. The targets were overambitious right from the start, said Mr. Stark.
The Scottish government chose to choose an even more ambitious path than the one that we'd advised. And that's fine. I mean, I love ambition, but it only matters if you actually deliver against that.
The Scottish government spokesperson said the country remains steadfast in its commitment to reaching net zero by 2045. The interview with Mr. Stark comes as marine experts warn the world's coral reefs are experiencing their fourth mass bleaching event, driven, they say, by record high sea surface temperatures. Justin Rowland, BBC News.
We leave you now with the story of a Nigerian chess champion who has shattered a world record for the longest chess marathon after playing the game unbeaten for 58 hours straight to raise money for underprivileged children. Tunde Anakoya started his epic session on Wednesday at a chessboard in New York's Times Square. He broke the record on Saturday and then continued to play for 2 hours beyond the previous record time. He set out to raise $1 million for children's education across.
Fucking hell.
I'm Carl Nassman.
How the hell do you make money like that? I mean, $1 million.
Right here.
Fucking hell.
BBC News.
Hello there. It's been a chilly start to the weekend. We've got some cold weather overnight where we have the clearer skies. Temperatures may be a bit higher in Scotland, mind you, because we've seen this cloud moving down from the north. And we'll continue to see a bit of light rain or drizzle on that weak weather front there as it runs into our area of high pressure. Now, in between those two weather fronts, the potential for some slightly warmer air across Scotland, where we get some sunshine, and particularly Northern Ireland. But for England and Wales, we're still in the cold air. So it's not going to be too hot for the runners in the London Marathon. It should stay dry. There will be a
I haven't got any gold.
degrees
I've pawned all my gold. It's fucking crazy.
12 degrees. We will see some cloud developing in East Anglia in the southeast that could bring the
I was getting my gold out. Was fucking,
Otherwise,
man.
some sunny spells for other parts of England and Wales. Plenty of sunshine for Northern Ireland. Much more cloud in Scotland. We've got this rain and drizzle in the east, pushing into the far north of England. Taking temperatures back here. A little bit warmer in western Scotland, where we've got some brighter skies. highest temperatures are going to be inland in Northern Ireland, a pleasant 17 or 18 degrees. The centre of the high pressure is just getting pushed towards the west of the UK. It allows these weather fronts to take the cloud and rain southwards. And this time we've got a cloudy picture on Monday. We're going to find some rain and drizzle at times for England and Wales. It should turn drier and brighter with some sunshine in
Chinese fucking family.
Let's say dry in Northern Ireland.
Fucking, I'll give them loads of goodies, right?
There is
Then they fucking put it down on the table and didn't want it. And fuck you then. Go on, fuck off back to China.
Elsewhere, particularly so across the southeast of England after a chilly night and that cloud there coming in over the top. And that cloud continues to push its way southwards together with those weather fronts.
And I showed this like one family. I said something like, yeah, as I said, there's one picture. It's fucking Dr. Happy. I said, here he is. There's me, you know, in a doctor's outfit. And the other picture's black and white. And it's comedy. Yeah, it's funny. So the kids will love it all. You know, it's fucking great. And I've got a big hug from this woman for hours around me and give me a big because that's great, lovely.
With the pressure tending to fall, there's the risk of a bit more rain as well.
Yeah. I know when the kids look at the two pictures, they will laugh because one's Dr. Happy, a colour picture, and the other one's like a funny picture.
Black folks in Africa.
Yeah, it's quite funny,
gave young people a voice.
It's part of being an actor because I always
kids
say
will look at
acting
that and be happy and
you have to be willing to
not
give up control.
under pressure or anything. They love it, I reckon.
Art. And I just like this idea of making invisible visible through art.
Sometimes you can have
That's why I
really
decided to put the pictures in the bags with all the stuff.
I've got such a great laugh.
Yeah.
I feel like I want
I'll give it all away, all of it, fucking everything.
the candid nature of your personality.
Opera House can and must be many things. It shouldn't cater just to one.
Some people are fucking weird though, I'll tell you that. Really fucked up. Oh no, we don't want it. No. Well, fuck off then, you cunt. You know what I mean? Seriously, for fuck's sake.
Today we're looking at the state of British politics.
Asking, is technology ruining football?
Are we too obsessed with our phones?
Ella from Hull wants to know, how hot's the planet going to get?
And we'll explain why prices keep going up and up.
Also, Rach, did you know space has its own smell?
Really? What of?
I sold a cup. Yeah, fucking right. I tell you what I sold one of these. One of these cups, you see that?
Listen on BBC Sound.
I sold the cup. Right, there you go.
This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour.
Yeah,
I'll
wash my hands, man. Fucking hell, look at this. Oh my God. Fucking hell.
Ketamine, a horse tranquilizer and anesthetic known as
Terrible, really.
disassociative with
I'm gonna wash my hands on it. Yeah, fucking right.
When you've got that music and you're taking it and you're having that like dance, that storm, feeling the vibes.
But it's not always such a party when you take too
I still had
much.
an itchy ass.
It does destroy your organs. It does destroy your bladder.
I wanted to start. I don't want to be in the world in that pain, completely reliant on ketamine.
Hospitals are now setting up ketamine clinics to support those getting addicted.
We've
Oh.
seen so many patients and it feels like we're getting more and more and more.
But is it
Yeah, but
enough?
fucking shit, you
And
know,
what
this
more
is
can
it.
be
I mean,
done
fuck
to have
me.
those young and addicted to cat?
And it's just too big, too powerful, and no fucking experience.
Ketamine is a very effective medical drug used as an anesthetic. since
Oh,
the
and man, that's dealt with a lot of families, you know,
More
this is
recently
it.
to treat
I know how
some
good I
mental
am.
health conditions. But its use as a recreational drug is on the rise, partly because it's cheap and because more of it is being made in parts of Asia.
Oh, that's my favourite program.
Where did you hide it?
Friends, I
In
love
October
Friends, it's great.
2023, 54-year-old actor Matthew Perry, best known for playing Chandler in the US sitcom Friends, was found dead at his home in LA.
I'm in control of the first drink.
That's
He
sad.
openly struggled with drug and alcohol addiction, and a toxicology
Oh, is it
report
drug and
revealed
alcohol?
he
Really?
died as a
Seriously?
result
I don't
of
drink
acute
at all, well.
effects of ketamine. Deaths from ketamine are rare, but for people who take the drug recreationally, around 1 in 4 will experience urinary problems as a result.
in the last few weeks, I have been speaking to loads of ketamine users and people that are addicted on an online forum, which has basically been set up for people to support each other, ask questions, and just share advice as well.
On it, there are quite graphic descriptions of the physical impacts it can cause. Cramps, needing to urinate frequently or not being able to, passing blood and clots are just a few of them.
I actually sometimes get cramp in my
Ketamine is
feet.
also used by vets as a
That's fucking mental, that is.
and injecting just 1 gram is enough to knock a horse out. I chat to dozens of people, most in their late teens and early 20s.
I reckon I've got 10 years and I'll be dead.
Grams a day, and tell me they had no idea of the issues it can cause when they first started using.
Well, I've not used ketamine at all. Fucking.
Beth and her mate, who wants to be anonymous, are keen to share their story. We're calling him Jay. We catch up with them on a Saturday night as they prepare to buy ketamine from a dealer they found online.
I was hoping to pick up a minute ago. The guy has seen a police car where I am, and just because I'm not from the area, driven off.
And how did you find that dealer?
So it was just as easy as messaging a friend on Facebook saying, hey, do you know anyone in Bristol area? And then, I was sent a menu and a number. It's just a case of messaging. It's what do you want? Where do you want to meet? As easy as that.
It runs through Snapchat as well, Facebook Messenger. From the minute you wake up, all through the night, I get messages, active till 4 a.m., active till 5 a.m, and people are just serving all the time. It is literally everywhere you go.
Both Beth and Jay are in their 20s and have been using ketamine for quite a few years after first trying it as teenagers.
Yeah, the first time I ever had a line of ketamine was at a free party.
Yeah, same.
Shindig happening out in a barn somewhere.
I was 14 years old and somebody had some in the classroom, and I had a little bit in the back of the classroom. That was the first time I had it. And then
people are
then
shit.
it was in the
I
party,
fucking hate people because people are fucking disgusting. Little bastards giving drugs to everyone. Alan Stubbs a cunt. Fucking Michael Joseph Lynch is a
Not really,
cunt.
no, I was out of this world.
I remember being in a house once and I had some cake and I completely forgot who I was and who I was with.
Jeff Foreman, you were a bit naughty, really.
You get used to
You know,
that
you were
feeling
fucking
and
always
sort of,
moaning and shouting all the
break
fucking
the
time,
barrier almost.
threatening to stab me,
Not
you know.
very much.
And you also sat me down in a chair and gave me loads of amphetamine, didn't you? I remember that.
And then you can find yourself going to work on it.
It's become a way for Beth and Jay to cope with things that have happened in their lives, and they're using every day.
It's just that little bit of escapism and that reality. Unfortunately, like having
I like you, Jeff. You're all right, man. You know, but fucking hell, man.
And post-traumatic stress disorder.
You're a bit fucking scary, you know what I mean?
And so that's kind of been my turn to.
I was never scared of you, mate. Not at all. No fucking
and
way.
then it starts to become something that masks how you're really feeling. And that's.
I told you not to be so fucking stupid. Do you remember that? Yeah.
I love that escapism.
And everybody
I
laughed at you,
absolutely
didn't
love
they?
the feeling of when I have it. I feel great. I feel normal. I feel me.
With a Justin Bieber haircut. I used to have to straighten his hair for him before we went to school. So Ryan, when he was growing up, was very cheeky chappy he was. He was such a lovely boy on every single parents' evening I went to.
Yeah, well.
But he was the glue that brought all
I was a
the
little
kids
blonde
together.
boy.
He was a really sociable,
A good
boy.
kid.
Claire's son Ryan first tried ketamine at a festival, but got addicted after his best friend Fraser died in a car crash in 2018.
That really hit him hard. That was, the grief. I don't think he could deal with it. And I think at that point then, that's when he started doing ketamine a little bit more. He used to see Fraser when he was under the influence of ketamine. I think it was his way of trying to get close to his best friend again.
During the pandemic, Ryan's use started to escalate while he was off work.
He was doing it every day. He didn't look like the son that I had. He went from being such a happy, confident, clever boy to this shell of a person. I didn't know who he was anymore.
Must have been incredibly difficult to see him like that, knowing that
Yeah,
he wasn't
well.
really
All I can say is my mum used to get fucking high.
It wasn't him. It
My
was
brothers
the
were smoking
talking.
loads of drugs in her
I
house,
couldn't get through to him.
and she was
No
high
matter
as
what
a
I said to
fucking
him,
coot.
I literally could not get through to him. And we tried everything that we could to try and, stop
And
him
she
from
got
doing
me
what he was
section,
doing.
and I was fucking harassed for fucking 18 years. NHS and fucking police. I want you to fucking die, you
Ended up going
motherfuckers.
to rehab. He was walking into rehab like he was a 90-year-old man, like with a walking stick or hunched over, and his legs were bowed. He looked really, really poorly.
Government figures show ketamine addiction has more than quadrupled since 2016 in England and Wales, and use is estimated to have more than doubled in that time. And with those under 25, it's more than tripled. A growing concern for the British Association of Urological Surgeons.
I think we've seen a huge explosion of young
I can't do no printing. I gotta wait for some fucking ink.
come to see us with very significant urinary symptoms. And these symptoms can include going to the toilet every hour or even every half an hour.
I'm gonna wash
And
my
what
hands,
ketamine
man.
does
Fucking
is
hell.
it destroys the lining of the bladder, and that can have very serious consequences. We've noticed throughout the whole country, we always have discussions amongst the urologists. There's a huge explosion. of
That's me, the piano man. Fucking right. Look at this.
In certain places, some very high use of ketamine, and lots of young patients with severe.
That's me, the piano man.
problems.
That's my daughter, the baby, and the other little girl is my dad's daughter. That's my fucking half sister. She's a fucking drug dealer.
Signs of ketamine bladder. Ketamine is really
And she put
popular
my dad in a
Bristol,
cell, in
so
a
much so there's
police
been a
cell
plan
for one
Bristol
fucking night.
bladder to refer to the impact ketamine can have on the bladder if you take a lot of it.
Barbara was an ugly fucking bitch. None of my brothers liked that fucking Barbara. And Barbara had fucking two daughters, Sharon and fucking Julie. And Julie fucking robbed everything. I mean, my dad gave me a car, parked at my mum's, and they fucking stole that, the bastards. Julie and her little crew, her boyfriends and all that, wherever it was, I don't know. Turned up at the fucking house, took the car. All his money was fucking taken. They give us £8,000 each, me and my brothers, and my daughter had 4,000. And he was worth over 200,000. And Julie stole everything. She stole the money. That's what she done. Fucking dog.
This is an example of a bladder in a ketamine patient. That's a very small bladder. I would say that capacity.
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm going to wash my hands, man.
The hospital can offer a range of treatment and support. In the most extreme cases, patients will have to have their bladders removed and reconstructed using part of their bowel.
Probably the youngest.
I'm worried about my stomach. I phoned up 111 about my stomach, and the stupid little bastards fucking phoned up and says, mental health. You fucking spastics. NHS, you're fucking thick. You're fucking insane, you motherfuckers. If I had a gun, I'd shoot you, you
Then
cunts.
the likelihood of having any sort of complications after that surgery is enormous.
The treatments are life-changing. Since we've started doing this a year
No,
ago,
it's not
we've
fucking
seen
life changing.
so many
Why don't you fuck off,
that it
sluts?
feels like we're getting more and more and more. One thing I want to make
You're just
people
a fat
aware
old
of is
bag,
if
that's
they
what you
do
are.
come and see us, we're not judging them. We're here to support them and help them with their problems. We're not
You're full
judging
of
them for
shit.
drug-taking. We're not
NHS is fucking rubbish.
reporting them to anyone. We just want to help.
You can fuck off.
The UK is not the only country which is seeing an increase in ketamine use. The European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction analyses wastewater from a number of cities across the continent.
I would say that
Just say no to drugs, that's it.
in the UK are similar to those observed in the Netherlands, Spain, France, where we are seeing an increase in the data coming from the most recent surveys. We now also have data on ketamine use coming from wastewater samples. For the cities that have comparable data between 22 and 23, we saw in the majority of the cities an increase in ketamine use. We always get the question if we are sure it's non-medical use of ketamine or if it's ketamine
Cups everywhere.
as a medicine.
4 cups down there, I've got 3 cups here.
Wastewater allows us to have
Microwaves, chicken chow mein, I've got 4 of them there.
weekends, so Fridays, Saturdays,
I
and
got
Sundays,
back.
which probably
Oh yeah, I'll
points
put it all that away.
to the use
That's
of
everything's put away. That's
ketamine
great.
in recreational settings.
Oh.
It's now later in the night, and we're back with chronic ket users Beth and Jay. What is the physical impact for you now of taking ketamine?
I can't walk down the street. I can't walk 50 meters without either needing to sit down or needing to run to the toilet. When I first went to the doctors in urology, they had no idea what was going on. All we can tell you is that your bladder was shrunk. You could see on the camera screen ketamine floating amongst my urine. It did also cause a big growth where they had to burn that away immediately.
When it's sort of at its peak as well, I can't engage in any conversation. I struggle to focus on anything. I can't work. I can't do anything. I can't feed myself or go and get a
Be
drink.
positive.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, PMA, man.
You completely.
I can't this, I can't that, I can't do this, I can't that. Mate, just fucking sort your brain out, will you?
But yeah, it's still not
PMA,
enough to be able to
motherfucker.
stop you from using
Positive
it,
mental attitude. Say yes, 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 I can do it. You know, whatever.
I do need help with this now, and I do want to stop now. But then part of me thinks, when I do stop ketamine, what have I got? My life's been about ketamine for the last 9 years now. So once that's gone, I feel like what do I really have left?
Yeah.
That's how I can feel, and that's when my depression comes. That's when I start to think, well, I might as well just keep on using, and
Oh, mate, you're a cunt.
Lose my bladder. If I lose my life, I lose my life. If I lose myself, I lose myself. And that's what makes me want to take more K, because then I start thinking about stuff like that.
Get a job, do something with your brain, you know, fucking occupy your brain.
To escape from that vicious circle, James Deere left the UK and moved to Australia and later New Zealand when he was addicted to ketamine. Since getting clean, James has been sharing his story through his YouTube channel and podcast, Break the Chain.
I shared my insights about my life and my regrets and what I felt guilty I felt about what I'd done to my mum and put her through and my family. And I just got completely positive feedback from doing this.
In that time, he's noticed an increase in ketamine in Australasia.
When I first went to Australia, I went there because I didn't think I was going to be able to get ketamine. And that was fundamentally more or less true. When I first went to Brisbane, for example, it was a smaller city. I think I came into contact with it twice. People knew what it was, but it was just this unusual, rare thing that every now and then would appear. And it would usually come from some European traveller who was bringing it in because other people didn't know what on earth it was, you know. And now it's readily available in Melbourne. It was quite big there in where all the techno and the music scene was. In Sydney, it was much more available, in Brisbane. It's spreading up there now. In New Zealand, it was absolutely really unheard of. But with this influx of travellers, it's becoming more popular and definitely spreading.
The production of illegal ketamine has been increasing across the world, something the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime has been looking into.
We are seeing more and more in Southeast Asia, where the crime labs for ketamine have moved out of China into the Golden Triangle and into some countries in the Mekong area, like Cambodia, for that matter. And we've seen clandestine laboratories of an industrial scale in those countries. There's definitely a push to get more ketamine into the market.
The way ketamine is policed totally varies in different countries, which can make it more difficult for authorities to follow its route around the globe.
We are talking about international organized crime here. And apart maybe from the question, would a higher penalty be a deterrent for an individual dealer, I think we need to talk about how can law enforcement get the necessary tools to go after those criminal organizations and dismantle them.
In England and Wales, the quantity of ketamine seized by police and border force is currently around 1.5 tons a year. That compares to an average of around 150 kilograms a year a decade ago, a 10-fold increase. And with more of it being produced, it's making it cheaper for dealers to get hold of as well. I speak to a few who all say that demand is bigger than ever before. Ketamine is currently a Class B drug in the UK, which means the maximum penalty for dealing is 14 years in prison.
I've come and seen the barrels, like actually like steam tank barrels full of ket. It was unbelievable how much ket you could see.
An ex-dealer agrees to meet me with her friend. She says it was during COVID that she noticed a huge increase in demand.
I never did this to get into like anything gang related. I never did this to get on anyone's back. I never did it for an ego boost. I did it because I needed the money. I saw the gap in the market. Obviously, drug dealing is very illegal. That is it's like it's still and end of it is illegal, yeah. But you've got to make it as safe as possible. Like I'd rather teach other people how to do it safely.
Did you ever worry about the impact that it can have on people?
Yeah, there's double reasons. There's caring for them, for their safety, because obviously don't want them to overdose or anything like that. And two, it's good for me as well. I don't want them overdosing. If they link that back to me, that's the death on my hands. And I'm like, more than I'll just feel bad for it, I'll also go to jail for it. Like there's two wrong things happening there.
If I was going too far, she'd always like stop. She stopped saying to me like quite a while ago.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I've had to win buckets. I've had to do disgusting, grim things because it's like no one talks about that. No one talks about how you're going to end up living like an old man when you're like in your early 20s.
What do you think needs to be done going forward?
Fear doesn't work. Fear doesn't help. Like telling people don't do this because you'll kill you. Like anything can. Do you know what I mean? People are going to do things anyway. But I feel like if someone had told me when I first started choosing it how bad I would feel from using hair, I don't think I would let it get this far. I really don't.
Showing how to do stuff in moderation, that's the key for it to be safer. But there is no way you're ever going to stop a country from doing drugs at all, ever.
Ryan did a stint in rehab, but relapsed not long after. He was living in a shared house and in April 2023 was found dead in his bathroom at the age of 26.
They found him in his shower with the water still running. He'd been there potentially 3 days. There was 5 bags of ketamine in his room, 2 were empty. He had pulmonary edema and cerebral edema. So basically his breathing slowed down so much that he just died. I couldn't even see him because the condition of him was, he was unviewable, you know, and all I wanted to do was go and see him. I couldn't.
Since Ryan's death,
Fucking scrub my fingers. Wire wall was
Ryan set up a Facebook page with information and support.
When I was addicted to it, I was struggling to find all the information in one place.
Got my door
So
open.
That's why I set up a ketamine awareness Facebook page so that I could gather all this information and put it into one place so that if there's somebody like me, you know, who's got a child who's addicted to substance, they could just click on one
back everywhere.
Facebook group and it's all there.
That's great.
Going forward, what do you think is needed to tackle the increasing number of people using and being addicted to ketamine?
You know, reclassify it so that people know how dangerous it is, get a proper sentence to these dealers, but also support these people who are addicted to this drug, you know?
Ryan Binkrest ruled he died from ketamine toxicity. Deaths linked to ketamine are but on the rise. In the UK, the numbers of drug-related deaths following ketamine use have more than doubled in the last 10 years.
So this is our drug testing room.
Unlike Ryan, Pagan managed to get help and has recovered after a 12-year addiction to ketamine. At her worst, she was taking more than 10 grams a day.
It wasn't a nice experience. I was sick, dizzy, and like kind of blacked out. So it wasn't very nice. Don't know why I carried on, but I did. And then I started injecting it into my muscles, and then that's when my bladder started to get bad.
What's it like to look back now and think about your addiction when it was at its worst?
I wanted to die. Yeah, I just didn't want to be alive anymore. I didn't want to be in the world in that pain, completely reliant on ketamine. I spent 8 weeks in hospital, and I kind of felt like I tempted fate too many times. So I needed to give it up. Otherwise, I would have ended up dead.
As a result of her addiction, Pagan's daughter was adopted. She had bladder surgery and then ended up going to rehab for the third time in 2022.
The beginning was really hard, but I was determined this time to stay clean. Ketamine took too much from me, so I wasn't going to let it take my life as well.
There you go. You alright?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Turning Point was a massive help with me. I couldn't have done it without them, really. So I wanted to give back and help other people. I feel guilty that I let it take control of me again.
I guess that's what addiction does,
Yeah, it takes everything, but it has no mercy.
Pagan volunteers at drug and alcohol charity Turning Point each week, working with other people trying to get clean.
One of the key bits we do here, we have lots of people doing really well in treatment, and Pagan is one of those people who can make a real impact. So if you can imagine today someone walking through our door who is in the gutter, who feels at rock bottom, meeting someone like Pagan, and we have lots of peer mentors here who can talk about their experiences and give them a ray of hope, really, to say, I've done it, and actually you can do it, give it time.
So as production and use across the globe continues to rise, what more can be done to help those young and addicted to ketamine?
Our main message with ketamine is stop taking it, but we understand how difficult that is. So I think it's engaging with mental health services, drug charities. If people are worried about their friends or family who are taking ketamine, I think just trying to have a conversation with them and be a bit more open about it.
In a statement, the UK government told us it's committed to offering support in tackling the supply of illegal drugs. It also says there are currently no plans to change the law, but drug control and harms from ketamine are under constant review. Social media platforms say they do everything they can to prevent the sale of drugs. So this is Ryan's room.
Yeah.
Ryan's mum Claire recently met with a government representative to discuss her petition to get ketamine reclassified from a B to an A.
I won't stop until it's reclassified. I've got to keep going. If I can help just one person, Ryan's.
Can you imagine it
death wasn't in
if
vain.
suddenly, like if it was like Hitler, and suddenly we decided anyone addicted to drugs is going to get shot, because we ain't got time for all this fucking bullshit. I mean, we need people that are clean to run a situation like NHS. I mean,
we wasn't taught about it in school.
and we need to train them to fucking do a good job, you know, and not be fucking rubbish. I mean,
from a young age, like this stuff, you stay away from this kind of chemicals.
My hope now is to engage in some support.
you know, I mean, I'll never forget how evil the NHS get.
Making my life better.
They look at you, they glare at you, and they give you an evil fucking
I'm
look. I'm
hoping
saying.
that, you know, I'll get back into work, get back into my career path.
Yeah, this is what I call fucking. This is what we need, right? We need something like this. Love, you know, a romantic situation where we will care. This is it, right? Not a fucking evil glare in your face.
How much you think it's taken
Yeah,
your
this is
life,
me.
how much you think you've got nothing left, you can always gain that back. So it's never too late to reach out for help.
If you've been affected by this story, head to BBC Action
Oh.
Line at bbc.co.uk.
Where's that fucking other picture?
Action Line.
Oh, fuck it. I don't know. Fuck it. All I can think about is this fucking woman looking at me. Oh, fuck it.
Hello there. It's been a chilly start to the weekend. We've got some cold weather overnight where we have the clearest.
It was quite funny that there's 4 people on my doorstep looking at me, right? And I thought, what? Smile!
Continue to see a bit of like
I'll take a picture, right? Well, I didn't say smile. I thought, look at you, cunts. You know, look at the bastards. I mean, what the fuck? And the whole world's seeing these people now. I'm shared it everywhere.
Across Scotland, where we get some sunshine, and particularly Northern Ireland. Of England and Wales, we're still in the cold.
Yeah, out of the 4 people, there was one young girl, probably, I'd say about 25, maybe younger than that, I don't know, but
We will see some
She
cloud
shouldn't work for the
developing in
NHS.
the
Fucking hell.
southeast that could bring the odd light shower here and there.
She should work at
Otherwise,
Burger
the
King
same
or
spell
something.
for other parts of England and Wales. Plenty of sunshine from Northern Ireland. Much more cloud in Scotland. We've got this rain and drizzle in the east pushing into the far north of England, pegging temperatures back here. A little bit warmer in western Scotland where we've got some brighter skies. The highest temperatures are going to be inland in Northern Ireland, a pleasant 17 or 18 degrees. The centre of the high pressure is just getting pushed towards the west of the UK. It allows these weather fronts to take the cloud and rain southwards. And this time we've got a cloudy picture on Monday. We're going to find some rain and drizzle at times for England and Wales. It should turn drier and brighter with some sunshine in northern Scotland. It may stay dry in Northern Ireland, but we've got more cloud around on Monday. There is still some semblance of some warmer air in western Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it's pretty cold elsewhere, particularly so across the southeast of England after a chilly night and that cloud then coming in over the top. And that cloud continues to push its way southwards together with those weather fronts. And with the high out towards the west, we're left with a northerly breeze again on Tuesday. Still a bit of patchy light rain or drizzle to clear in the south. Otherwise, that northerly wind will bring a lot of cloud to eastern areas and maybe the odd shower near the coast. But out to the west, this is
It's fucking 3 minutes to 3.
and those temperatures
Said it before, you know, it'd be fucking 6 and 7 or 8 and 9, 10. And...
across the eastern side of the UK, 8 Celsius here. Now, when's it going to warm up? Well, no time soon. It looks like through the rest of the week, we're still in this colder air. And if anything, with the pressure tending to fall, there's the risk of a bit more rain as well.
What does it take to become a top opera star like tenor Jonas Kaufmann, Welsh-based baritone Sibrin Tervel, and Greek-American soprano Maria Callas? I'm on a mission to find out how opera is trying to attract new audiences and reinvent itself.
I think music has the power to change the world.
Take me to the opera. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
I had to put my necklace, right? I had to put it in because fucking, I'll tell you what, I only had about 30 quid and that was it. And about £16 in my bank and that's it. And I don't get no more money until Tuesday, Monday night. Anything could happen. I might need the money, so I thought, fuck it, I'll put my necklace in. I'll get it back out on Tuesday. And I'm going to get a keeper ring that goes there, right? That's 150 quid. So I'll probably have to pay about 155, maybe. I don't know.
The US House of Representatives.
So I'll be paying out 400 and something quid. I'll be at 450. I'll be paying 300 to actually get my gold back. And on Friday I'll get my PIP. That's 720. I'll be getting my bracelet, which is they give me 250. So they'll probably I'll have to pay them like 260, I reckon, or maybe 255. I don't know. I can't afford to get all my gold out. I've got 5 rings, one necklace and one bracelet.
If passed by the Senate, the long-awaited funds will provide roughly $23 billion to replenish U.S. weapons, stockpiles, and facilities. More than $11 billion to fund current U.S. military operations in the region, and another $14 billion to help Ukraine buy advanced weapons systems and other defense equipment. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson, who brought the bill to a vote, said that it was the right thing to do.
I got him yesterday, and next door she gave me 2 packages. I thought that's great. Because last time, someone stole 2 packages. I thought, fuck it.
Long-awaited aid to Ukraine, along with Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. After this vote from the US House of Representatives, it now heads to the Senate. President Biden has called on senators to advance it swiftly on Tuesday so that it can head to his desk at the Oval Office and he can sign.
I'm not getting it alone.
And the
fucking interest to be crazy.
Political chaos, political infighting, go on has been trying to pre-position weaponry.
I told Capital One and fucking Vanquish to fuck off.
Can head to Ukraine, can head to troops on the ground.
They get £1 a month,
sooner
that's
rather
it.
than later, potentially within days.
And they don't hit me
as
with charge.
opposed
There's no
to
interest or
weeks.
nothing.
But that doesn't rule out the
It's just a
prospect
settlement
of
figure.
further political
£1 a month.
infighting,
That's all you're
despite
getting.
the
I mean, I'm
fact
not
that
using their
Congress
service. I don't want.
Nancy
I'm not
Pelosi
paying them
called
fuck
on
all.
lawmakers to sign off
Yeah, I'm
on
paying them
this
£1.
bill
That's it.
for Ukraine. We know that it had been facing resistance from the Republican Party. They had wanted tied to stricter immigration laws.
Nationwide, get £1.
Security with the
£8.50, I reckon.
US-Mexico border, and that particular
Yes, I think £1.
vote
That's it.
failed. It needed a two-thirds majority, so that didn't come to pass. And instead, what you saw with the Ukraine bill is that more Republicans voted against it than actually voted in favour of it. And we know that Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has signalled her intention to potentially oust.
Lee fucking phoned me up and says, "Oh, it's Mum's birthday, 81 years old." I thought, "Well, that's great." And now we're chatting. That's great. Me and Lee and Mum and all that chatting. That's great. Yeah, lovely. But then the next time I try to phone up my mum's, there's no fucking answer. It's a recording. Leave a message and all that bollocks. Leroy, you're a little cunt, mate. I'll say it.
Invading Russian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expressed his gratitude on X, formerly known as Twitter.
I can't relate with my own family. It's fucking fucked up. Do you know why? Because I help the family next door. Yeah. Kim Dayton with her 5 children. Claire Clements, Amy Clements, Adam Clements, Robert Arthurs, and Ian Arthurs. Yeah. I help that family. And, well, my family, they didn't like it, did they? No. All they want is fucking drugs. Lee, Russell drinks loads of alcohol now, and he's got a driving license, but he drinks like a fish. You know what I mean? That's it. And Mark is a drug dealer. You know, he's fucking selling cannabis all the fucking time.
This sizable offering from the US has got bogged down in Washington. Ukraine has lost men and it has lost territory.
My family's fucking shit.
Themselves with dwindling ammunition in the face of their their larger Russian invaders. This is a big boost for Ukraine. This is a war when good news has been rare for Kyiv of late. This package will provide much needed ammunition. It will provide air defences, and reports suggest it could be arriving. Some of it could be arriving within days. So that will certainly be the hope. It is by no means a silver bullet. This does not mean Ukraine is suddenly going to be liberating swathes of territory as it did in 2022. But what it crucially does for Kyiv,
that's when I got free.
Keeps it in the fight.
I was free. I couldn't fucking believe it.
Term objective will simply be to try and stem the tide of Russian occupation as it continues to see
this country's fucking shit. If I could blow up this country, I fucking would. I'd say.
See Ukrainian cities in an incredibly perilous situation. So it keeps Ukraine in the fight, and it keeps
10 Downing Street blown up. Yeah, can you imagine that?
I think
a big fucking explosion. 10 Downing Street fucking blown up. I'd love that. I would honestly.
The foreign secretary here described it as a bad day for Vladimir Putin. That may be the case, but his invasion has many more days left in it. But for now, it's a private moment of celebration for Kyiv in these times of war.
I spoke earlier to Brad Bowman, Senior Director at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, for more on that Ukraine aid bill. For a bit more on that Ukraine aid bill, 6 months of waiting. What does the passage of this bill, at least in the House, mean for Ukraine?
I think this is a big deal. I think this is 6 months later, or several months later than it should have been. But as they say, better late than never. And this really is, I would say, the United States stepping up to its responsibilities to secure its interest and begin to serve once again as the arsenal of democracy. We have Ukrainians who are willing to fight, willing to defend their homes. They just ask for the means to do it. And the delay has been costly. The Ukrainians have had to ration some of their munitions. We've seen the Russians making gains as a result. But once the Senate passes this and the president signs it into law without delay, some of the vital weapons and munitions can begin to arrive, as your correspondent said, within days. Some of this is already in Europe and just waiting for this funding to arrive. And it'll start to help the Ukrainians. I agree. It's not a silver bullet. You can kind of view it as a catastrophe avoidance strategy for now.
to kind of staunch the bleeding, if you will, in terms of forcing retreats. But this is unambiguously good news, I would say, for those who want Ukrainians to succeed and defend their homes against the largest invasion in Europe since World War II.
So not a silver bullet. Where does Ukraine, on the battlefield at least, go from here? Is this just a matter of making sure it doesn't lose any more territory to the Russians, or can it have some sort of ambition for a bit more of a counteroffensive and try to advance forward?
It's a great question. You've literally seen Ukrainian infantry losing their lives because they haven't had the artillery support they need because, as I said, the Ukrainians have been rationing shells. And so that will begin to help with some of this. It will help to provide some more air defense capacity. We know that Russia has been pulverizing Ukraine's electricity generation infrastructure. So it'll give Ukraine many of the things it needs. And America has a unique role to play here. Europeans are increasingly stepping up, but it's going to take time for them as they start to spend more in defense and invest in their defense industrial bases to begin to help Ukraine in many of the ways that they want to and that they should. So in this interim 1 to 2 year period, the United States can use its existing defense industrial base prowess to help to get Kyiv through this particular months and years of danger until our European allies can fully step into the fray and carry more of the burden.
And Brad, looking at this politically in the U.S., it's clear that House Speaker Mike Johnson had something of a change of heart, and he became a supporter of this bill. What do we make, though, of the fact that a majority of
believe in
Republicans
myself.
in the House of Representatives
Yeah, that's
voted
it.
today against?
If you don't accept it, it's tough. You have to fuck
it's
off with it.
significant. More Republicans oppose the Ukraine bill than support it. I'd say this is not your father's party of Ronald Reagan. I think that would be the shorthand. And there were a few amendments offered. One of them was by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican of Georgia, who's been kind of a thorn in the side, if I'm being polite, in speakers of the House.
I've got to see what's going on with fucking
Timmy.
Timmy.
Out the funding for Ukraine. That failed on a vote of 71 to 351. But Representative Kat Cammack, Republican of Florida, introduced another one that would have stripped out some of the non-military assistance. That got more support among Republicans, failing on a vote of 154 to 272. So I would say you still have majority support in the House of Representatives for Ukraine, but only a minority of the Republican majority supported it. And there's
Do you know what? I'm sure someone fucking robbed a fucking packet of colouring pencils. Because I had like two tubes. One was a slim one was a bit fatter. And I'm sure someone must have fucking took the big colouring pencil.
As they confront this,
I don't know though. I mean, fuck it.
We're about out of time, but I did want to ask you because there were other bills.
I've only paid $2.49. There's two packets. Both. One was $2.84 and one was $2.49.
This is landmark legislation, individually and collectively. I think deterrence failed in Ukraine.
I paid 93p for a fucking microphone thing, right? And I'll give that away as well. I'll give all this stuff away. I do. It's about making people feel good. So I have to give a lot of shit to a lot of people.
Ukrainian allies, they'll help in the Middle East, and they'll hopefully help prevent a war in the Indo-Pacific. And we know deterrence is much cheaper than dealing with a war we could have prevented.
Around $95 billion of American foreign aid in that House bill, likely to pass in the Senate in the coming days. Brad Bowman, Senior Director of the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you very much. Well, the Ukraine aid deal.
I'm going to stop buying. Actually, I'm going to fucking. Well, I'll do it for a while. I've got a load of shit there to give away. That came yesterday. I looked at it when I thought, fucking hell, I don't want to do that really. I mean, put it all in bags, make everyone happy with a little bag of bits and pieces. Why am I bothering? I mean, what the fuck?
Representatives is using the cover of important foreign and humanitarian assistance to once again jam through a ban bill that would trample the free speech rights of 170 million Americans.
A free goodie bag for your children, all your little families walking past. Some people are fucked up in the brain, they're mental, they're insane. They're like, oh no, don't want it, no. They're fucking little bastards. I can't stand you cunts. I mean, fuck off.
Allows the Chinese government to spy on Americans.
You probably hit your kids, don't you little cunts?
China and the company denied. The House of Representatives last month approved a similar bill cracking down on TikTok, but the measure was held up in the Senate. Alongside the money we heard about for Ukraine and Taiwan, the U.S. aid package would also send $26 billion to the Middle East. $17 billion of it would go to Israel to buy things like air defense missiles and advanced weapon systems, and $9 billion
There's the
will
plastic
go to
bags.
humanitarian
£3.18.
Gaza. That's something Democrats insisted on being included over the objections of some conservative Republicans. That boost in aid and comes
that's £1.56 for these little things I've got here.
Says that the risk of disease in Gaza is rising.
It made people happy, you know, they all had different little things and all that.
Planned ground offensive against Hamas in the southern city of Rafah. That's where an estimated 1.5 million Palestinians are sheltering. Vera Davis has the latest from Jerusalem.
The effect of 6 months of war has created a desperate humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But amid the ruins of conflict, in some areas, aid is now getting through and can make the difference between surviving or dying of hunger. A flour delivery organised by the World Food Programme allowed this bakery in Gaza City to reopen for the first time since the war began.
Finally, there's something to eat. You can go to the bakery and buy bread. Just a few days ago, it was hard. You were looking for wood, flour, and you couldn't find anything to feed the children.
But for most Gazans, the brutal reality of war is a constant companion. At the Najah hospital in Rafah, parents and siblings console each other after several civilians,
There's all these. I've been buying watches as well, right?
Overnight airstrikes. Israel said fighter jets and other aircraft struck dozens of terror sites. Among the targets, it said, was military infrastructure, compounds, and armed terrorists. The US has repeatedly urged Israel not to launch what is expected to be a major offensive in Rafah.
We cannot support a major military operation in Rafah. We believe that a major military operation with a large presence of a civilian population would have terrible consequences for that population.
Words that seem to have little impact on Benjamin Netanyahu. He's repeatedly said the offensive in Rafah must happen.
I bought 19 watches. 19 watches for kids and that, you know, just as it. There'll be a little bag, and in the bag will be a watch.
Retrieving food parcels from the sea after an airdrop.
There's 3 different types of watches, and they're going to be free.
Agencies warn of a worsening humanitarian crisis. Buddha Davis, BBC News.
I get a buzz out of giving stuff away free, making families happy and all that. It makes me feel good.
The very real threat of a direct war between Israel and Iran appears to have diminished somewhat after both sides either played down or completely ignored the events of recent days. But events and tensions in the region remain very, very high. In the last 24 hours, an Iranian allied military base in Iraq appears to have been attacked. Nobody has claimed responsibility for the attack, in which one person is said to have been killed, but images seem to show the aftermath of a big explosion. On Israel's northern border, there have been exchanges of fire across the frontier, with Iranian allied militants from Hezbollah engaging with Israeli troops. And in the Palestinian-occupied West Bank, Israeli troops have been involved in a 2-day operation which has left apparently 10 people dead, including a senior commander from Palestinian Islamic Jihad.
Meanwhile, thousands of Israelis took to the streets Saturday to demand Benjamin Netanyahu resign as prime minister and call for new elections. Mr. Netanyahu has been subject to intense criticism for failing to prevent Hamas's deadly attack and for failing to secure the return of Israelis still being held hostage in Gaza. Before October 7th, there were frequent large mass opposition protests to Mr. Netanyahu's judicial reforms. Now, Saturday marks 25 years since the 1999 mass shooting at Columbine High School that killed 12 students and 1 teacher and wounded more than 20 others. The massacre is widely regarded as the first major mass shooting at a U.S. school in the modern era, marking a turning point for the country. On the eve of the anniversary, community members gathered in Denver, Colorado to remember the lives lost. Candles flickered on 13 empty chairs, one for each of the victims, as short biographies were read out. After each, the crowd replied together, "Never forgotten." Since Columbine, gun violence in the U.S. has become increasingly severe, both in schools and in wider communities. According to data collected by the Washington Post, there have been more than 400 school shootings since 1999, exposing more than 370,000 students to gun violence. So far this year alone, there have been 120 reported mass shootings.
If people put a gun on show, everybody will want a gun. So fucking lose the guns. That's what I say.
Gun violence. In it, he said, quote, "I've met with countless families who've lost loved ones because of gun violence. Their message is always the same: do something." But gun control is a highly polarizing issue in the U.S. Many Democrats advocate for stricter gun laws.
The ones who should be shot is the ones that selling the fucking guns. I can see the shop selling guns. Fucking blow it up.
David Hogg. He's a survivor of the Parkland school shooting and a co-founder of March for Our Lives. That's an organization advocating for gun control
A
legislation.
gun shop in America.
It's great to have you with us here on BBC
Fucking
News.
demolish that
You
place.
say that
Fucking
you
put
and
that fucking
your
salesman in
age
jail
are
for
part
selling
of what you
guns.
call the
You
school
cunt.
shooting generation. I was just curious if you could describe what that means.
Yeah, I think what that means is a generation that has lived through the aftermath of Columbine. You know, our generation has gone through school shooter drills in our classrooms. We've lived in constant
Fucking jail that bloke selling the guns in a fucking American shop. Fucking close down the shops.
Daily gun violence as well that rarely makes it on the news.
You were actually
Fucking Americans are thick, aren't they? They're fucking thick.
The Columbine High School shooting. I'm curious, do you ever think back and think that the U.S. might have missed an opportunity 25 years ago to take stronger action to prevent similar school shootings like the one that ended up affecting you and your classmates at Parkland?
Yes, yes. The bottom line is
Close down the gun shops.
The federal government acted and passed comprehensive gun laws following
Penalise the situation. Fucking
ownership.
fine or fucking put them in jail for fucking selling guns. I mean,
I probably would not be talking with you right now. The shooter at my high school was a 19-year-old with a long history of mental illness and also anti-Semitism and hatred towards people of other races. And he was able, despite making
my brain is focused on calm, happy, kind of nice situations, not fucking terrorizing people, not fucking killing people, nothing like that at all, not ever.
Dealing with and trying to prevent
NHS neglects people. They fucking make people want to die. They kill babies. They're fucking terrible. NHS is all shit.
Some Republican states mostly deciding to or trying to arm teachers. Do you think that those are effective methods of protecting students?
No, they're not. And I can tell you because in my school, they had a police officer that was assigned to it. In Uvalde, they had hundreds of police officers that were there. And unfortunately, too often, these
NHS, you're as bad as the people in America who's using guns, right?
Really counts. And if we're only able to stop
that 4 people on my doorstep, right? That woman giving me a fucking evil look, a terrible look. But her face is all over the world.
Across Europe or Australia, they don't have these type of shootings on what seems like a weekly basis in terms of school shootings. And it's not because they have cops in every school. It's not because they have metal detectors in every school.
You know who you are, you fucking bitch.
Comprehensive gun laws that raise the standard of ownership.
And that psychiatrist who fucking said I was unwell because I was playing music. I mean, fuck me, is that insane or what?
They have stronger gun laws that helps to prevent things like what happened in Parkland from happening again. And I think effectively what these quote unquote solutions are that people are trying to
they would say anything to fucking lock me up in section units. Shitty little
that
cunts.
is caused by the easy accessibility of firearms.
If I had the right to kill the bastards that fucking lock me up, I'd fucking kill them.
It's just to say there's no reason why our country has to be any different from other high-income countries with the level of gun violence that we have.
But I'd make sure it's a legal situation, you know. It's fucking like, no, let's be fair. I mean, 18 years of my life in and out of section units, I think it's you know, it's fucking a death penalty for you motherfuckers. Yeah, 18 years of my life. Yeah, but your life is going to end. You know, this is it.
In their schools. You are the co-founder of March for Our Lives, a student-led organization supporting gun control legislation. I'm curious, what role do you think young people like yourself have played in
Yeah, I'm awake now. Yeah.
movement to fight for
I'm just going to go and get my chicken chow mein. I got my door open. Actually, I woke up a bit cold and I put the heating on and now I'm fucking hot.
American history. I've been on the vanguard of creating this change of challenges.
I've got water shut for fucking ages.
So many people told us it's great that it's here that you want to create change, but you're really dumb. You don't understand that this is Florida. Things don't change here. Gun laws actually get weaker here. And
It's not sure. It's nice color. It's fucking, it's all right. It needs ironing.
We raised the age to buy guns to 21, and we were able to pass a red flag law that has been used over 12,000 times in Florida alone since Parkland. And guess who uses it most? It's Republican sheriffs. These are bipartisan solutions that are being passed that do work, that we can pass across party lines. And the reason why
that's great. Thank you.
In my opinion, a lot of that has happened is because of the courage of young people to stand up and not accept a country where we are told the only solution that we have to keep kids safe in their schools is to teach them how to potentially survive a school shooter instead of addressing how that shooter gets their gun in the first place. Because the shooter in Parkland, let's be clear, he was a criminal, but he was not a mastermind. He was a deranged 19-year-old that was able to legally access an AR-15.
And David, just briefly, if you don't mind, last question: how hopeful are you that the U.S. can take action to prevent another Columbine or another Parkland?
You know, I think sometimes it can feel like there's a fine line between hope and delusion with this issue. But ultimately, it's not hope that drives me. It's righteous indignation and the understanding that there is no other high-income country in the world that deals with this level of gun violence. And there's no reason why we should accept this as being the daily reality in our country, whether that's a school shooting or an individual act of gun violence, or even a gun suicide that represent 2/3 of gun deaths in this country that I know are also preventable. We need to keep working until no person lives in fear of gun violence in their communities, no matter if that's in a school or
fuck America. I'm not going
we
there.
have to keep working until nobody has that fear.
David Hogg, survivor of the Parkland high school shooting, co-founder of March for Our Lives, and
If
president.
I went to power, I'd close down all the gun shops. I'd close them all down. Fucking that's it.
Gun control advocates to politics across the country. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thousands of people have taken to the streets of the Canary Islands to protest against the impact of mass tourism there. The Canary Islands are a Spanish archipelago. They're located off the northern coast of Africa, and they are a popular tourist destination. Protesters on the island say too many visitors are damaging the environment, pricing locals out of the housing market as well. And there are now calls for the Spanish government to limit the number of visitors. Here now is Simon Jones.
In the baking Spanish heat that helped bring in 16 million visitors.
We've got refugees in the UK. It's fucking mental.
A message from
My granddad used to build ships. Yeah, he did.
The Canary Islands say enough.
Vosper Thornycroft was the place where they built ships. And my granddad was a foreman.
Continuing to deteriorate, and residents are suffering as well. The demonstrators insist they're not against tourism itself.
And I was the piano man for some years and all that. And my dad would say, you shouldn't do that job. I said, yeah, but I like it. I like making families happy with a piano.
Focus on building hotels rather than local housing, making the area increasingly unaffordable for residents. The beaches are particularly popular with the Brits. The authorities in the Canaries stress they remain open for business. The Spanish government admits it's about finding the right balance so holidays can continue harmoniously. Simon Jones, BBC News.
And finally, the world's largest digital astronomy camera has finally been built right here in the US. With a whopping, 3,200 megapixels, the camera can produce 1,000 images per night. Scientists from the San Francisco Bay Area have spent 2 decades developing the camera. It's going to allow researchers to study.
I feel safe, right? Sitting here in this chair and sleeping and waking up and all that. Because I'm live, and everyone can see me sleep and wake up and all that. You know, this is how it should be. I mean, you got to be like this because I'll tell you what, NHS will storm into your house with police and fucking lock you up and doing nothing. The police are fucking bastards. Let's kill the police. Why not? Fuck it.
Hello there. It's been a chilly start to the weekend. We've got some cold weather overnight where we have the clearer skies. Temperatures may be a bit higher in Scotland, mind you, because we've seen this cloud moving down from the north. And we'll continue to see a bit of light rain or drizzle on that weak weather front there as it runs into our area of high pressure.
The police are terrible. They're dominant. They're fucking nasty.
Warmer air across Scotland where we get some sunshine, and particularly Northern Ireland.
No, I know.
Still in the cold air. So it's not going to be too hot for the runners in the London Marathon. It should stay dry.
I got a backache and they fucking make me get into vans and cars and fucking lock me up in section units. They don't give a fuck about my back. A lower backache. I trapped a nerve in London when I was selling pianos and all that. Actually, I bought a piano, a German overstrung, and it slipped and it fucking trapped my nerve. And I've had backaches ever since, right? And I tried to say I'm resting. I got a backache, right? They didn't give a fuck. They kept locking me up all the time. Little cunts, they got to pay me.
The centre of the high pressure is just getting pushed towards the west of the UK. It allows these weather fronts to take the clouds.
Yeah,
and rain
they won't pay me. NHS are fucking shit. They should pay. But I'm going to put them in the ground. I'm going to fucking destroy them. I think you've seen Dr. Happy, the picture. It's quite a nice picture. It's great. It's quite funny to be a Dr. Happy. I'm like a little teddy bear. I'm old and I'm fucking.
And that cloud continues to
I'm great. People like it. It's great. Dr. Happy, yeah. And also the black and white picture, which is quite funny. I'm wearing a yes cap that says yes, right? It's back to front because I took a picture of myself. But it's quite funny though. It's a funny picture. And my mate laughs, the printer in Halifax, he laughs because we were talking, right? He said, "Say you want this and that and the other," and I said, "Yeah, yes."
Now, when's it going to warm up?
And he thought I said yes to the caps, so he done me a yes cap. And what the fuck's this? And he laughed, right? Because he said, "Oh, you asked for a yes cap." I said, "No." I said, "Yes, I'll have this and that and the other." Yeah, so he done me a yes cap. It was funny, yeah.
Welcome to breakfast.
Thanks for joining us.
Hello.
Oh, hello. I do like these ladies.
Sum up, I think, in about 10 minutes time.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I could probably do the morning show, news in the mornings.
Right, let's go live to Westminster.
Today is going to be much colder than of late.
We do want to hear your stories.
Oh, it does smell good, Angela.
Yeah, you don't want to know me, though, do you? I mean, I phoned you up and you fucking didn't respond, did you? No. That's ITV. They're too fucking scared, you know what I mean? They know the shit I've been in with the NHS, I mean.
To get your news your way. From local stories,
your views and your way, you bollocks, yeah. But you won't listen to me, will you? No.
BBC News. Download the app.
This programme asks plain questions with the help of the unrivaled range of BBC journalists right across the world and gathered here in this building. I'll also draw my time reporting on global conflicts and meeting countless.
I spoke to her on her 81 birthday last week. But no, Lee's gone back to fucking normal again. Not answering the phone. Fucking. It's bollocks. I mean, what the fuck?
Absolutely no spin. That's why we call
I can't blame Mum because she probably can't get to the phone or something. But Lee, you're a little bastard. You live with Mum. You should pick up the fucking phone, you little cunt.
This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
Hello and welcome. This week, we're finding out why.
She'll die soon, I'll say now. When she does die, Lee, you're going to be fucked because they'll give you a place to live and you'll be living on your own and you'll be like, oh my God, I can't handle it. Oh my God.
His legal case with one of Rupert Murdoch's newspaper groups for an enormous sum.
He was on a waiting list, right? They give him a fucking place to live, right? And he fucking rented it to his mate, you know, and then fucking moved back to Mum. You know, this is it. He's glued to my mum. That's it, really. I mean, I'll tell you what, the other nipper behind my mum, there was Carol Plump, the old lady behind my mum. I drove that lady to the hospitals and I sat with her in the cafes and all that. Dear old lady, and her son was like Lee White, yeah, fucking hell. He was glued to his mother. He didn't love his mum. He didn't give a fuck. He took money out of her purse. He was selling. She lost her house. They give her a Neptune Court, a place where old ladies can live and warden controlled and all that. And he was staying in that place with his mum and selling drugs to the old men in that building.
In 2017, I was off on my first maternity leave, and there was a piece in the Times by Janice Turner, which was talking about this really rapid increase in the referrals of teenage girls to GIDS, the Gender Identity Development Service. And she had spoken to 2 clinicians who worked at the service. It wasn't really a big sort of whistleblowing piece, but they had talked to her and said what they'd seen. And I thought it was very interesting, but I was off and, spending time with my baby. And there was also a documentary the same year on BBC Two about the gender clinic, the children's gender clinic.
I'll phone my mum's now.
It was really a leak of a report
Okay,
in
why
the
not?
autumn of 2018 going into 2019 that really got me interested in this, which was a report where 10 members of staff from GIDS had gone to
737299.
He's an adult psychiatrist at the time.
Mother.
And they had relayed some very serious concerns. And I just thought, we don't often get NHS whistleblowers to have 10 from a tiny service. Something must be going on. And that's what
Were you
started it.
approaching them at that point? Were you trying to find out who these whistleblowers were, or they were in the public domain and you were trying to get access? What were you trying to do?
I just started trying to speak to as many people as possible, both those who had written about this very early, because there wasn't that much around about it at the time. I was talking to a couple of clinicians. I met them face to face in that spring, and I spoke with a Oxford associate professor called Michael Biggs, who found some unpublished data.
This is all I get now.
Study that GIDS had done on puberty blockers, and that's where our first film, myself and Deborah Cohen, who was health correspondent.
Hello, Lee. It's 03:33 Sunday morning, and I'm talking to people around the world on YouTube and Facebook, and we're just a bit worried about you because you've got a mental problem. What it is, I'll tell you what it is, right? It was last week when Mum's birthday, 81. You actually phoned me. I couldn't believe it, right? And I spoke with Mum, and it was great. I loved it, and I thought you might answer the phone if I phone you again. So I phoned a couple of times, 3 or 4 times over the last week, and you've not answered at all because you're a little cunt. It's all right, Lee. You can lick Mum's ass. That's fine. Because one day she'll die, and you'll be fucked. I'll tell you now, really. You're like Steve Flood, who was glued to his mother. He didn't love his mum. He used to take money out of his mum's purse, make her cry, and all that. And he was selling drugs in Neptune Court. Well, you're just like Steve Flood. Have a good day, Lee, right? It's Sunday. Wake up.
I'm afraid I would, actually. Why? Why did that?
Yeah, I told the cunt.
I think there was a real hesitancy, and I'm hopeful that post-CAS, the hesitant might be more courageous and still stepping into the silence. I think there was a real mishmash between evidence and advocacy. And that became a problem. So I can talk from the BMJ perspective that when you get that kind of, we're very evidence-based at the BMJ. We're a medical research journal. When doctors are involved, it's a BMJ story, so it's natural for us to take an interest in this and approach it from an evidence-based perspective. And I think what we had to do is do what Hilary Cass did, which was to remove the political framing and focus on what is the evidence, and not to be sort of blindsided by some of the backlash we got from the stories that we ran. And when we were very aware of the work that Deb and Hannah was doing, we previously covered the interim findings of the Cass report. Hilary Cass came to us. She wanted to talk directly to the profession, so we ran an opinion.
Yeah, I'm the eldest brother. Yeah, I'm the eldest.
When we got involved
I'm treated like a cunt.
Looking
My
at
brothers are terrible.
US
Mark White was a fucking drug dealer. Lee would run up the road to Jeff's house and smoke drugs with Jeff. Jeff would shout at everybody, and Lee started to be like that. Yeah, well, you know.
So we got very interested in that.
And Russell's a bossy little cunt. I was in a section unit, and the old man, one of the staff said, "Who the fuck is that?" I said, "That's my fucking bossy brother, little cunt. What does he want? He wants me to take your phone." I said, "Really? Yeah, we'll tell her to fuck off." I mean,
they're doing it. We don't really want to touch it because it's so polarized, or is that unfair?
I think at the time it was just an editorial decision. I mean, there was no reason why we wouldn't have done it.
Russell is on Facebook.
Some of the work that you were
Russell White.
when we did the
He's in
piece on
Taunton, he works at
live
Lidl's.
wires, we went to evidence-based
He's a bossy
medicine,
cunt. He does drink.
specialists
He's got a nice
who
girlfriend.
got
She's all
very
right.
little time on what they
Well,
saw,
I mean,
the evidence.
someone about his age, you know, fucking nothing special, you know, trust me. She's not done nothing, I don't think,
I suppose the issue is
to help anyone.
talking about weak evidence. You know, this was new medical territory. You know, how do you approach stories when you're reporting on this kind of medicine?
Well, the same way that you would any story. You know, you speak to people who are experts, you listen to them, and
I was helping
it's
families,
really-
right? And it was when I fucking
Things
started
that
helping the
really
neighbours to
make
my
this
mother. I mean,
story.
fuck me, that was it. I mean,
Before. I'm a journalist, I'm not a health journalist, but generally speaking, if you ask questions or you critique an evidence base, and really we have known for a very long time that the evidence base is practically non-existent. When you do that, you wouldn't usually be accused of hating or wanting to kill the patient population who are being treated by that.
But you're saying that's what happened to you.
Well, yes, it does happen. You know,
I guess the
to
question-
ask questions, you're then accused of being transphobic and you know, which is silly. And I think what's happened here, I mean, I spoke with Dr. Kess upon publication of her report in a short interview, and it is normal. It's part of NHS, isn't it, to listen to the voices of service users? Of course it is. And she said to me, this is a quote, but obviously not to the point where you're not following the evidence, which is what.
I've got evidence, fucking right.
But both, there's a question, isn't there, around quite often with journalism, you're looking for a case study,
Hmm.
particularly when it's complicated.
Where do you want to go?
individual
Fucking
who
Instagram, fucking YouTube, fucking
typifies what's going on.
what the fuck? I
And
mean, even on
to
Facebook,
keep
I
the
mean,
voice behind the story, if you like. And is that the instinct? Was that the instinct here, and was that the wrong instinct?
I think it's the right instinct, but I don't think there's one case study that typifies it. I mean, when I was researching,
maybe there never is.
I'm glad we got the internet. I say,
You know,
when I was a piano man, there was no
I
internet, there was no
don't
mobile
doubt
phones, there was no
that,
nothing.
You know, we've heard many of these voices in the past week, and I've spoken to them myself, and that some people feel that puberty blockers and hormones have been life-saving for them. And similarly, I've spoken to people for whom it has been absolutely disastrous and harmful. Now, what all this is saying is we can't go on anecdote. We just don't know. We haven't got long-term data that supports this. But if you approach this like you would any other area of healthcare, the evidence isn't there to support this intervention. I agree with that. I don't know how much truth you're going to get at. I think that every patient experience is a different one, and in turn is completely normal. So it's very hard to capture an average patient experience.
Right. And if we look at what Cass, another thing that Cass writes in her report, she says one of the major challenges for the review has been the difficulty in having open, honest debate, as people with differing views can find it uncomfortable to sit together in the same room or on the same stage. That slightly points to the sort of culture wars.
Lee's is spastic. You know, he fucking is.
This subject. Rebecca, did you feel under any pressure from any groups as to how you cover this subject?
Yeah, absolutely, we did, and I'm not just talking about the the online.
It's just like Steve Flood.
but
Steve
we've
Flood
got
was always
the
glued to his
American
mother.
story,
He'd make his mum cry and all that. He'd take money out of her purse, go into the bookies and spend all her money. And fucking, let me see now, started selling drugs. Well, he was always selling drugs. There are little bits and pieces here and there. But yeah, he was still selling drugs in the Neptune Court. Yes, he was. Steve Flood. Yeah. And Lee, you're like mum. You're like Steve, glued to fucking mother. Yeah.
Focusing on evidence-based medicine movement for many decades.
I told Southampton Council when you give him a fucking place to live, and he rented it to his mate. Yeah, and then went back to mummy. Yeah, mummy.
Was an issue of too much medicine.
And Jake Cantor, if I could bring you in from Deadline, I wonder what your assessment of of how the media reports on trans issues is, and I suppose whether the media has a role to play in polarizing opinion when it could actually be bringing people together potentially.
I think it is polarizing opinion. I think what this shows is that newsrooms are treating this as a culture war story rather than a health and science one.
It's quite it's a bit mad, really. They won't have me on the telly or radio or anything.
Using this way, and
if I was on the TV or radio, I'd probably be polite. I wouldn't swear or nothing.
Newsnight now, and we may not see stories of this ilk in the future. From
You got to remember, I'm the
show.
fucking civilized, fucking polite, fucking salesman who would turn up at your door and look after you and your family. You know, your kids would be happy. Your mum and dad, the mum and dad would be fine. They'd be happy.
Because they drive huge engagement and interest, and I was encouraged to pursue stories.
But the way it's been with the NHS and police, I mean, fucking hell. And my family, I mean.
Because they were controversial, because they stoked opinion. And for the BBC...
And Matakovic, well, we've had some, what was it she said? Something about 2 weeks of concerns. That's right. Yeah, she had some concerns. I thought, really, is that right then, fucking Matakovic, you fucking foreigner? Why don't you fuck off back to your own country, you cunt?
In the past year or so, because she's been accused of being transphobic on air. And it's an incredibly delicate balancing, I think, for BBC.
And Rebecca, just to bring you in at the end, you head of journalism at the British Medical Journal. I mean, one thing I should say is that, and Cass says it too, in the absence of evidence, don't we have to, as journalists, listen to the voices of people in pain?
Yeah, people in pain. I'm fucking in pain with my stomach.
But I also think this is a call
my stomach's
for
fucked.
sort of scientific literacy amongst health, not just health journalists, but against politicians.
NHS phoned me up and says mental health.
What we saw.
Mental health. I said stomach, you fucking spastic. I told the cunt to fuck off, and I hung up the phone. That's what I done.
The story alongside a research methodologist, which just
A man
make any sense.
from 111.
So there should be a call for
says mental health. Mental health, really.
And just be more confident about asking those questions.
Feels like a good moment to end it all, I'm afraid. Rebecca Coombs from the BMJ and British Medical Journal, and Hannah Barnes now at the New Statesman previously.
You cannot trust the NHS. You fucking can. I'll say it.
Now, Hugh Grant has settled a legal case he had against Rupert Murdoch's News Group.
I really want to get in court, fucking sort this shit out.
Including Prince Harry, who is suing the publisher of The Sun.
He's a rich man, who he is. Russell Brand, that's it.
Is still here and will be through the programme. What's happened? I think.
Who's going to fucking go to court for me? That's what I want. I want someone to go to court for me. And if they say to me, I'll take you to the courts, well, I'll be with you. We'll go together and you can show some shit,
to put these claims to bed.
And you can talk about your life. That's it. I do tell people I was a Club Scout Army Cadet in outfits, uniforms, and all that.
Repurposing it through his mission at Hacked Off, which is a campaign group against some of these excesses in the media, or the allegations of these excesses.
Because he's explained, hasn't he, why he felt he had to do it, which is quite an interesting thing that people won't necessarily understand, to do with how our legal system works, certainly in civil court, which is, he says that, he's offered this amount of money, which is an enormous sum, as you say. Then he's told if he proceeds, if he turns it down and proceeds in a civil court, then if he loses, even if he ends up being offered less than the settlement that was made pre-trial, even by £1, that means he has to pay all the other side's costs as well as his own. And he said his lawyer said that would probably amount, because newspapers, have very good lawyers, to about £10 million. And he said, I'm shying at the fence. He just didn't want to do that.
Yeah, he's clearly got a limit to what he is prepared to do in terms of his fight. And this is a fight as far as he's concerned.
Fucking knees. Oh, my God.
As I said earlier, is a thorn in the side of the tabloid newspapers. He has settled twice previously, so perhaps it's a massive surprise.
I just want to stretch out my legs out like that, Fucking hell.
A similar claim against Mirror Group newspapers, both of which he settled recently. And so, in the last decade at the very least. I think for the newspapers themselves, this is a stink that stubbornly refuses to lift. And
I mean, it is worth saying, by the way, News Group newspapers obviously issued a statement saying, they apologise unreservedly in 2011 to the victims of hacking, voicemail interception by the News of the World. Since then, they've been paying financial damages to people with proper claims. Hugh Grant had made the claim that it was £1 billion they've already paid out. I think that's lawyers' costs and settlement. But what they say is there are a number of disputed claims still going through the civil court, some of which seek to involve The Sun. The Sun does not accept liability or make any admissions to the allegations, and they point out that a judge recently ruled that some of Mr. Grant's claim, that was a bit about hacking, was out of time, and they'd reached agreement on the rest of it without any liability. So that's what they're saying. I suppose what the question is, I've covered these cases a lot, mainly because they involve, Prince Harry. There's quite a lot of them coming down the tracks and that have been coming down the tracks. I guess the question is Prince Harry going to be the last man standing? Is he the only one who has pockets deep enough to keep going with this and not accept a settlement, or do you expect that he might settle at some point?
Well, I mean, this suggests that that News UK might be trying to pick people off and to settle individual claims. There's still about 40 claims unresolved and heading to trial in January alongside Prince Harry. But this is a better for him, and he has shown that he's got results. He got results against the Mirror in December last year in a landmark ruling, and
chicken.
Wants to get the biggest scalp possible, and that would be Rupert Murdoch, I think.
Taylor Swift is permanently in the headlines. She's a massive driver of traffic for the media, even bigger this week, as her 11th album, The Tortured Poets Department, is out on Friday. Disney paid a ridiculous amount of money to start streaming her Eras tour, and the British broadcaster ITV has hired a Taylor Swift correspondent. Joining me is Laura Snapes, Guardian's deputy music editor, who writes a weekly Taylor Swift newsletter called Swift Notes for The Guardian, and Augusta Saraiva, Bloomberg's economics reporter, who coined the term, and this is a good claim to fame, Swiftonomics. Laura and Augusta, thanks so much for coming on the media show. Laura, if you just start with you, why did you start Swift Notes?
There's so much coverage of Taylor Swift in the newspaper, especially at the start of the year in the run-up to the Grammys, and also when her boyfriend, the football player Travis Kelce, was headed to the Super Bowl, that it made sense to have a sort of one-stop shop to contain it all, and also sort of zoom out and do some slightly more sober analysis of her, but also of the coverage itself, because I do think she's of a scale where it's very easy for people to sort of lose their heads about it and sort of be wowed by scale, as opposed to going, what's actually going on here? Let's analyse it.
And what is it like covering Taylor Swift?
I mean, it's very varied. You can write about anything from music industry things to we'll talk about Swiftonomics, to her potential impact on the election, to gossip things.
Yeah, fucking Facebook. They've ended the broadcast.
That can get lost in the wider discussion.
Probably fucking ages ago, I reckon.
Varied. A new album's called The Tortured Poets Department. Poets doesn't have an apostrophe on it. I've read whole articles about what that means.
Should be as you wish to be. That's the answer.
Are you curious about no apostrophe, or are you waiting with bated breath to see why it has no apostrophe?
I think it's supposed to be like Dead Poets Society. It's like the name of a department as opposed to a possessive.
Okay, fair enough. And do you think she's taken seriously in newsrooms? And has that changed over time?
I think she's taken incredibly seriously in newsrooms. She does huge traffic, and so that's something that editors pay attention to. And I think specifically since 2020, when she put out the more folky albums, Folklore and Evermore, I think they reached a more adult audience because they were made in part with Aaron Desson from The National, and they featured other members of The National and also Justin Vernon of Bon Iver. And so I think a tier of perhaps adult listeners who hadn't paid attention to her before suddenly woke up to her and realised that, this is a smart songwriter, not somebody they might previously have written off just as a sort of superficial pop star. And I think the combination of that and the stratospheric economic impact of the Eras tour has made people realise, this is, a very serious artist and businesswoman. I read a stat that said that the GDP from the Eras tour, the profits from the Eras tour alone would make her the 36th smallest nation in the world on that alone in terms of GDP. So there's 35 countries in the world that are not making as much as the Eras tour is.
And you are rare because you have actually had an interview with Taylor Swift. She's a difficult person to pin down for an interview. I've been culture editor for quite a few years now at the BBC News, and certainly haven't had an interview with Taylor Swift as yet. What was that like? I think you went to her apartment in Nashville, was it?
Yes, I did, yeah. So it took about a year of meetings to make it happen. I had to pitch really hard and, take a lot of meetings to make it work. But then, for somebody who's so sort of secretive about what she does, I think one thing that was really interesting is that there were no questions around the interview. There was nothing I could and couldn't say. There was nobody sitting in the room. There was, a relatively strict time limit. I think I got about 10 minutes more than what had been, allowed for. But it was a surprisingly loose experience for somebody who is so sort of monumental and where there's by necessity such secrecy around what she does.
And do you think the media's afraid to be critical of her now? Is she that big?
Yeah, I think some elements are. I mean, there's various aspects of it. I mean, you've got to, I mean, as is always important, you've got to be brutally accurate about everything that you do about her because she is known to be litigious, or her team will respond to things that they think are, you know, particularly egregious examples of inaccuracies or misinterpretations of what she's done. I think some critics are scared to be critical about her because she's got a very vociferous fan base online. But I do think that serious news organisations are still taking her to account about her business practices, which are not always, you know, they're not always the most favourable to other artists, let's say, you know, as with her music, returning to TikTok last week and her being one of the only Universal artists who is still on there. And also
Yes,
things
just
like
explain that, because that shows her power, right? The fact that she's taken it and her songs are back on TikTok. Just explain why.
Yeah, so she's part of the Universal Music Group label, which is the biggest record label in the whole world. It's one of the big three. And earlier this year, they pulled all of their catalogue and all of their publishing catalogue from TikTok in a dispute over songwriting royalties. She is the only artist who has managed to get back on there. I think it's believed that she brokered a deal with TikTok independently, and that because she's so big, she is allowed to make exemptions, you know, from her UMG contract. But it's interesting that, you know, comparably big stars like Ariana Grande and Billie Eilish have not been able to do this. So I think it's she's previously also made decisions in a way that has specifically benefited other songwriters, and she's spoken out about that quite a lot. Okay. So I think people are quite intrigued that this decision doesn't seem to be a rising tide lifting all ships.
Right. Well, let's bring in Augusta Saraiva from Bloomberg Economics. Well, you were the economics reporter at Bloomberg, and as I said earlier, you coined the term Swiftonomics. Well done. How did you start reporting on Taylor Swift?
Well, it actually started with a personal question, which was, why can't I get tickets, right? So when she announced that tour in 2022, I was essentially trying to get tickets myself, and they were sold out immediately. So the next morning, and I mean, I cover, like you said, I'm an economics reporter. So I cover things like inflation, the labor market, and consumer demand. So the next morning, I was actually talking to my boss who's a dad to 2 girls, and he also tried to get tickets and couldn't. So we did ask ourselves this question: what does this say about the US economy, right? Because I don't know to what extent people in the UK were following what was happening here, but back then in 2022, everyone was sort of expecting a recession. All of the Wall Street economies were really expecting one to come eventually. So the whole Taylor Swift demand story seemed a little off. So that's why we started looking into Swiftonomics, of what eventually became Swiftonomics, to try and understand.
So that's what you meant by Swiftonomics?
Yes. So essentially, it just became a theory about supply and demand and what is said about the U.S. consumer and now about the global consumer, right?
And
because
what did
we're
it
seeing
say?
the same story.
What do you think it says?
Well, it says something about pent-up demand and what the pandemic did to demand, right? Because before the pandemic, and I don't want to get too wonky here, but before the pandemic, we did see people spending more on services. And of course, when we were locked into our homes during the pandemic, everyone went on Amazon, and all of a sudden everyone was buying goods online. So we kind of like forgot about experiences. And then what the era story did was that, in a way, it opened the floodgates for services spending. So it's not that Taylor Swift that was the only one driving spending in the US, because eventually we saw Barbenheimer and Beyonce, but she did accelerate that recovery in a way.
So what do you, as an economics reporter, what do you think the economic impact of the Eras tour is?
Oh, it's massive. But I think that
is that a technical term? Economics, a technical term, massive. I like it.
I wouldn't say that. I think that's just my own personal view, but you do have data supporting that, right? So in a way, I feel like the key word here is reacceleration. It's not that people wouldn't be staying at hotels or wouldn't be traveling if you weren't for Taylor Swift, but I feel like in a way what she did was that she accelerated that recovery, right? So places like Chicago, I feel like eventually we're going to recover in terms of hotel stays and all of that and tourism. But she did accelerate that. And Bloomberg Economics itself estimated that the impact, not only from Taylor Swift herself, but what they call the Taylor Swift-driven summer, which included Beyonce, Barbenheimer, and all of that services demand, was responsible for an $8.5 billion boost to the U.S. economy.
Not bad at all then. Thank you so much, Augusta
not at all.
Saraiva and Laura Snopes from The Guardian too. Thank you both so much for coming on the media show. That
is it for today. Thank you to all my guests. We'll be back at the same time next week. But it's goodbye from me, Katie Razzle. Thank you so
Katie
much for your
Razzle.
company.
Katie Razzle,
If you'd like
fucking
to hear a
lovely.
longer version of today's show, search BBC The Media Show, wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
If you get me on telly, I'll make love to you. I will. Oh, come on, baby. No, she's all
Hello there,
right.
it's
She's a
been
nice
chilly
lady, yeah.
start to the weekend. We've got some cold weather overnight where we have the clearer skies. Temperatures may be a bit higher in Scotland, mind you, because we've seen this cloud moving down from the north. And we'll continue to see a bit of light rain or drizzle on that weak weather front there as it runs into our area of high pressure. Now, in between those two weather fronts, the potential for some slightly warmer air across Scotland, where we get some sunshine, and particularly Northern Ireland. Of England and Wales, we're still in the cold air. So it's not going to be too hot for the runners in the London Marathon. It should stay dry. There will be a cool northeasterly breeze and a top temperature 11 or 12 degrees. We will see some cloud developing in East Anglia and the southeast that could bring the odd light shower here and there. Otherwise, some sunny spells for other parts of England and Wales. Plenty of sunshine for Northern Ireland. Much more cloud in Scotland. We've got this rain and drizzle.
I'll go live on Facebook. Fuck it.
The far north of England, pegging temperatures back here.
Oh,
a little bit
that's
warmer
right,
in
yeah.
Western Scotland, where we've got some brighter skies. The highest temperatures
We've got
are going to be
Facebook
inland
there.
in Northern Ireland, a pleasant 17 or 18 degrees. The centre of the high pressure
I've
is
got
just a little
just,
towards the west of the
Facebook.
UK. It allows these weather fronts to take
Oh
the
yeah, that's
cloud
Gordon
rain
Thomas White.
southwards. And this time
Yeah,
we've got
phone
cloud
this number, right? Section unit. This number.
should turn drier and brighter with
It's
some
on my
sunshine.
cover picture.
They say dry in Northern Ireland,
It's
but a bit
fucking
more cloud around on Monday.
the
There
orchards.
is still some semblance of some warmer air in Western Scotland and
Hawthorne, sorry, Loxway Road, South Sea. Yeah, South Sea. They took me to fucking South Sea. Right, PO for 8FE. The phone number is 02392 6525 20.
Lots of cloud to eastern areas and maybe the odd shower.
Yes, I was a busy man selling pianos. Yes, that's my cover picture on my Gordon Thomas White Facebook profile. And the profile picture, you can see the fucking police and that big bodybuilder that fucking put me in the bed. Yeah, he did. Little cunt. Yeah, Gordon Thomas White. Look for Gordon Thomas White on Facebook, and you can see the fucking shitty police. You can see the details of the section unit where they took me. Southsea. They took me from my house here to Southsea. Fucking 30 or 40 miles away. I mean, fuck me. And locked me up in the section unit. They owe me a lot of they owe me compensation, man. The fucking bastards. £2 million a year from the NHS and £2 million a year from the police, and it went on for fucking 18 years. That's £72 million. If I don't get fucking paid, I'm going to kill the cops. I'm going to go and find a policeman and kill him. Yeah, no, I won't do that. I won't do that. But I will get some kind of fucking sort of shit out and get it in court.
Behind the stories. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Yeah, my cover picture says about the Dutch embassy currently at threat, confinement in Southsea. St James's is like a section unit. Orchards, Hawthorne, Loxway Road, Southsea, PO4 8FE. Telephone number 02392 6525 20. Yeah, and then it says, yes, I was a busy man. I was supplying pianos and all that. Yeah, fucking dragged around like a cunt. Fucking pigs. There's a short, fat police lady. Fucking dirty slut. Look at her. Fucking cunt. And a big bodybuilder. Well, if you go on Instagram, you could fucking. Well, you got to look at the video. Really, is two police ladies. That's a police man and a police lady, and that's the fucking short ass motherfucking bitch. A police lady, yeah, there she is, the fucking dog. Yeah.
weapons systems, and other defense equipment. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson,
There's the bodybuilder.
to a vote, said that it was the right thing to do.
NHS, you fucking shit.
But we would rather
You
send
fucking
bullets
shit. I can't believe how
to
shit you are.
overseas than our own boys, our troops. And I think this is an important moment, an important opportunity to make that decision. We allowed the House to do that, and I expect the Senate will make the same decision.
Well, for perspective from the other side of the aisle, we spoke to Congresswoman Sydney Kamlager-Dove. She's a Democrat from California who serves on the House.
Come on, lawyers and attorneys and all that. Fucking get your finger out your asses and fucking look after me. Get me paid.
Democratic support shows that we are not going to continue to sit on the sidelines. It has been tense. And
I can't keep buying goods from Temu for all the children, right? Because it's costing me a fortune. I'm buying loads of stuff from Temu. You know, I'm giving it out to people at Cozy Cafe, Market Street, Eastleigh. Everyone is getting these fucking toys, bits and pieces, free, nothing. They're not paying nothing.
We're seeing it happen in the Middle East. We're seeing it happen in South America. We're seeing it happen in Europe, and we have to take a stand.
From the Capitol now, our news correspondent, Helena Humphrey, told us more about today's vote.
After a rare show of bipartisanship, the US is now one step closer to sending long-awaited aid to Ukraine, along with Israel and the Indo-Pacific region. After this vote from the US House of Representatives, it now heads to the Senate. President Biden has called on senators to advance it swiftly on Tuesday so that it can head to his desk at the Oval Office and he can sign off on it. And the Pentagon, for its part, watching political chaos, political infighting go on, has been trying to pre-position weaponry where it can so that those weapons can head to Ukraine, can head to troops on the ground sooner rather than later, potentially within days as opposed to weeks. But that doesn't rule out the prospect of further political infighting.
I don't want to look at that anymore. Fuck it.
Nancy Pelosi had called on lawmakers to sign off on this bill for Ukraine. We know that it had been facing
here we go.
resistance.
Yeah, this
from
is
Republican
the page I
Party.
was
They wanted
live
tied
on.
to stricter immigration laws, stricter
There's me,
border
the real
security
Stone Raven with my
with the
t-shirt
US-Mexico
and my
border,
family friend
and
cat.
that particular vote failed. It needed a 2/3 majority. So that, and instead what we saw is that more Republicans voted against it.
Oh, look good.
than
It's
voted
mad,
in
really.
favour of it. And we know that Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene has signalled her intention to potentially oust the Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson over this, filing a motion to vacate. She said that she will not be pulling the trigger on that and forcing a vote on it today, but that's not to say that it couldn't come in the days or weeks ahead.
Well, that vote had been delayed for more than 6 months, causing Ukraine to run low on ammunition and lose more territory to invading Russian forces. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky expressed his gratitude on X, formerly known as Twitter, for the passage of the bill, saying that this decision will keep history on the right track. He said democracy and freedom will always have significance and will never fail as long as America helps to protect it. The vital U.S. aid bill passed today by
I'm going to share this.
keep the war from expanding. Thousands and
My
thousands
stories,
and help both our nations.
my page,
Our correspondent
Real Stone Raven,
has more from Keith.
my page, Cordy. That's it. Sharing a group. I've got Cordy's gang members UK.
This sizable
I'll put it in
the
there.
US has got put down in Washington. Ukraine has lost men and
Professional.
with dwindling ammunition in the face of their greater, the Russian invaders.
Cozy Cafe.
This is a big boost for Ukraine. This is a war when good news has been rare for Kyiv of late. This package will provide much needed ammunition, it will provide air defences, and reports suggest it could be arriving, some of it could be arriving within days. So that would certainly be the hope. It is by no means silver bullet. This does not mean Ukraine is suddenly going to be liberating slaves and territory as it did in 2022. But what it crucially does for Kyiv is that it keeps it in the fight. I think the near-term objective will simply be to try and stem the tide of Russian occupation as it continues to seize hundreds of square kilometres of territory.
I think I'll go to
where we massive
I was at
Ukrainian
New York,
cities in an incredibly perilous situation. So it keeps Ukraine in the fight, and it keeps the negotiating table.
NHS,
at
yeah,
bay.
fucking
I
right.
think this
Little
is
bastards.
a huge moment for Ukraine to feel the weight of America's support behind it. The foreign secretary here described it as a bad day for Vladimir Putin. That may be the case, but his invasion has many more days left in it. But for now, it's a private moment of celebration for Kyiv in these times of war.
I spoke earlier to Katerina
Look it up.
Stepanenko, Russia deputy team lead and analyst at the Institute for the Study of War. Is this a bad day for Vladimir Putin? What will this infusion of aid, once it passes the Senate, mean for Ukraine on the battlefield?
Of course. Thank you so much for having me on the show. It is a bad day for Putin, of course. He has been focusing a lot of his strategy on prolonging the war and making sure that the West is not going to take decisive measures to support Ukraine. A lot of the information
I think I'll take myself in New York.
Have been specifically targeting the West in the U.S. To make sure that our decision making is slowed and conflicted and debated and so on and so on. So it is a sad day, however, for Putin. However, it is not the final battle. There's probably going to be a lot more of issues and debates that Ukraine, the U.S., and the West will have to take on as the war continues.
This bill, it passed the House. The majority of Republicans did not vote for it.
Oh, no.
I'm curious if you can assess maybe how successful what you call an informational war by Russia has been when it comes to the debate that's being had in the U.S. about the war in Ukraine and the U.S.'s role in it.
Well, I cannot comment on U.S. domestic politics given our institutional policies. I can definitely say that the Russians have been implementing several key narratives to slow down our decision making, not just in the U.S., but also worldwide. Some of these rhetorics include nuclear threats. They also push narratives about negotiations, that Russia is ready to negotiate with the West over Ukraine's fate, as well as the rhetoric about not crossing Russia's red lines by having the U.S. or the West provide additional military materiel or long-range artillery systems and other equipment.
Is this aid package, do you think, and we know that it's been delayed about 6 months since U.S. President Joe Biden first really requested it. Do you think it's coming too late? How much has Russia been able to take advantage of this delay, take advantage of the rationing of artillery by Ukraine to take more territory on the battlefield?
Absolutely, it is coming too late. We are seeing Russians consistently make tactical gains on the battlefield. Since January 1, Russians already captured 360 square kilometers, which is the size of Detroit, across different front lines. We're also seeing Russians increasingly degrade Ukraine's air defense umbrella, and which resulted to pretty devastating losses for Ukrainian energy infrastructure, as well as transportation infrastructure and logistics. So it is coming too late, but hopefully this is going to be a long-term lesson for us on why a protracted war is so important for Russians and why it's beneficial to them.
We've been speaking with a guest earlier who showed some skepticism that Ukraine can still win this war. You wrote back in February that Ukraine's counteroffensive can still succeed. Is that how you still feel? How do you rate the chances that Ukraine can still take back the territory it's lost from Russia?
Ukraine can absolutely still succeed, but however, that all depends on a transparent policy here in the US and also in the West in terms of long-term support for Ukraine. We're seeing that Ukraine is trying to revitalize its defense industrial base. It is working with European partners to secure joint partnerships, and it's also trying to solve its mobilization issues as of current. All of this will take time for Ukraine to become self-sufficient, and it will require transparent aid from the US, from the West, and from all of other Ukrainian allies. Without that transparency, it's very challenging for Ukrainian generals to plan long-term operations, which would include and would require significant sacrifices in terms of material and personnel on the Ukrainian side.
We only have about 45 seconds left. I did want to ask you a little bit about Russia. We've seen these massive sanctions against the country, big losses on.
I'm going to go stand outside and have a smoke.
How do you think it's been able to keep up this?
I've got to stand up because I can't sit like this all the time because the pain is fucking unbearable.
With sufficient stocks in terms of all
my
of the
knees are
surgery.
kicking
So
now. I ain't
the
like
thing that
crazy.
they have, they are launching crypto mobilization strategies and are recruiting personnel from just financially incentivizing them, and they are circumnavigating a lot of those sanctions through Iran, through China, through North Korea, and other partners that it has on board. So Russia is still able to play the long-term game, and we have to be prepared for that.
Really interesting stuff. Katerina Stepanenko, Russia Deputy Team Lead and Analyst at the Institute for the Study of War. Thank you very much. Well, the Ukraine aid deal was not the only bill that cleared the U.S. House of Representatives on Saturday. As part of a wider foreign aid package, lawmakers also passed a measure targeting the video app TikTok. It would force TikTok's Chinese owners to sell the app or risk being shut out of the American market. That means TikTok would no longer be available on U.S. app stores. TikTok has condemned the bill. It says, quote, "It's unfortunate that the House of Representatives has used the cover of important foreign and humanitarian assistance to once again jam through a ban bill that would trample the free speech."
I'll be outside. I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Devastate 7 million businesses and shutter a platform that contributes $24 billion to the U.S. economy annually. Now, the app has come under increasing scrutiny from U.S. politicians who allege that ByteDance, which owns TikTok, allows the Chinese government to spy on American users. That's a claim that both China and the company deny. The House of Representatives last month approved a similar bill cracking down on TikTok, but the measure was then held up in the Senate. Well, alongside money for Ukraine and Taiwan, the U.S. aid package would also send $26 billion to the Middle East. $17 billion would go to Israel to buy things like air defense missiles and advanced weapons systems. $9 billion will go to humanitarian relief for Gaza. That's something that Democrats insisted be included over the objections of some conservative Republicans. That boost in aid and in weapons comes as UNRWA, the UN agency responsible for getting aid to Palestinians, says that the risk of disease in Gaza is rising. The UN warns the situation could deteriorate if Israel goes ahead with a planned ground offensive against Hamas in the southern city of Rafah, where an estimated 1.5 million Palestinians are sheltering. Vera Davis now has the latest from Jerusalem.
The very real threat of a direct war between Israel and Iran appears to have diminished somewhat after both sides either played down or completely ignored the events of recent days. But events and tensions in the region remain very, very high. In the last 24 hours, an Iranian allied military base in Iraq appears to have been attacked. Nobody has claimed responsibility for the attack, in which one person is said to have been killed, but images seem to show the aftermath of a big explosion. On Israel's northern border, there have been exchanges of fire across the frontier, with Iranian allied militants from Hezbollah engaging with Israeli troops. And in the Palestinian-occupied West Bank, Israeli troops have been involved in a two-day operation which has left apparently 10 people dead, including a senior commander from Palestinian Islamic Jihad. But it's events in Gaza after more than 6 months of war which are again coming to the fore. Overnight, there were Israeli tanks and airplane attacks, military jets bombing places in central Gaza and in southern Gaza, in particular, the city of Rafah. Apparently 9 people were killed, including several children. Israel said it was targeting military infrastructure and armed terrorists. But there are, of course, concerns about the dire humanitarian situation in Gaza, where more than 1 million people are now seeking refuge in and around the town of Rafah. There is starvation. There's a lack of aid, although more aid is now getting through. The international community, including the American government, has warned the Israelis not to proceed with a planned full-scale military operation in Rafah, because Israel says it has to tackle Hamas completely. It has to defeat Hamas completely if this war is to be won. Benjamin Netanyahu has thus far pretty much ignored those warnings from the Americans and the British, among others, not to go in full-on in Rafah. But Mr. Netanyahu is adamant that he will proceed with a full-scale military operation because he cannot declare victory in Gaza. The Israeli hostages won't be released until that operation is complete.
Meanwhile, thousands of Israelis took to the streets Saturday to demand Benjamin Netanyahu resign as prime minister and call for new elections. Mr. Netanyahu has been subject to intense criticism for failing to prevent Hamas's deadly attack on October 7th and for failing to secure the return of the remaining hostages being held in Gaza. Well, Saturday marks 25 years since the 1999 mass shooting at Columbine High School that killed 12 students and 1 teacher and wounded more than 20 others. The massacre is widely regarded as the first major mass shooting at a U.S. school in the modern era, marking a turning point for the country. On the eve of the anniversary, community members gathered in Denver, Colorado to remember the lives lost. Candles flickered on 13 empty chairs, one for each of the victims, as short biographies were read out. After each, the crowd replied together, "Never forgotten." Since Columbine, gun violence in the U.S. has become increasingly severe both in schools and in wider communities. According to data collected by the Washington Post, there have been more than 400 school shootings since 1999, exposing more than 370,000 students to gun violence. So far this year alone, there have been 120 reported mass shootings, that data coming from the Gun Violence Archive. On Saturday, U.S. President Joe Biden issued a statement to mark the anniversary of Columbine and condemn gun violence. In it, he said, "I've met with countless families who've lost loved ones because of gun violence. Their message is always the same: do something." But gun control is a highly polarizing issue in the U.S. Many Democrats advocate for stricter gun laws. Republicans tend to view gun ownership as a fundamental right. Krista Hanley is a survivor of the Columbine shooting and a co-founder of We Are Safer Together, a self-defense organization. And I spoke to her earlier about her experience that day and her personal journey since. Thank you for being here with us today. What are your reflections as we mark 25 years now since the shooting that took place at your high school, at Columbine High School?
Yeah, it's hard to believe that it's been 25 years. And it feels like it was just the other day in some ways. You know, this kind of trauma really stays with you, stays in your body. And every anniversary, things come up. Although after 25 years, I have been in some sort of peace this year. I think that just really finding that this thing happened to me, it changed my life, and I am forever going to be affected by it.
How has it changed you? How has that affected you?
Yeah, so it changed me in a lot of ways. I to have an early experience where so much of your life is just turned on its head. The way that I felt like I wasn't safe anymore, it really changed like what I thought the world was like, frankly. And I didn't feel safe for a long time. I focused on just every day, like just getting through the day for so long because I had so much trauma. But since then, I have found ways to really advocate for others, and through my organization and through my writing, I'm hoping to get out there that, especially for other survivors, that we can find some hope and we can find some healing in this.
You've written actually about the emotional impact of going through something like this, of witnessing something like this. You wrote, "I realized there is no getting over it and there's no going back to normal." How difficult is it? I mean, just to understand, survivors of a school shooting, that really can last much longer than just a couple of years within school or high school. This lasts into adulthood.
I think it will last our whole lives. I know other survivors that were at Columbine with me very well, and all of us are still highly affected by this every day. I know other survivors that were in shootings that took place before Columbine, and they're still affected by it. Even people who are 50 years after their shootings. This kind of trauma stays with you forever, and I don't think that people realize it, and I think it's important for everyone to know that. It's not easy or simple to get over trauma that affects you this deeply, and we really need to do whatever we can to help so no other children in the world have to go through this.
what goes through your mind then when you see television coverage of other school shootings, whether it might be Uvalde or Sandy Hook? Does that take you back to that place? What goes through your mind?
Those subsequent shootings have been devastating, especially Sandy Hook and Uvalde, but Parkland, Virginia Tech, all of these big shootings, and not just schools, but all of the mass shootings that we have in this country affect me hugely, affect other survivors. We just can't help but be just like viscerally dropped back into this trauma state that we were in on that day and the following days from our shooting. And it's just heartbreaking to see another community again and again, these more communities having to go through the same kind of trauma that we went through.
Now, I understand that you actually knew the boys who committed the shooting at Columbine High School. You've only recently decided to starting to talk about that. Why is that?
Yeah, it's been complicated to decide that I wanted to, share my relationship with them as friends. But I think it's important for us all to realize that these mass shooters are not strangers. These could be someone you know, could be someone planning a serious event. And the only way that we can stop these is if we recognize the warning signs and we do something about it. And so I think we can't ignore the fact that these are our friends, our neighbors, our partners, our children, that we have to recognize that people who we know are capable of doing this. And that is why I've decided that I needed to share the fact that I knew them. And I had no idea that they were planning this, but I think we all need to recognize that we have a part in creating a safer world.
Krista Hanley, a survivor of that Columbine shooting and co-founder of We Are Safer Together, a personal safety organization. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us today.
Thank you.
In the UK, the body advising the government on climate change policy has attacked Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's commitment to cutting carbon emissions. Chris Stark from the Climate Change Committee told the BBC that the Prime Minister had set back progress towards reaching net zero. Here now is Justin Rowland.
Okay. Yeah.
The Climate Change Committee's job is to mark the government's homework on climate, says Chris Stark, and he is marking Rishi Sunak down in dramatic fashion. The reason? In the autumn, the Prime Minister delayed a ban on petrol and diesel cars and watered down targets for phasing out gas boilers.
We seem to have defaulted to an approach which will impose unacceptable costs on hard-pressed British families, costs that no one was ever really told about.
Here is what Mr. Stark had to say about that.
I think it's set us back. So I think we have moved from a position where we were really at the forefront, pushing ahead as quickly as we could on something that I believe to be fundamental to the UK economy, fundamentally beneficial to people living in this country, whether you care about the climate or not.
A government spokesperson said the UK was the first major economy to halve greenhouse gas emissions since 1990 and said that record speaks for itself. And Mr. Stark was critical of other parties too. He said politicians across the political spectrum had a collective fear of talking about climate. And he said he was desperately disappointed by the SNP government in Edinburgh's decision to drop a key carbon cutting target this week. The targets were overambitious right from the start, said Mr. Stark.
The Scottish government chose to choose an even more ambitious path than the one that we'd advised. And that's fine. I mean, I love ambition, but it only matters if you actually deliver against that.
The Scottish government spokesperson said the country remains steadfast in its commitment to reaching net zero by 2045. The interview with Mr. Stark comes as marine experts warn the world's coral reefs are experiencing their fourth mass bleaching event, driven, they say, by record high sea surface temperatures. Justin Rowlatt, BBC News.
And finally, this probably won't come as a shock to Swifties, but Taylor Swift's new album release has already broken a number of records. The highly anticipated The Tortured Poets Department, which turned out to be a double album, became the most streamed album in a single day on Spotify and on Amazon Music. with Taylor also becoming the most streamed artist in a day on Spotify. The album also broke the record for the biggest pop album of all time by first day streams on Apple Music. I'm Carl Nassman in Washington. Stay with us. Lots more coming up on BBC News.
Hello there. It's been a chilly start to the weekend. We've got some cold weather overnight where we have the clearer skies. Temperatures may be a bit higher in Scotland, mind you, because we've seen this cloud moving down from the north. And we'll continue to see a bit of light rain or drizzle on that weak weather front there as it runs into our area of high pressure. Now, in between those two weather fronts, the potential for some slightly warmer air across Scotland where we get some sunshine, and particularly Northern Ireland. But for England and Wales, we're still in the cold air. So it's not going to be too hot for the runners in the London Marathon. It should stay dry. There will be a cool northeasterly breeze and a top temperature 11 or 12 degrees. We will see some cloud developing in East Anglia in the southeast that could bring the odd light shower here and there. Otherwise, some sunny spells for other parts of England and Wales. Plenty of sunshine for Northern Ireland. Much more cloud in Scotland. We've got this rain and drizzle in the east pushing into the far north of England, pegging temperatures back here. A little bit warmer in western Scotland where we've got some brighter skies. The highest temperatures are going to be inland in Northern Ireland, a pleasant 17 or 18 degrees. The centre of the high pressure is just getting pushed towards the west of the UK. It allows these weather fronts to take the cloud and rain southwards. And this time we've got a cloudy picture on Monday. We're going to find some rain and drizzle at times for England and Wales. It should turn drier and brighter with some sunshine in northern Scotland. It may stay dry in Northern Ireland, but we've got more cloud around on Monday. There is still some semblance of some warmer air in western Scotland and Northern Ireland, but it's pretty cold elsewhere, particularly so across the southeast of England after a chilly night and that cloud then coming in over the top. And that cloud continues to push its way southwards together with those weather fronts. And with the high out towards the west, we're left with a northerly breeze again on Tuesday. Still a bit of patchy light rain or drizzle to clear in the south. Otherwise, that northerly wind will bring a lot of cloud to eastern areas and maybe the odd shower near the coast. But out to the west, this is where we've got the best of the sunshine and those temperatures getting up to 13, maybe 14 degrees, but particularly cold across the eastern side of the UK, 8 to 10 Celsius here. Now, when's it going to warm up? Well, no time soon. It looks like through the rest of the week, we're still in this colder air. And if anything, with the pressure tending to fall, there's the risk of a bit more rain as well.
I want to talk to you about the politics of this. Did she not think she was going to get that question?
It's important to remember that this is a negotiation.
It's a good photo of.
I have an opportunity to create chaos.
There is always an email. We are so insignificant in this cosmos. Do you want some facts on baguettes? I'm just feeding you the stories. Maybe this is the context.
The Context, weeknights from 8 p.m. on BBC News and iPlayer.
Traveling can be so much more than a holiday.
It's about diving headfirst into new experiences
and seeing the world with fresh eyes.
Where each destination tells a unique story.
And every encounter brings a new perspective.
Because all of these amazing places
are made so much richer by the people who live in them.
So unleash your spirit of adventure.
And join us for a deeper understanding of the world.
The Travel Show. Watch on BBC iPlayer.
When the weather can't make up its mind, we can help you make up yours. Check on the BBC Weather app. This is BBC News. We'll have the headlines for you at the top of the hour, which is straight after this programme.
Zinchenko.
He's been a Premier League star for Manchester City and now Arsenal. And he's a proud Ukrainian. Alexander Zinchenko says he'll swap football for fighting against Russia if he's called up.
I think it's a clear answer, of course. I will go.
As the war continues, the Arsenal player says Ukraine's break with its Russian neighbour is for good.
Since this invasion, we can't be friends with them anymore. We will never forget what they have done to us, to our people.
He's donated over £1 million to Ukraine, and now he says he wants to do the best for his country.
I can't be more proudly than I am right now to be Ukrainian.
So what's next for Zinchenko and the fighting, which has claimed tens of thousands of lives?
Every single day I'm watching some videos from Ukraine with the kids where they're hiding themselves in the bunker. And I was just trying to put myself in their position, when I was at that age. I didn't have that. So I was living my proper life. And now I feel sorry for them. Because they don't deserve it. Honestly. And just once again, you're just asking yourself, like, been doing that for what? To achieve what? I cannot find the answer, honestly.
You must have friends in Ukraine with kids and friends also in Ukraine who are fighting. What contacts do you have with them and how are they doing?
Every time when I'm talking to them, I feel sorry. I feel sorry because I'm not there as well. I'll be honest with you. I really want to be in Ukraine, and I said to my wife and my family, and to be honest, the feedback is exactly the same, that all of us, we're going to live in Ukraine after the football career. The question is where we are more helpful for our country at the moment. So here or being there? This is the question. And the answer is clear at the moment, that I can do much, much more being here rather than I will be in Ukraine at the moment. But definitely when I have some windows or something, or holidays or wherever, or when the season will be over, I will be there for sure. So every time when I'm talking to my friends or to the guys which is staying on the front line, we always have communication between each other. I'm always trying to help as much as I can.
You're 27. Do you have some of your former school mates on the front line?
Yes, I have some guys which I've been in the school with them, and I just talking to them sometimes, and I'm just sending some stuff which they really need at the moment. And it's tough to understand that just recently we've been in the same school, we were playing in the playground or in the football pitch, and now they have to defend our country, on the front line. And honestly, it's so hard to accept this, but it is what it is. We cannot give up.
It's interesting you say that right now because, of course, Zelensky now has enacted the bill which will reduce the age of particularly young men from 27 to 25. It must be very hard. They fought a hard war. It's kind of at stalemate just now, and people are exhausted who are fighting.
The only message is clear, that it's so super tough for all of us and for all the country, that if the president decided to do that, it means there is a tough situation at the moment. And the only thing I know clearly that we can't give up. We can't give up. I know maybe some people might think that it's much easier, to talk for me being here rather than being there. I really hope that this war will end soon. But at the same point, I'm just trying to sometimes to visualize and trying to be like in the president's spot and just what I would do, because like history shows you that you can't have any agreement with this country. It's so hard. I mean, like,
No
I don't know
with Russia.
I don't know how can you, like, I really hope the war will end soon, but it's super tough.
What Zelensky is like on a one-to-one basis, he must be very proud of you.
Well, first of all, I'm so proud of him, because I said this to him as well, that me and my family were so proud of our president, because I don't know what would be with our country if there was another guy instead of him. You can see it also on the pictures, since his face before the war and his face now, like for 2 years different, how much he changed as well. And he's living with this every single day, every single second, and he's trying to do his best, and he's doing amazing job for all the country. He's our leader. So 1v1, he seems like a very simple guy, which you can talk about anything you want.
Does he like football?
Yeah, he likes football so much. So to be honest, like you don't feel that you're talking to the president. Which is so good stuff.
As you say, you're living a very comfortable life in London. You know, you play for Arsenal, you're a star player, you play for your national side. You talk about going back. If at some point you thought it was of more value to leave this behind and go back and fight if you were called, would you go?
I think it's a clear answer, of course.
You would go.
I would go.
So you're a little boy playing at Shakhtar Donetsk in the Donbass, and then you take your first big job, and it's for a Russian side. Back then, what were your relations like with Russia then? You must have known young Russian players who are now presumably fighting on the other side.
Well, to be honest with you, if you look back to my football career, for that moment when I was 17 years old, I didn't have any other option, just like to leave Ukraine in a football way, you know. I mean, because it's a quite long story about that, why I decided to do that and stuff. I didn't have any other option. And the thing is, for time which I spent there for 1.5 years, being in Russia, I've got some friends, some circle right there. But since the invasion, like really few who texted me and sent me some messages. And I can't blame them because this is not their fault, right? I cannot tell them like, guys, do the protests outside and all these things, because I know how what they can be in prison, you know, for that. And the question is just for the population, do they really like to live in these kind of conditions and the rules where you don't have free word. But the thing is, since the invasion, this circle became to zero. So I don't speak with anyone there anymore.
That's a regret, surely, that, you know, this is what war causes. That you have presumably people that were your friends that you just can't speak to anymore.
Well, like I said, I can't blame them, but at the same time, like, I think the Russian population could do much more, and a lot of different good things, because they used to call us brothers, sisters, I don't know, whatever. But since this invasion, this time showed us all the Ukrainians that we can't be friends with them anymore. We will never forget what they have done to us, to our people, and that's what I will teach my kids as well, and my kids will teach their kids. This is not acceptable.
But do you regret your time in Russia? It was part of your growing up.
It's just, I can't regret about it, because without this part, I wouldn't be here with you now.
You are very much part of the people beyond Ukraine who are trying to help the country. But I wonder if for you, it becomes an emotional burden in a way, that actually being outside the country is sometimes more difficult than being inside the country.
Look, since the invasion, I'll be honest with you, first couple of days especially, me and my family, we were like in a space. We didn't know where we are, we didn't talk with each other. We were always with our phones, you know, following the news, and then like, okay, what we need to do? Okay, send money here, send stuff some here, help here, people call the others, papa. Where we are, like all of us Ukrainians, which living in a country or abroad, but at the same time, like we felt togetherness like never before. And now being Ukrainian, I think it's a very proud moment, because I can't be more proudly than I am right now to be Ukrainian. And the thing is, like I said to you, what is my duty now? Okay, how can I help as much as I can to my country, to my people, and over there, and all these things? How? Being there in Ukraine or being here you know, like sending some money, sending stuff, I don't know, like helping to refugees and all these things. So that was the question, and we decided with our family to carry on, to continue. I know it was not easy, like for the rest as well. I'm not comparing myself with the people which is living in Ukraine since the invasion, but I'm just talking about for those which is living abroad. But I feel my duty. I feel my duty that I need to do my best. And every time when I have any opportunity, like now, for example, talking to you, I need to speak out about this. I need to represent my country in the best way I can. And also, like, using this opportunity, once again, I would like to say massive thanks to all the people which is helping and supporting us. Because I know a lot of examples by real life where football players, families, you know, like helping a lot of Ukrainian refugees, and it means a lot for me. And honestly, I can't be grateful enough for that. But once again, I know if some people got fatigue of this war, I'm so sorry, but we can't. We can't. All of us Ukrainian, we cannot get any fatigue on that.
You fundraise, obviously, for Ukraine, but I think you also must be giving money to help, your own money.
I don't want to tell you the number. Of course, all of us. I don't want to be a special one or to tell you something, but of course.
But you're in a position to give a lot.
Yes, exactly, and that's what I have to do. This is my duty. That's why I decided to carry on and being here, you know.
But I mean, you don't have to answer.
Yeah.
But you know, I imagine it's more than $1 million.
Well, it's probably I would say it's around that. I didn't count. Since the invasion, all of us, especially like international players, Ukrainian which plays abroad, we had a lot of different group chats in WhatsApp. Every single link where we need to send and all, we don't count this. But since this invasion, yeah, it must be more.
Does it ever occur to you that when you speak out and very passionately, that you yourself might become a target for Russia?
I never thought about that, to be honest, and might be, I don't know. But how can you speak in 2020s that you are or he is or she is a target for someone? This is incredible, no? This is like we're living in a wild world, so we don't have any rules. What's this? You know, like this is like even trying to visualize how it can be. This is for me something impossible. I don't know. I might be target for them. I don't know, but I'm just trying to say the real truth. I don't understand, and I never understand about politics at all. I don't understand about this, and I don't have to. And this is not my direction. But what I understand clearly that if you was born and raised in the place, this is your homeland, and you know every single stone over there. The other people from the other countries cannot come and destroy everything around and steal everything around, and then just occupy this place and stay there forever.
I imagine that when you're back in Ukraine, you've been to see children, you've been to see families. But tell me what it's like for some of the young children who've lost their family.
I give you an example that there is one place in Ukraine which calls City of Kindness, and I'm talking quite often, you know, with this lady which organized everything since the invasion. They started with one building which is helping, you know, to these kids which lost the parents during the war, and also, you know, for those who lost one of the family members as well. They started with one building, now they're growing quite big, quite a lot. I mean, and they have, I guess, 6 buildings, also one hospital, which is trying to treat the kids which struggling with their health. And I'm trying to help as much as I can, you know, every single time, and talking to them, knowing the real numbers. When I asked her how many kids you have at the moment, and she said like 300 kids, and 80% of them is below 5, which don't have parents anymore because of the war, and it's super tough to accept, to be honest.
You've got kids of your own.
Exactly, being a dad, it's something like anything what involved with the kids, for me, it's super tough. I'm so sensitive person, and you know, like seeing that videos or pictures of them, how they're trying to play with each other and like supporting us while we are playing for the national teams. This is like extra motivation for us, and also I know that there is some kids which is like below 18 girls which been raped by Russian soldiers as well. And when you talk to the lady personally and she's saying these stories to me, my heart wants to explode, because this is something like, this is not what they deserve. Instead of living their lives, having some dreams, to achieve these dreams, they just struggling like that. They're losing their parents, they're losing their family members. And this is, I don't know how to explain, it's super tough.
This summer, of course, your country will see you play in Euro 2024. Will this have a much bigger significance this year, see the Ukraine side?
Well, during this qualification, all of us, we knew that this is an amazing opportunity for us to qualify for this tournament and to show again how strong we are as a country. And, you know, since the invasion, especially, while we are wearing Ukrainian badge on our chest, this is like extra motivation for us, you know, to bring some more positive emotions to our people, which is supporting us a lot. Because, like you said as well before the interview to me, that all of us Ukrainians, we love football so much. So it's another opportunity. It will be another opportunity for us, you know, to talk about ourselves to the rest of the world.
And to remind the rest of the world, because of course, countries, you know, for the financial concerns of countries are very many, and Ukraine is but one of them. And I wonder how concerned you are that perhaps some countries will feel we can't give as much as we've been given.
Well, it's for me, it's a bit super tough. It's super tough for me to talk about it as a football player, because I don't want to be wrong somewhere, because like I said to you, I'm not political, right? I don't know in terms of how much they're helping us, how much they can, and all these things. I don't know exactly, but what I know 100% that during this invasion, we showed to the rest of the world that we can make the resistance against this aggression, terrorist aggression, and we can win this war. But the only thing is we need support. We need support from the others. And maybe some people realize, maybe some not. But today we are proper shield for all the Europe. We need this to protect our lands, not to occupy it like the other doing for no reason. It's as simple as that. So you don't have to understand anything about politics. It's just simple as that, to protect ourselves. Because today is Ukraine, but tomorrow it can be your country. You never know what is in dictators' head. And also showing this resistance, we're showing the other dictators maybe in the world, which might think as well that, oh, it's possible to do that, why I should not occupy this place, because there will be no reaction. That's why we need to show the reaction that this is not acceptable, guys. We need to live in a peaceful.
After all this is over, many, many Ukrainians have settled in other parts of the world, and they probably thought they were going to these parts of the world temporarily. But what if people feel that it's a different country now and that they don't want to go back? What do you feel about that?
Well, at some point I can understand them, but once again, if you ask me my favorite place in the world, it will be Ukraine, because it's my homeland, and I never felt myself somewhere else like I feel when I'm in Ukraine. I really hope, and I have dreamed, that this war will end very, very soon, and we can rebuild our Ukraine like we really want. And I can guarantee you that when war will end, we will rebuild it in the best way we could. That's for sure. I know also the people which is working now in the president office. I saw how much they work as well there, and you know, our people like also with my teammates in the national team, when we're talking about like, guys, let's imagine the war will end very soon and our first home game in front of our fans. You know, even now my skin is, it's so hard to describe these emotions, and I have no doubts about that. But the really, really hope and dream at the moment is that the war will end soon. And I give you another example, like when I was a kid, I used to say like, oh, I'm dreaming to be a football player, professional, but I didn't have any clue what is this, like how much I need to sacrifice, how much I need to work hard and all these things. But I had a dream and I followed my dream. And this is exactly the same. I have dreamed that Ukraine will rebuild in the best way they can. And I really hope it will be.
If you close your eyes, where is the place in Ukraine that you see?
Place?
Yeah. What's your favorite place that you see?
Kiev. Kiev, straight away. The best place in the world.
What's the message that you have for people in Ukraine who might be listening to this podcast?
Well, the message is clear that I'm so proud of all of you. And I know that one day it will end soon. And now is the time to be together again and again. We can't give up. And the only message also I would like to say that we are not alone. All the people in Europe, they are all with us. That means a lot for us. That's why if we're gonna give up, then we're all in trouble. We have no other option. We have to carry on, and we need to stick together. This is the only way to beat this Russian aggression. And we can do it. We already showed this during this invasion to the rest of the world, and we showed to ourselves as well that we can do it, but only together. Help each other as much as we can. I don't know, by anything. Like I used to say, if you can donate, perfect. If you cannot donate anything, no problem at all. Even sticker on your car. When I'm driving to the training ground, I can see some stickers that I stay with Ukraine, stand with Ukraine or something. For me, it already means so much. So that shows that people are with us. And even this charity game for Ukraine, which we did recently in August, look how many big names came there. And that means we're not alone. This is my message to the rest.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Well, there's certainly a nip in the air, a chilly breeze. Let's see what the weather's got in store over the next 10 days. Here's the outlook. More chilly weather on the way, but with high pressure close by, at least over the next few days, the weather will be generally dry, and the brightest and warmest of our weather will be further towards the west. And I use the word warmest very loosely here. Here's the area of high pressure for Sunday, but notice that a weather front has just snuck into the north of that high pressure. And here's our jet stream pattern. Notice how the jet stream blowing in from the north and dragging in the colder air, especially along the North Sea coast. Just temporarily, some slightly warmer weather there, heading particularly to Ireland. But on the whole, it will stay fairly chilly. Now, the outlook for Sunday then shows thicker cloud and bits and pieces of rain for eastern, central, and maybe southern Scotland, and quite cloudy here for many of us. But the rest of the country, I think, variable amounts of cloud on Sunday, with the sunniest of the weather out towards the south and the west. And notice that in western parts of Northern Ireland, it could warm up to about 17 or 18 degrees. On the North Sea coast, closer to 10 in that northerly wind. On Monday, the high pressure is still with us, but further weather fronts crossing the country, weak weather fronts, and they often bring a lot of cloud and some rain for a time, which will be crossing eastern Scotland, northern, central England, maybe making its way towards Wales later in the afternoon. I think for most of us, it will be just a cloudy day with spits and spots of rain for a time, and chilly, typically 10, 11, 12 Celsius. The weather further west will certainly be brighter and dry because we're closer to the centre of that high pressure, which by Tuesday will have drifted out into the Atlantic. And in its wake, we have a northerly breeze once again. So it's that jet stream that's dragging in the colder air from the north. So again, on the North Sea coast, often cloudy, some showers, chilly, the best of the weather out towards the west. Here, temperatures could just about manage the mid-teens, but in Newcastle, no higher than 9 degrees on Tuesday. Then Tuesday into Wednesday, Well, not an awful lot changes. Low pressure tries to sneak in, but we still have that cold northerly blowing in. So I think a chance of showers, again, almost anywhere along that North Sea coast. Could be a few showers developing inland, the best of the weather on the south coast, southwestern parts of England here, but still only around 12 or 13, which is below the average for the time of the year. And then towards the end of the week, we could see some showers developing across eastern and central areas of the UK. Some of them could be heavy. There's even a chance of a bit of a winteriness, particularly across the high hills and the tops of the mountains. No surprise here because of these values, only around 9 degrees in Newcastle and eastern Scotland. Now, how about into next weekend? Well, low pressure will be paying us a visit. So rather than the high, which is now way out in the Atlantic, low pressure will draw in some slightly milder air from the south, but that, of course, means thicker cloud and occasional showers. So we're back to April showers by the time we get to the weekend. So here's the outlook from Friday onwards into the weekend. Yes, slightly milder as temperatures recovering to perhaps 15 or 16 degrees Celsius. But as a result of that and that low pressure, we will see those April showers developing. So it looks as though we'll need our brollies once again. Bye-bye.
I used to work the whole day when I was pregnant. I wouldn't take much rest. I remember being thirsty all the time and out of breath.
Acabamos de llegar al lugar donde va a comenzar la búsqueda del migrante desaparecido.
So from where we're at right now, we can see from left to right and right to left, a heavily wooded area denotes the border between North and South Korea. There are no fences, there are no barriers, and there are no walls that separate North and South.
زمانی که فقط باید سکوت کنن، هیچ کس نباید صداشو رو بشنون، صدای گپشون رو بشنون. ما تصمیم گرفتیم که در اونجا باید صدامون رو به شکل آهنگ بیرون کنیم.
Just because we've got a disability doesn't mean that we are children. We're adults and with hopes and dreams. Without sports, none of us would be here.
Inspiring short films from the BBC. Watch now on iPlayer.
Travelling can be so much more than a holiday.
It's about diving headfirst into new experiences
and seeing the world with fresh eyes.
Where each destination tells a unique story.
And every encounter brings a new perspective.
Because all of these amazing places
are made so much richer by the people who live in them.
So unleash your spirit of adventure.
And join us for a deeper understanding of the world.
The Travel Show. Watch on BBC iPlayer.